Never underestimate the quiet one in the room. It's usually the one mapping everyone's weaknesses in silence. That's the new fear running through your enemies like static. You became the storm they never saw coming. The same people who once dismissed you as harmless are now whispering, "That one's smart, scary smart. Don't mess with them." You're no longer the topic of idle gossip. You're a psychological puzzle that keeps them awake at night. Think of it like this. They were busy laughing while you were busy learning. You were the villain building his empire underground, watching the noise above fade into irrelevance. By the time they realized your silence was strategy, you'd already rewritten the rules of the game. It's poetic, really, how those who once mocked your stillness are now terrified of the mind behind it. And here's a fact that cuts deep. According to behavioral psychology, most people can't handle someone who can read micro-expressions and patterns, but you, chosen one, do it without effort. You pick up on tone shifts, half-truths, and emotional tremors others miss entirely. You don't just hear words, you dissect intentions. That's what separates intelligence from instinct. You have both. They can't keep up. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe. It helps spread this message to more souls because it's our duty to light up the dark. You are part of a force, and this force is rewriting what power looks like. Now back to business. You've noticed it, haven't you? The change in how they look at you, the fake smiles, the cautious tone, the sudden respect that wasn't there before. That's not admiration, it's defense. They've realized you're operating on a level their manipulation can't reach. You've become unpredictable, and unpredictable minds terrify predictable people. Every move you make now feels like strategy to them, even when you're just breathing. They overanalyze your silence, your laughter, even your absence. You've entered their minds rent-free, and the longer you stay calm, the louder their panic gets. That's the beauty of true intelligence. It doesn't need to prove itself. It just rearranges the battlefield without lifting a finger. They once thought they could play you, but you were studying them like a chessboard, waiting for the right move. And when you finally made it, it wasn't loud. It was surgical, the same way a shadow moves before a strike. Now, they whisper your name like it's a warning, because when you think ahead, emotions become weapons and silence becomes strategy. You're not arrogant, you're aware. You've seen too much, learned too fast, and evolved too far for small minds to understand. Intelligence in the wrong crowd looks like rebellion. Awareness in the blind looks like threat. And that's why they gossip, not to mock, but to cope. They talk about you because they can't figure you out. You've become the mirror that reflects what they pretend not to see, their own weakness. Chosen one, this is your rise in motion. The underworld of underestimated minds has its king now. And every whisper about you, every rumor of your sharpness, is proof that the world finally sees what you've always known. You were never the fool. You were the future, and hey, chosen one, they're already talking, your name's circling like wildfire, but not with the lies they used to throw. Now it's, watch out, that one's smart, calculated, knows too much, so stick around because we're just getting started. What's coming next? It's not just info, it's ammo. This message is built to sharpen your edge, expose their fear, and remind you exactly why they can't play you anymore. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know your mind is the weapon they can't disarm. And if you feel this message hit, consider showing love through a super thanks. It fuels this mission, keeps the truth alive, and helps more chosen ones out there who feel unseen. Whether it's $1 or a word of support, it all keeps this force moving. And now, let's break this down, step by step. And trust me, if you really are who they say you are, highly intelligent, calculated, untouchable, you'll feel that pull to stay till the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1, they're not scared of your brain. They're scared you see through everything. The most dangerous person in the room isn't the loudest. It's the one who already knows how this ends and just watches in silence. They're not shaking because you read a few books. They're not whispering because you sound smart. No, what terrifies them is that you never needed their system to become what you are. You didn't graduate from their approval. You didn't beg for their validation. And still, you walk into rooms knowing things they haven't even figured out how to ask. That's not learned. That's remembered. That's ancient instinct disguised as modern intelligence, and they have no idea how to fight it. You didn't show up quoting their favorite thinkers. You showed up thinking. You didn't wait for a blueprint. You built from instinct. While they were memorizing formulas, you were solving the equation before it was even written. That's what's got them so scared. It's not your knowledge, it's your knowing. The unshakable, untaught awareness that makes their rehearsed confidence crumble. It's the way your presence alone makes liars nervous and manipulators glitch. You ever notice how they act weird around you now? Fidgeting, over-explaining, avoiding eye contact. That's not coincidence. That's fear. It's the fear of being seen, really seen, because you don't just hear what people say. You hear what they meant to hide. You don't just listen to their words. You scan their patterns, and nothing scares a mask more than someone who doesn't buy it. They can't trace how you knew. They don't know how you saw it coming. You're not playing by logic, you're operating from a deeper frequency. That's why your presence disturbs them, because you don't match their expectations. You break their mental models. They can't pin you down, so they call you dangerous. You can't be boxed in, so they label you too much. But deep down, they know the truth. You're not too much. You're what they'll never be able to fake. They try to mock what they can't master. They'll say you're arrogant or weird or intense, but it's just defense. People demonize what exposes them. And you're a walking mirror. You reflect everything they're afraid to face. You don't need to argue. Your silence already told them everything they feared was true. Let them talk. Let them throw shade behind closed doors, because every whisper about your intelligence is proof that you've already outgrown their little games. You don't react like they do. You don't fall for cheap bait. That scares them. Your calm looks like strategy. Your pause feels like planning. They know if you ever decide to respond fully, it'll be game over. So here's what you need to understand. Chosen one, you've become a psychological weapon, not because you attack, but because you see. And when you see too much, weak minds feel hunted. They feel exposed. That's why they gossip about your intelligence. That's why they try to discredit what they can't control. But here's what hits the hardest. You didn't force this. You didn't beg for attention. You just remembered who you were. And now they're learning what it feels like to be outclassed by someone who never needed a degree to become undeniable. Keep watching, keep listening, keep knowing. Let them sweat. Because the game changed the moment you stopped trying to prove yourself and started letting the truth speak for you. Number 2, you don't fall for games anymore. You're the one running the board. Manipulators hate two things: a calm response and someone who already knows the trick before it's played. There was a time they could bait you with guilt, twist your emotions, and make you question your own reality. Not anymore. Now, you see it all unfold in slow motion. They throw the same old tactics: gaslighting, love bombing, guilt trips, and you don't even flinch. You don't argue. You don't explain. You just know. And that kind of intelligence, that rattles them to their core, because you don't just survive their games now, you flip the board before they even make their move. Imagine a chess player sitting across from someone who only knows checkers. That's you now. You're 10 steps ahead while they're still moving in straight lines. They raise their voice to provoke you, and you blink once and walk away. They fake cry to make you feel guilty, and you read it like a script you've memorized 100 times. You're no longer confused, you're calibrated. Your mind doesn't panic under pressure. It analyzes. It doesn't react. It responds. And that quiet power, that disturbs people who rely on chaos. It's not that you became colder. You just became unplayable. The old you would have sat up late, replaying conversations, wondering if you were the problem. The new you cuts through the fog with precision. You've learned to read micro-expressions, decode tone shifts, and catch the stutters between lies. You pick up what they never meant to show. You've trained your inner radar to recognize manipulation the same way a predator senses fear. And you don't just see it, you disarm it with silence, with a smile, with distance. That's psychological warfare, and you didn't even ask to play. Ever wonder why they get nervous when you're quiet now? Why they start explaining things you didn't ask about? It's because your presence forces them to confront themselves. You don't need to say much. Your awareness alone breaks their performance. Manipulators thrive on confusion and reaction. But you're calm. And that calmness isn't emptiness. It's intelligence doing recon. The louder they get, the more control you clearly have. And it drives them insane. They'll accuse you of being heartless, cold, distant, but that's just the tantrum of someone who can no longer control the thermostat. You've stopped entertaining their illusions. You've stopped justifying your peace. You know now that not every argument needs your voice, not every trap needs your foot. When they push, you don't push back, you pivot. That's what makes you untouchable. Imagine this: someone tries to rob a vault, only to find out the combination changes every time they blink. That's what it feels like trying to manipulate you now. You're no longer predictable. You're not running on emotion. You're running on clarity, on strategy. You walk away without the drama, and that burns more than any comeback ever could. You've become a master of energetic boundaries. You can feel the shift in the room when someone's trying to lie. You can smell desperation hidden behind flattery. You see the pattern behind every coincidence. That's not paranoia. That's pattern recognition. One of the highest signs of intelligence, and it makes you a fortress, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You're no longer a target. They can't even figure out how to approach you. They can't use what no longer triggers you. That's the death of their control. People ask, why don't you react anymore? Because you've upgraded. You don't need to scream to be heard. You don't need to defend your truth to people who already decided to twist it. You've realized your silence is more educational than their lectures. You don't play defense anymore. You are the silence that makes people confess without a question being asked. So, if you've ever wondered, why are they acting weird around me now? Here's your answer. They know you see through them. You're not giving them what they want anymore. You're not feeding their ego, their drama, their illusion of power. You starved their manipulation, and now they're stuck trying to provoke the version of you that doesn't live here anymore. They gossip because they lost access. They mock you because they can't move you. You're the mirror now. they look into your eyes and see their own fakeness exposed. It's not your job to explain your evolution to people who benefited from your confusion. Let them stay confused. Let them assume. Because every time they try the same old game and it fails, you remind them that you've moved past the level where their tricks worked. You stopped playing the role they cast you in, and now they don't know what scene they're in anymore. This is the power of self-mastery, not just intelligence, but awareness, not just boundaries, but wisdom. You don't hate them. You're just done negotiating your peace to make other people feel powerful. You don't destroy people. You simply stop letting them access the version of you they could manipulate. And that, chosen one, is how you become untouchable, not by screaming louder, but by being the calm storm they can't predict, can't move, and sure as hell can't fool. Let them try. Let them scramble. You've already decoded the script. Now, you're the one writing the ending. Number 3, you're playing 4D chess while they're still losing at checkers. They thought you were quiet because you had nothing to say. Turns out you were just too far ahead to waste words. Let's be real. Most people are running on reaction mode. They get triggered, they lash out, they talk too soon, move too fast, and then panic when it all blows up. But you're calm, calculated. You move like a storm that already knows where every tree will fall. That's why they couldn't read you, and now they fear what you're really capable of. You've been 10 steps ahead while they were still trying to figure out the rules. And the worst part for them, you never bragged. You never needed to. Imagine this. While they're out here performing for attention, you're in the shadows, collecting blueprints. You've watched how they talk, how they fold under pressure, who they align with when things get rough. You don't guess. You track. You don't scream power. You move like it. They underestimated you because you weren't loud, but now they're realizing silence doesn't mean slow. It means dangerous. The scariest minds are the ones that don't show their full hand. You blinked and they lost. They don't know what to make of you. How did you see it coming? How did you know when to cut them off? Why did your plan work while theirs crumbled? Simple. Life trained you in fire. Fake friends, backstabbers, lies. You catalogued it all. Every heartbreak became intel. Every loss became leverage. You turned survival into strategy. While others begged to be seen, you built a vision that didn't need their eyes on it. And now they feel it. That haunting sense that you know something they don't, because you do. You're not loud because you don't need to warn anyone. By the time they realize you've made your move, it's already over. Stay silent, chosen one. They'll keep guessing. You'll keep winning. Number 4, you read people like open books. No degree needed. Some people need a resume to prove they're smart. You just need a room. You don't walk around flashing credentials. You don't need to. Because the moment you step into a space, everything hidden starts crawling to the surface. Lies start cracking. Masks start slipping. Pretenders start fidgeting, and you just observe. Calm, quiet, sharp as a blade. You didn't learn this kind of perception. You are this perception. You were wired to feel the shifts no one talks about, to notice the micro delays in a fake laugh, to hear the guilt in the tone, to sense the fracture behind someone's smile. That's not taught, it's remembered. Imagine being so real that every fake person around you feels exposed just by your presence. You didn't need a classroom to know when someone's manipulating. You didn't need a mentor to recognize deception. You were born with radar, built with sensors that scan energy before words even reach your ears. And that scares people, because You don't give them time to fool you. You walk in, and it's like their script malfunctions. You don't ask too many questions. They start explaining things you never brought up. That's fear. That's guilt. That's exposure. It's not your fault they feel seen. You're not trying to embarrass anyone. You're just not wired to swallow lies. You absorb the room. You track what's not being said, and people who live behind masks. They hate that, because no matter how polished their act is, they can't perform when the audience sees through the curtain. Truth-tellers make liars uncomfortable just by existing. They might say you're intimidating. That's just code for they know they can't manipulate you. You stripped away their power the second you didn't fall for their charm. You didn't react to their bait. You didn't lean into the illusion. You simply knew. And they'll never forgive you for being unshakable. Let them be rattled. You were built to decode deception, not flatter egos. Keep seeing, keep knowing. That's your real power. Number 5. You don't blend in. You break the illusion. Systems built on lies don't fear loud voices. They fear silent minds who see through the whole show. You walk into a room and it shifts, not because you're loud, not because you demand attention, but because your energy carries something they can't fake: truth. You don't follow their script. You don't play the part they wrote for you. And that alone is enough to shake the whole damn structure. While everyone else claps for the performance, you're in the back row, arms folded, eyes locked, watching where the cracks are. You don't speak to fit in. You exist to reveal what they've been trying to hide. Imagine a single beam of sunlight entering a room full of shadows. Everything pretending to be real disappears. You're not here to argue. You don't need to. Your very presence exposes what's rotten. Fake respect, fake leadership, fake loyalty. It all withers around you. Why? Because people can pretend in front of mirrors, but they panic in front of X-rays. And you don't just look at people, you see them. You don't play along with broken systems. You break the illusion by refusing to participate in the lie. That's why they call you a problem. That's why they whisper your name when you leave, because they felt seen without a word spoken. You ever wonder why the most corrupt people act twitchy around you? Why groups built on fake unity always treat you like an outsider? It's not because you're wrong. It's because you're too real to manage. Systems that depend on control hate individuals who think independently. And when you walk in without begging, without nodding, without clapping at nonsense, they don't know what to do with you. You're not here to maintain peace in a crooked house. You're here to burn the blueprint. Keep showing up. Keep disrupting. You were never meant to blend into illusions. You were built to break them, not with noise, but with undeniable, unshakable truth. You are the glitch in their matrix, and they can't patch it. Number 6. You let them flex, then you flip the whole script. Sometimes the smartest person in the room is the one pretending not to care. Let them think you're slow. Let them assume. Let them perform, brag, peacock, and put on a show. While they're busy trying to prove something, you're already 5 layers deep, reading the cracks in their confidence, the tremble in their ego, the desperation behind the flex. You've mastered the art of stillness, not because you lack power, but because you know real strength doesn't chase validation. You sit back, you observe, you let them underestimate you, because that's when the truth leaks out. Imagine a hunter in plain clothes, sitting in the jungle, letting the animals get comfortable before pulling the trigger. You don't walk into rooms to be seen, you walk in to see. And oh, how they love to talk when they think you're not a threat. That's when the mask slips. That's when the fake alliances expose themselves. You're not being quiet because you're unsure. You're letting people reveal themselves without you ever asking a single question. That's psychological brilliance. That's predator-level awareness. And then, when the room needs answers, when confusion hits, when egos crash into reality, suddenly it's you they look to. Not the loud one, not the one who couldn't shut up. You, the one they thought was slow. Because now, your calm starts to feel like wisdom. Your silence starts to echo as strategy. Your pause becomes power. And they finally realize you were never behind. You were ahead, just disguised. They thought you were lost. You were just letting the snakes show themselves. Chosen one, this is why you don't rush. You don't flex. You don't compete in loud rooms. You study. You learn. You wait. And then, when it matters, you move with precision that makes people rethink the last 100 things they said around you. You didn't just watch them. You clocked them. Keep doing it. Let them underestimate you. Because by the time they figure out who you really are, it's already too late. Number 7. You don't just think clearly. You feel the truth before it speaks. Some people process information. You process realities before they even unfold. Your mind isn't just logical, it's tuned. You don't chase evidence to make decisions. You sense it. You don't wait for signs. You are the sign. While others are tangled in theories, calculations, and overthinking, you move with a knowing that can't be taught, explained, or dissected. And that's what shakes people, because you'll call something out before there's proof, and later they realize you were right all along. Imagine trying to play poker with someone who already knows your cards before you deal them. People don't get how you do it. How you avoid traps they didn't even see forming. How you know what's fake in a conversation that sounded completely normal. But you're not reading words, you're reading wavelengths. Your clarity isn't academic, it's visceral. It comes from a connection so deep that even when things look fine on the surface, your body knows something's off. And later, that off feeling turns into reality. You've stopped explaining it to people because they wouldn't get it unless they've lived it. It's not luck, it's not paranoia, it's alignment. You're locked in with something bigger than noise. That's why you can walk into a room and feel everything before a single word is spoken. That's why your silence often answers questions nobody had the courage to ask out loud. You don't wait for truth to arrive. You feel it whisper before it knocks. They try to debate your insight, but how do you argue with someone who's never been wrong? They try to question your methods, but how do you question a result that keeps proving itself? You don't need charts. You don't need credentials. You have the clearest compass of all, alignment with what's real, not what's said, not what's shown. What's real? Stay tuned in, chosen one. That clarity you carry, it's what makes people nervous and what makes you unstoppable. Number 8. You didn't clap back. You outclassed their star player without breaking a sweat. The loudest in the room always thinks they're the smartest until silence drops a truth they can't recover from. You didn't come in swinging. You didn't need to. All you did was speak when it mattered, and suddenly the one they all hyped up, exposed, stripped of illusion, their top mind folded under pressure, not because you attacked, but because your calm clarity lit the whole room on fire. And now, the gossip isn't about drama. It's about how badly you outplayed their best without raising your voice or even breaking character. Imagine someone bringing a sword to the table and you dismantle them with a scalpel, clean, quick, surgical. You didn't show off. You didn't try to embarrass anyone. You just told the truth with surgical accuracy. But the problem is, when the truth is that sharp, it slices through egos like butter. And their golden child, the one who usually controls the room with charm, manipulation or jargon, got stripped down to nothing in seconds. No yelling, no theatrics, just precision. That's what rattled everyone, because now they're realizing you don't just think smart. You're smart, quietly, dangerously, unavoidably, and it burns them. Not because you were rude, but because you were right. That's the kind of defeat that bruises pride deeper than insults ever could. Now their little circles are whispering, not because you started anything, but because you ended the illusion without even trying. They can't stop talking about you, because they're still trying to understand how you did it so effortlessly. You didn't fight for the spotlight. You became the spotlight when truth hit the room. Let them talk. You weren't built to blend in or back down. You were built to correct the record just by existing. And now the ones who used to dominate the room are hoping you don't speak again, because they know one sentence from you hits harder than an hour of their performance. Keep it quiet. Keep it lethal. That's what makes you unforgettable. Number 9. You don't just get it. You feel what they're hiding before they say a word. You're not intimidating because you talk too much. You're intimidating because you see too much, and they can't lie to someone who feels everything. You're not loud. You don't need to dominate the room. You sit back, quiet, but awake. While others are busy trying to sound smart, you're feeling the emotional undercurrents no one's acknowledging. You're not analyzing just words. You're tracking energy, body language, tension, silence. You don't interrupt because you're not trying to win a debate. You're absorbing everything. Imagine a radar so sensitive it picks up what the storm's hiding, not just the thunder, but the silence before it. You feel when someone's off. You sense when someone's not okay, even when they say they are. You spot insecurity behind the brag, sadness behind the smile, malice behind the charm. And that's not judgment, that's presence, that's awareness. People don't pull away from you because you're wrong. They pull away because you're too right, and being around you forces them to confront things they've spent years hiding. They call you intense, mysterious, too deep. But really, they're just uncomfortable being around someone they can't fool. Your presence is like a mirror, and when someone has been running from their own reflection, they'll do anything to avoid standing still in front of it. And that's why they avoid your eye contact. That's why they gossip. That's why they say you're too much. Because you didn't even say anything, but they still felt seen. You don't expose people with words. You expose them by simply being real in a room full of masks. This is your gift, not just thinking with the mind, but sensing with the heart. You pick up the emotional data most people are too distracted to notice. You're not a know-it-all, you're a feel-it-all. That's not weakness, that's elite awareness. And while others need facts to trust their gut, you are the gut feeling they wish they had. Keep being tuned in. That's what makes you powerful. That's what makes you dangerous. Number 10. You don't preach. You detonate mindsets without lifting a finger. You didn't argue, you didn't push, you just existed, and their whole illusion started to collapse. You don't walk into rooms trying to fix anyone. You're not on a mission to convince, convert, or control. But somehow, just your presence rearranges people's thoughts. You drop one truth, calm, effortless, and it rattles their entire worldview. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't try to sound wise. You just spoke what was real, and it hit like a wrecking ball through their mental prison. Imagine someone walking into a foggy room with a flashlight. Suddenly, everyone sees what they were pretending not to notice. That's you. You're the flashlight, not because you're trying to shine, but because you can't help but see clearly. You break loops in people, not with lectures, not with debates, but with presence, with energy, with truth that doesn't try, it lands. You don't push healing on anyone. You simply create a space where people feel safe enough to stop lying to themselves. And that, chosen one, is rare. That's dangerous. People leave conversations with you different, quieter, more thoughtful, not because you told them what to do, but because something about you unhooked what was controlling them. You didn't fix them. You just mirrored the truth and let them walk away with the key in their own hand. That's why your words echo in rooms days later. That's why your name holds weight, even with people who barely know you. Because you leave an impact that sinks deeper than performance. You don't speak to be remembered. You speak, and they never forget how it made them feel. You've become the interruption in people's programming, the glitch in the lie, the question mark that ruins the fake confidence they were clinging to. And the truth is, you didn't ask for this role. You became it by walking in truth when everyone else was acting. Keep doing what you do. Say less. Feel more. You're not here to fix minds. You're here to free them, quietly, completely, permanently. Number 11. You catch lies mid-flight and let them choke on the truth themselves. You didn't call them out, but they knew the second your eyes changed. The lie was dead on arrival. You don't need a confession to catch a lie. You don't need drama, receipts, or a back and forth. You pick it up mid-sentence when the tone shifts, the eye contact breaks, or the timing fumbles just slightly. It's not the words that expose them, it's the energy behind them. And once you feel it, it's already over. You don't react, you don't flinch, you just go quiet and watch. That silence, it eats them alive. Imagine telling a lie in a room with someone who doesn't just hear you, but scans your entire nervous system in real time. That's you. You've turned observation into an art. You study people like maps, routes, patterns, blind spots. They think they're smooth, but you've already marked where the truth snapped in half. You don't need to interrupt because you're not seeking justice. You're collecting intel, quietly, strategically, and that's what makes you terrifying to fakes. Not your voice, but your knowing. Your silence makes them squirm. It's not passive, it's loaded. They feel it. The way you pause, the way your energy shifts just slightly. That's when they know the mask cracked, and they can't tape it back up. They start explaining things you never asked about. They overcompensate. They stumble because they know you know, and they don't know how you know. That mystery, that's what puts your name in rooms full of tension. You didn't expose them. Their own performance fell apart under your stare. You're not here to embarrass people. You don't need a mic. You don't crave the spotlight. But the moment someone lies in your presence, they mark themselves. And from that point forward, every word they speak to you hits a wall of quiet awareness. They feel it. It burns them quietly. Keep watching. Keep recording. Let the mask fall naturally, because you don't need to catch liars. They reveal themselves the moment they meet someone they can't fool. Number 12. You're what they pretended to be. Smart and untouchably real. Intelligence without integrity isn't brilliance. It's just a con with better grammar. For too long, the world applauded wolves in suits, people who knew how to sound sharp while moving dirty. They manipulated with charm, twisted truth with cleverness, and wore intelligence like armor to hide their emptiness. But then you walked in, calm, clear, whole. And suddenly, the spell broke. You didn't have to flex your IQ. You lived it. You didn't weaponize knowledge. You embodied wisdom, and that's what's making them sweat. Imagine a magician showing off tricks until a truth-teller walks in and makes the illusion collapse just by existing. They were used to being praised for intellect while leaving trails of damage behind. But you've made people realize something they never questioned before. Intelligence without integrity is just manipulation dressed in a nicer suit. And now the ones who relied on that fake respect, they're scrambling. Because next to you, their brilliance looks brittle, their charm looks calculated, their influence looks like a performance that's lost its crowd. You didn't come in swinging, you just showed what real intelligence looks like, rooted in empathy, grounded in clarity, sharp without being cruel. You don't dominate with data, you guide with depth, and people feel the difference. They can trust you, they see the contrast, and the manipulators, they feel their grip slipping because now the game's changed. They called it leadership, until you walked in and showed them what a real mind with a real heart looks like. They can't compete with someone who has both vision and values. That's what's eating at them. They built their image on looking smart. You built yours on being whole. And now every room you enter becomes a courtroom, where the real and the fake stand side by side, and the truth picks a side without saying a word. Keep being both sharp and kind, wise and grounded. You're proof that intelligence isn't cold. It's powerful when paired with integrity, and that combo, that's what the fakes can never fake. Number 13, your mind doesn't just think, it warns people not to try you. You didn't ask for respect. They gave it when they realized messing with you is a one-way trip to self-exposure. You're no longer just a name. They treat you like a hazard sign, not because you're toxic, not because you're aggressive, but because you've made too many people look foolish without even trying. You've walked into rooms where setups were planned, where someone tried to test you, bait you, corner you, and you responded with surgical awareness that shattered their little game in seconds. You didn't clap back. You didn't raise your voice. You just moved with so much precision, the whole illusion unraveled on its own. Imagine throwing a dart at someone, only for them to catch it mid-air with 2 fingers and hand it back smiling. That's the level you're at now. You don't need to bark to be feared. Your intelligence is a mirror that reflects back every mask, every false move, every fake flex. They don't talk about how you speak. They talk about how your silence made someone spiral. They don't fear your reaction. They fear your calm, because that's when you're most dangerous. You don't read people at surface level. You scan the blueprint. You see motive before behavior. You feel the manipulation before the sentence finishes. And when someone thinks they're being clever, they quickly realize they've just walked into a trap they built for themselves. You didn't set them up. They did that by underestimating you. The moment you made their smartest person look like an amateur, that's when they started using your name like a cautionary tale. You've shifted the atmosphere. You're no longer invited to impress. You're brought up as a reason to stay in check. Don't try that with them. They'll see through it, and you will, because you don't just observe, you dissect. You don't just listen, you detect. And by the time they realize you're decoding everything, the damage is done. Stay sharp, stay quiet. You're not a threat because you try to be. You're a warning because they know they can't afford to play stupid around you anymore. Number 14, you're not just aware. You're the glitch that breaks their whole program. The system isn't afraid of intelligence. It's afraid of intelligence that won't comply. You became dangerous the second you stopped playing along. The moment your eyes stopped chasing the distraction and started decoding the design, everything changed. They thought you were just another smart observer until you started connecting the dots they didn't want connected. And now, you're not just informed, you're activated. You see the strings behind the show. You see the patterns, the power plays, the manipulation posing as order. And worse, for them, you're immune to it. Imagine a puppet show, perfectly choreographed, until one person in the crowd stands up and says, "I see the strings." That's you. You're the one they can't buy, distract, or intimidate. And it's not just what you know that scares them, it's what you can't be moved by. You've pulled back from the noise. You've stepped out of the matrix. And now, your silence speaks volumes. Your presence alone makes the agenda glitch. Because when someone walks in who sees through the game starts breaking itself. You've watched too much, felt too much, read between too many lines to be fooled now. You don't just question authority, you decode it. You don't just spot lies, you track the motive behind them. Your mind doesn't chase headlines, it hunts timelines, and your awareness isn't driven by ego, it's rooted in truth. You didn't join their cause. You became the reason they started losing control of the narrative. And they hate that, because you can't be used, you can't be baited, you can't be programmed with fear, reward, or flattery. You know the playbook, you've seen the tactics, and now you stand like a firewall, unshakable, unmoved, untouchable. The world sees chaos, you see strategy, the world sees trends, you see conditioning, and that makes you not just smart, but dangerous. So don't shrink, don't soften your insight to make people comfortable. You were never meant to blend in with illusions. You were born to interrupt them. You're not a piece on their board. You're the reason the board starts cracking. Keep watching, keep knowing. You're not just intelligent, you're the one thing their agenda can't outsmart: aligned truth. Number 15. You went from misjudged to feared. And now every step you take echoes. First they ignored you, then they mocked you. Now they whisper your name with caution. They thought you were harmless, too quiet, too reserved, too soft. You didn't fight back when they lied. You didn't snap when they excluded you. You didn't explain yourself when they tried to twist your truth. And that silence, that stillness, they mistook it for weakness. But what they didn't know is that you were transforming. You weren't shrinking, you were studying, you were stacking wisdom while they were wasting time performing. You were evolving in silence while they played loud and shallow. You were crafting a mind so dangerous that now every word you speak shifts the mood of the entire room. They used to laugh behind your back. Now they pause when you enter, not because you threatened them, but because you've become undeniable. Your growth didn't ask for permission, it forced recognition. You don't need a title to demand respect. You don't need applause to feel powerful. You are powerful because you built yourself from scars, from betrayal, from lessons that others wouldn't have survived. That quiet intelligence, that emotional control, that strategic calm, it's what makes you lethal in rooms full of performers. You don't say much, you don't move fast, but every step you take forces them to watch their footing. They used to underestimate you. Now they overthink everything they say around you. Why? Because you've exposed what they tried to hide. You're not just smart, you're wise. You're not loud, but you're listened to. You're not flashy, but your presence speaks louder than their noise ever could. They laughed when you were silent. Now your silence feels like judgment, and they don't want to be on the wrong side of it. So keep walking tall. Let them adjust. Let them overcompensate. That shift you're seeing isn't just growth, it's power, earned in silence, sharpened in pain, and delivered with precision. You're not the same person they used to overlook. Now, you're the reason they walk a little more carefully, talk a little less recklessly, and never underestimate silence again. Number 16. The real ones respect you. The fakes just hope you don't speak. When your presence is built on truth, only the liars feel attacked. You don't rattle everyone, just the ones living off performance, just the ones whose identity is built on illusions. The real ones, they see you clearly. They don't flinch when you look at them. They don't scramble when you speak, because they recognize you, not just your intelligence, but your integrity. They know you're not here to compete, flex, or play the game. You're here to be real, and in a world full of masks, that makes you rare. But for the fakes, the insecure, the power-hungry pretenders, you're a walking exposure. They feel nervous before you even say a word, because you don't need to catch them in a lie. They fall apart the moment you walk in the room. Your energy forces them to face themselves, and that's a confrontation most can't handle. You don't call them out. You unmask them without effort. Imagine a spotlight that never speaks, but everything false in the room starts sweating under its glow. You've become the quiet storm that wakes people up, not with noise, but with presence. You don't have to dominate conversations. You just breathe truth. And when someone lives fake, truth is painful. It burns. It exposes. And that's why they act weird around you, talk behind your back, or avoid eye contact. Not because you did something wrong, but because you don't play along. You're not intimidating to the whole world, just the part of it that relies on deception, just the people who thrive on control, manipulation, and illusions, the ones who respect honesty, clarity, and strength. They see you and feel safe, because they know you're not here to destroy people. You're just not willing to let lies breathe easy around you. Your power doesn't come from being feared. It comes from being real in a world that rewards fake. So keep walking, keep being quiet, keep being sharp. You're not just being talked about. You're reminding them that truth doesn't need a stage or spotlight. It only needs one person brave enough to live it. And once that happens, the world never feels the same again. They laughed when you disappeared. Now they study your return like a crime scene. That's how it always goes, huh? They clown you when you're down, poke fun like it's their full-time job, but the moment you get back up with scars turned into stripes, they fall silent. They freeze, like they just saw a ghost holding a mirror to everything they tried to bury. That's not just a comeback. That's an awakening that left them exposed, shook, and speechless. Imagine a building they condemned suddenly lighting up from the inside, floor by floor, room by room. They swore it was abandoned, left for dust. But now it's alive, stronger, reinforced. That's you. They called you finished, irrelevant, forgotten. But the moment you started rebuilding in silence, you turned that ruin into a monument. Not just to your survival, but to your evolution. Here's a wild fact. Psychologically, when someone breaks out of a role others assigned them, it causes cognitive dissonance. Basically, their brains glitch, because your rise messes with their illusion of control. You were never supposed to fight back, let alone thrive. Your glow was not on the schedule. Your strength wasn't part of the script. And now, you're the plot twist their egos can't handle. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force that makes the enemy tremble when it rises. Now, let's get back to it. From the moment you decided you weren't going to die in the character role they cast you in, the universe took notes. It didn't send applause or fanfare, no fake love, no parade. What it did instead was bend the winds around your stride. It's like you became the glitch in the simulation. The moment they tried to press delete on you, you rewrote the code. The chatter. Oh, it wasn't admiration. Let's not flatter them. It was confusion, envy, obsession. You became the mystery they couldn't explain, the story they couldn't finish, the wound they couldn't hide, and that drove them crazy. They thought you were gone. You weren't. You were just reloading. While they were out here celebrating your downfall, you were stacking your silence like ammo, planning, leveling. And when you moved again, you didn't crawl, you exploded. That's why you had them all talking, not because you were loud, but because your silence became louder than their slander. You didn't clap back. You leveled up so hard that their insults got drowned in your glow. And that's what burns them, that you didn't just bounce back. You returned in a way that forced the room to shift. That's history, not the textbook kind. The kind that lives in whispers, side eyes, and hushed conversations. The kind they deny publicly, but study in secret. That's you. They needed you broken to feel powerful. They needed you doubting yourself to sleep at night. But here's the twist. They underestimated a soul that was being sharpened in silence. You didn't just survive betrayal, loss, and isolation. You converted it into strength, into vision, into motion. That's the kind of comeback that doesn't just heal the chosen one. It haunts the ones who pushed you there. And look, we're not saying it was easy. It never is for the ones who carry the blueprint. You were set up, lied on, ghosted, disrespected, and exiled like you didn't matter. And somehow you turned all that into focus. You didn't chase validation. You made moves so solid they had to come back and validate your name without you even asking. You fought back without swinging. You made history without asking permission. And now you're being watched like a symbol, the one who broke the cycle, the one who escaped the mental chains, the one who showed others what's possible when you stop letting people tell you who you are. There's a reason they kept tabs on you, a reason the silence around your name turned into noise. You weren't loud, they were just unsettled. You didn't seek revenge, they just weren't ready for you to reclaim your power. But now they see. And the crazy part? They still can't figure out how you did it. You had them all talking because you made a move so clean, so strategic, so undeniable, they couldn't ignore it. And the part that slices deepest, you did it without becoming them. You didn't stoop, you didn't beg, you didn't need a stage to clap back. You let your transformation do all the talking. Chosen one, this ain't just a comeback story. This is historical documentation of a soul that refused to fold. You're not here to be pitied. You're here to be remembered. And you will be. Every time they try to break another one like you, your story will whisper, "Nice try." But we don't die quiet anymore. So let's talk about it. Let's dissect exactly how you flipped the script, turned the betrayal into fuel, and rewrote the narrative that was designed to bury you. Let's show the world what it looks like when the underestimated one becomes the headline, the example, the force. Because you didn't just fight back, you made history. And listen closely, chosen one. This isn't just another video. This is your mirror, your proof, your story told in a way they never expected you to survive, let alone win. If you made it this far, it's because your name already echoes in rooms you haven't even entered yet. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to claim that legacy they tried to erase. And if this message hits you in the chest, like truth often does, Consider blessing the force behind it with a super thanks. It keeps this mission alive and pushes this light further. Doesn't matter if it's $1 or a dime, your energy fuels this movement. Now lean in. What comes next is the breakdown of how your silence, your comeback, and your strategy made history while they were still gossiping. This next part, it'll make sense of everything they tried to confuse you with. If you're really the chosen one, you won't be able to look away. Let's get into it. Number 1, they couldn't handle you calm, so they tried to provoke the old you. Nothing scares a manipulator more than the version of you they can no longer trigger. They weren't afraid of your rage. They were afraid of your silence. Not the passive kind, but the kind of silence that says, "I've figured you out, and I'm not playing anymore." That's what cut deep. That's what had them whispering behind closed doors. You see, the moment you stopped reacting emotionally, they lost access to the version of you they used to control. They missed the version that flinched, panicked, explained. But this you? Strategic, cold when needed, calm like a storm about to rewrite the landscape. This wasn't just growth, it was warfare. You became the chess player instead of the piece. And let's get one thing straight. They never expected you to evolve. They thought they'd keep you stuck in that loop, getting hyped off your own emotions while they pulled strings behind the scenes. But instead, you started calculating. You started moving like a ghost with a blueprint. It confused them, because you didn't clap back, you didn't throw tantrums or post quotes trying to get their attention. You moved quietly, and that silence was humiliating to people who only felt powerful when you looked broken. That's why they talked. That's why they panicked. Because your stillness wasn't weakness, it was strategy. And when the enemy can't predict your next move, they start creating false stories just to regain a sense of control. You want to know why they all started obsessing over your glow-up? Because it wasn't loud, it wasn't messy, it was surgical. You didn't come back for revenge, you came back upgraded, and that made their previous victories look pathetic. Imagine winning against someone who was bleeding out, and then seeing them walk back in fully healed, 10 steps ahead, and unfazed. That's not just unsettling, it's humiliating. They thought your reaction defined you, that if they could push the right buttons, they could drag you back into chaos. But you changed the whole game by removing the buttons. You turned inward, chose discipline over drama, precision over noise, and suddenly they were left fighting a version of you that no longer exists. Chosen one, you didn't just stop reacting, you started responding with intent, and that made you dangerous, because now every move you make is backed by clarity, not emotion. Every step is laced with purpose, not pain, and they can't compete with that, they can't fake that. You stopped letting your enemies write your script, and now they sit on the sidelines trying to decode your silence like it's encrypted. And maybe you've asked yourself, why are they still talking about me if I've moved on? Simple, because they can't. They're stuck in the last scene, re-watching your growth like a movie they didn't audition for. Your progress is a plot twist they were never ready to witness. You walked away, but the story you left behind still haunts them. That's what happens when the chosen one plays the long game. You didn't explode, you evolved, and in doing that, you became something they can't fight, unshakable. Number 2, you made them choke on their own script, and then you wrote a bestseller. They planned your funeral in whispers, and now they're reading your legacy in silence. Let's make one thing clear. They didn't just underestimate you. They tried to pre-write your ending like they were some kind of divine author of your destiny. They were so sure you'd crash. They were counting on it. They had the whole script ready. Act 1, your failure. Act 2, your breakdown. Final scene, you disappearing into irrelevance while they clinked glasses in fake celebration. But the twist? You refuse to read your lines. They don't talk about it openly, but you know what eats them alive, that you didn't fall where they planted the trap. You didn't collapse where they expected applause. You stood up, dusted yourself off, and walked off the stage. They tried to trap you on, and built your own damn theater. That's not survival, that's historical. They gave you a cage, and you turned it into a cathedral. Imagine this. Someone hands you a script with every line meant to break you, words laced with betrayal, doubt, and manipulation. You glance at it, crumple it, and toss it into the fire, then pull out your own pen. While they were watching the ashes, you were writing a new act, and you didn't give them a backstage pass. That's what made them panic. You didn't collapse where they put the spotlight. You disappeared from their set entirely. While they waited for drama, you were building legacy. While they refreshed gossip blogs hoping for your downfall, you were plotting your glow-up. And now, they're stuck watching your elevation from the cheap seats, pretending they didn't bet on your failure. They expected your story to end in tragedy. You turned it into a masterclass in resilience. See, people love assigning roles. They want you to play the failure, the emotional wreck, the one who just couldn't take it. Why? Because it makes them feel powerful. Because the idea of you winning burns them. It strips away their illusion of superiority. They can't admit it, but watching you grow in silence while they ran their mouths. That felt like defeat. And here's the kicker. They mistook your patience for passivity, your silence for surrender, your stillness for weakness. But real ones know silence isn't always submission. Sometimes it's strategy. Sometimes it's the quiet before the earthquake. And when that quake hit, buildings fell, relationships collapsed, power dynamics shifted. You didn't just walk away, you reshaped the damn map. Imagine this. You're standing in a storm. Everyone around you is screaming, scrambling, pointing fingers. And you're still. Not because you're scared, but because you know the storm isn't there to break you. It's there to wash away everything fake. And once it passes, you're still standing. That's what they didn't calculate. They thought the storm would bury you. It crowned you instead. They thought you paused, but you were just calculating which move would turn their whole game upside down. Maybe you've asked yourself, why did they even care enough to try and control my story? Simple, because you were the real main character. They saw your light before you even recognized it yourself, and instead of supporting it, they tried to dim it. That's how insecure people operate. They don't just fear your success. They fear the idea that you might realize your own worth and walk away from their circus. But you didn't just walk away. You rewrote the plot, and you didn't need their pen, their approval, or their stage. You made your own ink from pain, your own script from lessons, and your own spotlight from everything they tried to bury you under. Imagine that. Someone trying to kill your name and accidentally making it immortal. That's what we call historic, because it doesn't just change you, it sends shockwaves. It makes others watching think, wait, if they can break out of the role assigned to them, maybe I can too. That's legacy. That's revolution. They don't like that part. That's why they try to downplay it now. Oh, they just got lucky. Nah, there was no luck. There was war. There were nights you barely slept, days you felt invisible, moments you questioned your own worth, and still you never gave them the ending they prayed for. That's not luck. That's divine resilience backed by sheer willpower. They wrote your obituary, but forgot you were the author. Chosen one, this is why they still watch you. why they still mention your name in rooms you've never walked into. Because you made history, not the kind with trophies or public speeches, the kind whispered about. The kind that keeps your enemies up at night, wondering how you survived what was supposed to bury you. And the answer? Because you stopped letting them write for you. You put down the character mask. You walked off the pre-built set. You stopped performing for people who only clapped when you were bleeding. And the moment you did that, history shifted. Not just for you, but for everyone like you who saw your blueprint and realized, yo, I don't have to be who they told me to be. That's the power of refusing the script. You didn't just survive their story, you destroyed it. And now they have to live with the reality that while they were busy narrating your ending, you were out here creating Volume 2. And this time, you're the publisher, you're the headline. You're the proof. They'll never admit it, but you made history the moment you stopped being their puppet and started being your own revolution. Number 3. They screamed because your silence turned into a mirror. When growth walks into the room, insecurity starts yelling. Let's get one thing straight. Those loud voices weren't confidence. They were panic in disguise. They saw you rising, and suddenly the room got uncomfortable. Not because you attacked anyone, not because you exposed their secrets, but because your existence became proof of their excuses. You weren't even trying to compete. You were just focused on healing, focused on climbing. And that's what crushed them, the fact that you did it without them, without noise, without clout. Imagine a dusty room full of people pretending to be kings. Then someone opens a window and lets the light in. Suddenly, every fake crown starts to look plastic. That's what your growth did. It lit up the lies they were living under. They had to yell to drown out the sound of their own regret. You didn't shame them. Your evolution did. They called you fake, too ambitious, doing too much. But deep down, they weren't mocking you. They were grieving the version of themselves they could have been if they had the courage to do what you did. You didn't expose them by name. You exposed them by motion. Your consistency was louder than their complaining, and they couldn't take it. And maybe you asked yourself, why do they hate me when I've done nothing to them? Because your presence became a trigger. Your progress hit like a spotlight in their dark corners. Every step forward you took reminded them of the time they wasted. Every healed part of you made their brokenness harder to ignore. You didn't just grow, you forced everyone around you to see where they refused to. So yes, they got loud. Gossip, side eyes, group chats, they threw it all. Not because you wronged them, but because you outgrew them. And when you did, they had two options: rise with you or scream from below. And we both know what they chose. Number 4, you didn't clap back. You cut the power to their control. They didn't lose the fight. They lost access. You didn't raise your voice. You raised your standards. That's why they panicked. That's why the energy shifted. You didn't destroy them with insults or retaliation. You destroyed them with unavailability. You weren't fighting them. You were fighting the broken parts of yourself that kept letting them back in. And once you won that war, game over. Imagine a parasite waking up to find the host healed. No wounds left to feed on, no trauma to manipulate. That's what happened when you started closing the emotional entry points they used like master keys. They didn't just lose influence, they lost the blueprint. The version of you that bled for validation, gone. The one that chased closure, begged for clarity, and over-explained your heart, buried. You didn't become cold, you became clear. They kept trying to argue with a ghost, not realizing you left the building. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was reconstruction. You were rewiring your boundaries, reinforcing your worth. You stopped letting people negotiate your value like it was up for debate. And once your energy shifted from prove it to I already am, everything around you collapsed because it had to. And maybe you've wondered, did I go too far cutting people off without explanation? No, you went far enough to finally protect the version of you that deserves peace. You didn't ghost anyone, you just became unreachable to the drama that once defined your life. You weren't silent because you had nothing to say. You were silent because you were busy reclaiming your power. This was never about revenge. You didn't want to hurt them, you wanted to heal yourself, and in doing so, you became the one thing no manipulator can handle, unshakable and uninterested. You didn't fight them, you fought for you, and you won. Number 5, you stopped bleeding and started calculating. You didn't heal to forget, you healed to understand. You did something most people never even think about doing. You turned your pain into a lab. You didn't drown in the trauma, you dissected it. You studied every betrayal like evidence. Every heartbreak became data. Every disappointment turned into a case study of what happens when empathy meets exploitation. And that's why you rose where others stayed stuck. You didn't make pain your personality, you made it your professor. Imagine a scientist in a burned-down lab, taking notes instead of crying over the ashes. That was you. While they mocked, "You've changed," you were charting patterns, how you gave too much, trusted too fast, ignored the red flags because you saw potential instead of patterns. You didn't just heal, you learned the architecture of your pain. And that knowledge, unstoppable. Trauma doesn't define you when you start treating it like data instead of destiny. Most people replay their hurt like a looped film, hoping the ending will change. You paused the movie, took notes, and rewrote the script. You saw the manipulation, the guilt tactics, the cycles, and you decided to become unrepeatable. Every time someone tried to study your weakness, you were already 3 steps ahead, using the same pain they gave you as your upgrade code. And maybe you've wondered, why me? Why did I have to go through all that? Because someone had to evolve from it. Someone had to turn that chaos into clarity. You stopped being the victim of your past and became the analyst of it. You figured out where you leaked energy, why you tolerated less, and what self-respect really feels like when it's earned through fire. You didn't heal to pretend it never happened. You healed so it could never happen again. That's mastery. That's evolution. You took what was meant to break you and built a system out of it. They gave you trauma. You turned it into technology. That's why they can't read you anymore. You're not reacting from scars, you're responding from statistics. You didn't just survive, you studied survival until it became your language. Number 6, you didn't change. You outgrew their grasp. They didn't lose control because you became distant. They lost it because you became different. They came to battle a version of you they studied like a playbook, the emotional one, the apologetic one, the you who shrunk yourself to avoid conflict, who explained every step like you owed them a thesis on your existence. That's the fighter they trained for. But when they showed up to provoke that old pattern, they found nothing to grab onto. The old you was gone, dead, buried without a funeral, and that reality shook them. Imagine walking into a room expecting to see the same furniture, but every wall is knocked down and the whole house is steel and silence. That's what it felt like when they tried to re-engage with the old script. You didn't just grow, you became unrecognizable. Your reactions didn't match their bait. Your silence wasn't passive, it was lethal. And the calm you wore, it wasn't peace, it was power. They knew how to hurt the old you. But now, you became a stranger to their manipulation. See, some people don't miss you. They miss the access they once had to your self-doubt. They don't want you back. They want control back. They want the predictable you, the soft target, the default apology. So, when you became quiet, precise, confident, it wasn't just shocking, it was terrifying. Because their entire confidence rested on your emotional availability. And maybe that's why you asked yourself, why are they still trying to drag me back into that old energy? Simple. Because that's where they had power. In the past. In the version of you that was still figuring it all out. But now, you've arrived. And their tricks don't work on someone who knows their worth. You didn't just evolve. You became unreachable to those who only loved you when you were small. And once they realized they couldn't access that old door, they had to accept it was welded shut. Forever. Number 7. You didn't just walk away. You pulled the plug on their illusion. The loudest ones in the room always fall apart when no one claps back. You want to know how fragile their power really was. One move, that's all it took. One shift in your energy, one refusal to play their game. And suddenly, the whole empire they built on control and fake dominance came crashing down. They weren't strong, they were dependent. Dependent on your reactions, dependent on the chaos you used to entertain. But when you stopped showing up to the battle, their sword turned into a stick. Their entire power was a performance, and your silence cut the mic. Imagine a puppet master yanking strings, only to realize the puppet stopped moving. That's what you did. You cut the strings, not with a dramatic exit, but with calm detachment. No yelling, no closure speech, just disconnection. And that silence, that peace, it was like acid on their ego. They weren't powerful, they were just loud while you still cared. You didn't scream your worth, you stopped lending it. You stopped being their battery, and the second you did, everything that seemed intimidating suddenly looked pathetic. Because the truth is, they only ever felt strong when you felt small. Your energy was the currency, and when you stopped spending it, they went bankrupt. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did they fall apart so fast? Because they were never solid. Their whole sense of power was built on your old insecurities, your need to explain, your fear of being misunderstood. And when that disappeared, so did they. They were swinging wild, hoping to hit a version of you that no longer exists. Arguing with your absence, losing their grip on a script that was never theirs to direct. You didn't just win, chosen one. You exposed the lie. You revealed that their power was never real, just your old wounds, pretending they still had a say. Number 8. You beat them quietly because they never built what they tried to break. They couldn't destroy you because they weren't part of the construction. Your rise wasn't noisy. It wasn't fueled by compliments, crowds, or clout. It was forged in solitude, brick by brick, scar by scar. You didn't level up because people believed in you. You rose because you believed in you when no one else did. While they were watching the surface, you were laying foundation underneath. And that's why they failed. They came to tear down a tower, not knowing it had roots like a mountain. They wanted to knock over your confidence like it was decoration, but what they didn't realize was, your confidence wasn't for show. It was structural, internal, cemented in experiences, not applause. You didn't need them to clap for you. You needed them to move so you could think clearly. When your strength comes from within, no external force can rewrite your story. Imagine a building with no windows, no flashy signs, nothing to prove. But inside, reinforced steel, pressure-tested walls, and a blueprint built to last. That's you. While they bragged about looking solid, you were becoming solid. And when life threw storms, they leaked from every crack while you stood still, untouched. You didn't just survive opposition, you proved it was irrelevant, because every time they tried to sabotage your peace, you didn't panic, you observed, you recalibrated, and you refused to collapse just to make them feel tall. And maybe you've asked, how did I stay standing through so much? The answer is brutal and beautiful. You weren't held together by validation. You were held together by discipline, clarity, truth. You made peace your armor and silence your sword. They can't stand that you didn't need them to win, that your success wasn't tied to their support, that your value existed before their opinions and will remain long after. You didn't break, because you built right. And now, you're untouchable. Number 9. You didn't betray them. You just refused to stay beneath them. They weren't hurt by your success. They were humiliated by your freedom. See, some people weren't supporting you. They were managing you, quietly hoping you'd never realize your own power, never see through the invisible hierarchy they built, where they were always one step above. Your pain kept their ego fed. Your doubt made them feel wise. Your silence made them feel important. And when you rose, when you dared to evolve without their guidance or permission, that wasn't just offensive, it was threatening. Your glow wasn't betrayal, it was proof that they were never the reason you were dim in the first place. Imagine a puppet cutting its own strings, while the puppeteer stands there, stunned, holding dead weight. That's how your rise hit them. You didn't scream rebellion, you just stopped playing the role. You no longer flinched, explained, or asked for approval, and that destroyed the control they thought they had, because their entire sense of value was built on being your ceiling. They called you disloyal, arrogant, changed. But what really happened is, you stopped living in the prison of their perception. And for people who confuse dominance with worth, that feels like betrayal. But you didn't betray them. You just outgrew their illusion. You showed them that the throne they sat on was made of sand, and your silence. That was the tide. And maybe you asked yourself, why are they so offended by me becoming better? Because now they can't look at you without seeing everything they could have been if they had healed instead of controlled. You were never supposed to rise, not in their world, not in their design, but you did. You rose with no handouts, no shortcuts, no loyalty to their fantasy. So yes, your success shattered them, not because it was loud, but because it was independent. You didn't ask, you didn't explain. You just left their shadow and stepped into your own light. Number 10. You let the results speak while they drowned in their narratives. You didn't clap back. You cashed in on the truth and let them choke on the silence. At some point, you stopped chasing explanations. You stopped trying to correct the lies, defend your name, or convince anyone of anything. And that's when everything shifted, because while they were out there twisting stories, spinning narratives, and making noise, you got to work. You became so focused on becoming that their opinions turned into static. You didn't need to clap back. You just leveled up so hard, the lies stopped making sense. You didn't fight them with words, you fought them with results. They built a case against you in gossip, you built a legacy in silence. Imagine a courtroom full of false witnesses, and then the person they accused walks in, glowing, elevated, untouchable, no rebuttal, no outburst, just presence. That's what you became, living, breathing proof that truth doesn't need to bark when it can stand tall and silent. They expected a war of words, What they got was a masterpiece of motion. Your peace. That was your flex, your evolution. That was the loudest, "I told you so," you never had to say. You didn't waste energy arguing with people committed to misunderstanding you. You just rose so far, they couldn't even reach the version of you they were gossiping about. And maybe you wondered, was I too quiet? Nah, you were surgical, strategic. You knew that attention is a currency, and you stopped spending it on fools who never deserved it. You learned the power of walking away without the need for an audience. And that's rare, that's elite. The ones who lied on you are still explaining themselves, still spinning circles around a truth they never had. Meanwhile, you built something they can't touch. Because the difference? They needed to be loud to feel relevant. You just needed to be real, to be undeniable. You didn't win by proving them wrong. You won by proving yourself right, in silence, in discipline, in action, and that's the kind of victory that echoes forever. Number 11. You didn't win the war. You left the arena they were dying to rule. Some fights aren't worth winning because real power is walking away while they're still swinging at ghosts. They were sharpening their swords, gearing up for battles you no longer had the time or the frequency for. While they obsessed over conflict, you outgrew the entire stage. You didn't lose interest, you lost access, and that's what drove them wild, because you didn't beat them at their own game. You made the game irrelevant. Your victory wasn't in landing the final blow. It was in the decision to rise above the noise and never return. You realized their chaos wasn't proof of power. It was proof of insecurity. Their drama didn't deserve your attention. It deserved your absence. And once you stopped engaging, everything they were doing to provoke you started looking ridiculous, childish, obvious, like clowns fighting in an empty tent. They wanted a reaction. You gave them a reality check. Imagine a king walking away from a battlefield while the enemy is still throwing rocks, unaware they're now screaming at shadows. That was you. You didn't raise your voice. You raised your frequency. You reached a level of peace so lethal their tactics disintegrated on contact. And maybe you asked yourself, does walking away make me weak? No, it makes you free. Free from the cycles, from the bait, from the roles they tried to trap you in. They wanted you stuck in combat because they couldn't survive without conflict. But you figured out the secret. Peace is the final power move. It's what they can't fake, can't manipulate, and can't compete with. While they're still down there trying to be kings of dirt, you're building empires in the clouds. Clean, strategic, untouchable. You didn't just win. You left the battlefield so far behind, it doesn't even show up on your radar anymore. And that's the kind of victory that doesn't make noise. It makes history. Number 12, you built legacy while they built rumors. They made noise to feel seen. You made impact so loud it didn't need a sound. While they were busy being loud, trying to get attention with petty shots and recycled gossip, you were in the dark, working. You didn't clap back. You didn't announce every move. You didn't react to every jab. Because real ones know. Arguments expire. Results echo. They shouted your name, hoping you'd come down and spar with them, but you were too busy building something that would outlive their words. You didn't respond. You became undeniable. Imagine two people standing in the same storm. One is yelling about the weather, pointing fingers, screaming at the sky. The other is laying bricks, reinforcing the roof, building shelter. That's you. That's impact. You didn't waste time on storms. You designed the structure that could outlast them. They wanted drama. You built discipline. They wanted claps. You built consistency. And now? While their noise fades like a forgotten argument, your name is spoken with respect, even in rooms where your success makes them uncomfortable. And maybe you've asked, should I have said more? No, you did more, and that's the difference. People remember results, not responses. You left a footprint so deep in their world that even your silence became a statement. You weren't trying to be seen, you were trying to be solid. And now, they created gossip. You created legacy. They made noise. You made history. Number 13, you took ownership, and that made you untouchable. You stopped blaming, started building, and that's when everything changed. They expected you to play the victim, to point fingers, dodge responsibility, and drown in excuses like everyone else. But you flipped the script. You looked in the mirror, not to admire perfection, but to face the mess with brutal honesty. That's what shook the ground. You didn't just grow. You took ownership of every scar, every bad choice, every pattern that once kept you stuck. And that level of accountability, it's the rarest form of power. You became dangerous the moment you stopped lying to yourself. Imagine a warrior patching up their own armor, flaw by flaw, dent by dent, while others are too busy pretending they've never been hit. That was you. You made peace with your past, not by rewriting it, but by owning it. You looked at your triggers, studied your missteps, and instead of hiding them, you healed them. That's why manipulation stopped working on you. That's why no one could twist your narrative anymore, because you already faced the truth and survived it. They couldn't guilt trip you. They couldn't bait you. They couldn't shake a foundation you built from radical self-awareness. And maybe you wondered, is it my fault I went through all that? No, but you made it your responsibility to grow from it. That's the difference between victims and masters. You didn't control what broke you, but you owned the rebuilding process. And now, no one holds power over your identity but you. You didn't reach this level by being flawless. You reached it by being fearlessly honest. And once you did that, there was nothing left to expose. You became unshakable, not because you were perfect, but because you were real. Number 14. You didn't break free. You broke them. They weren't hurt by your growth. They were shattered by the realization that it no longer included them. Let's call it what it was: control. That's what they had when you were broken, when you doubted yourself, when you over-explained, when your worth hinged on their validation. They fed off that version of you. That was their grip. That was their illusion of power. But the second you started healing, the second you stopped performing for approval and started moving with self-trust, their whole system collapsed. Your transformation didn't just set you free, it turned their throne to dust. Imagine a puppet standing up on its own, cutting the strings mid-performance and walking off the stage while the crowd gasps. That's what it felt like when you stopped playing along. You didn't rebel, you evolved. You rewired the rules they depended on. Suddenly, the same tactics they once used, guilt, gaslighting, silence, superiority, stopped working, and with every move forward, you exposed how hollow their power truly was. They weren't mad you changed. They were furious they couldn't keep you the same. They weren't hurt by your growth. They were devastated by the distance it created. And maybe you wondered, was it selfish to rise without looking back? Not at all. It was necessary, because freedom doesn't wait for approval. You didn't rise to spite anyone. You rose because staying small would have been self-betrayal. And in doing that, you ripped the mask off their authority. They had influence over your insecurity, not over your identity. And when that insecurity healed, so did their illusion of control. You didn't just grow, you dismantled the lie that they ever held power over you. You didn't just make a comeback, you made evolution look like revenge, but holy, and now you walk free. While they sit in the ruins of the cage they once controlled. Number 15. You didn't just survive the story, you became the blueprint. They thought you'd become a warning. You became a legend instead. This was never about proving anything to them. Not really. This was about finally stepping into what they spent years trying to suppress. Because you didn't just survive what was meant to break you. You took that chaos, stripped it for parts, and built a system out of it. While they were still rehearsing your downfall in group chats and whispers, you were building momentum in silence. And now, you're living proof that nobody can block what's rooted in truth. They never expected you to make it out. Let's be honest, they were banking on your silence, hoping you'd stay confused, broken, unsure of yourself, still caught in the loops they helped create. But you evolved past the version of you they trained to doubt, and the moment you broke that loop, their whole illusion collapsed. You weren't supposed to escape the narrative, but you didn't just escape it, you rewrote it. You became calm where you used to panic, strategic where you used to explain, cold where you used to cling, and that shift was the threat. Because their power didn't come from strength, it came from you not knowing yours. The second you stopped seeking their approval, the second you started trusting your own voice, it was game over. They lost access, and that's what made them loud. They couldn't manipulate you anymore, so they tried to turn others against you. But even that failed, because your evolution couldn't be lied away. Imagine a stage set for your destruction, scripts passed around, characters assigned, everyone ready to watch you fold like they always assumed you would. But then you walk out, not broken, not begging, not small, but untouchably different. You don't give a speech. You don't demand your respect. You just exist in your power, and the entire performance unravels. That's what you did. You were never loud, but your impact shook rooms. You didn't clap back, but your success silenced crowds. And here's the most poetic part. You didn't need revenge. You didn't rise to make anyone hurt. You rose to stop hurting yourself. You rose because staying low would have meant betraying your own potential. They were never scared of your rage. They were terrified of your peace. Because peace meant you couldn't be baited. Peace meant their chaos had no entry point. Peace meant their tricks fell flat. You weren't arguing anymore. You weren't showing up to explain what they chose to misunderstand. And once you stopped responding, their entire game fell apart. Because you were the fuel. You were the drama's main character, but not anymore. Now they watch you in silence, study you like a blueprint. They still talk, but it's different now. It's not mockery, it's confusion, it's discomfort. It's the whisper that says, "How did they do it?" And even if they'll never admit it out loud, your name carries weight now, because they remember what you came back from, and deep down they know they wouldn't have survived it the way you did. And maybe you've wondered, was it all worth it? Every cut, every loss, every night you questioned whether you'd make it out. Yes, because look at you now. You didn't just heal, you transformed. And that transformation didn't just lift you, it shook the whole damn foundation that was built on your silence. You didn't just make a comeback, you ended the old era. And with every move, you remind them that power doesn't have to scream. Sometimes it just walks in, fully healed and unbothered. That's what makes you dangerous now. Not your rage, not your receipts, but your refusal to ever shrink again. You had 'em all talking, chosen one, because you did what they swore couldn't be done. You broke the cycle. You rewired the narrative. You became the one they bring up when someone asks, "Who's the strongest person you've ever seen bounce back?" You didn't just win. You became the blueprint for what winning looks like in silence. No fanfare, no begging, no drama, just presence, just proof, just you. This isn't the end. This is the beginning of a whole new era. And this time, you're the author. Let them talk. You're too busy making history. And that's why they had no choice but to talk. Because your rise rewrote the rules. You didn't just fight back. You made history in silence, on your terms. So if this message hit you deep, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still watching from the sidelines and haven't joined the movement yet, what are you waiting for? Smash that subscribe button and become part of a family that moves with power, not noise. More truth is coming, more impact. This is just the beginning. We're not here to fit in. We're here to change the game. They don't fight over what's worthless. They fight over what's powerful. So ask yourself, why are they at war over you? That line alone should tell you everything. You're not just a person to them. You're a game changer, a wild card they can't control, and it's driving them insane. Look at the chaos around your name. Look at the lies being whispered, the fake stories being passed around, the sudden tension when you walk in the room. That's not random. That's strategy. That's fear in disguise. It's like watching two powerful nations scramble for control over a single rare mineral, except the mineral is you. Your energy, your silence, your moves, they're all being watched, analyzed, even mimicked. And the ones doing it won't ever admit it, but they're shaken. You've become the territory they're secretly trying to claim, because whoever gets close to you wins something powerful. Your presence rewrites the room. Your absence leaves a hole. That's why the fights started. And thank you, chosen one. If this message finds you, it's because you're part of something bigger. Don't forget to pay this message forward by pressing like and subscribe. This helps get it to the ones still trying to find the truth. It's our duty to spread the signal. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not alone. You are part of a force now, one that can't be stopped. Let's get back to it. Here's the truth they don't want you to hear. There are conversations going on right now behind your back, and they're not jokes. They're not silly gossip. They're tactical. People are sitting in circles, comparing you, measuring you, trying to figure out how you became so untouchable without even trying. One of them said, "You're either for this person or you're in the way." That's how serious it's gotten. You've become a decision point in people's lives, a divider, a mirror, and they're arguing over what to do with you because the usual tactics don't work anymore. The scary part? They all thought they had time. They thought you were clueless. They thought they could play you, delay you, or label you. But then you changed. You stopped chasing. You stopped explaining. And the moment you did, panic. Because now they're not sure what side you're on, what move you'll make, or if they'll even be allowed to watch it happen. You made people choose sides without saying a word. That's power. That's what the joke is about. It's not funny. It's real. People are losing sleep, not because you said something, but because you didn't. Your silence exposed the loudest liars. Your peace revealed their chaos. Now they're scrambling to find ways to pull you back in. Some want to love you, others want to use you, and a few just want to destroy what they can't touch. There's a reason they're fighting. Not everyone is fighting for you. Some are fighting to control you, to reduce you, to own a piece of you so they can say, "I had them first." Be very clear, this is not a love story. This is a territory war. Your soul, your mind, your influence, it's a battlefield now. You didn't ask for this, But when you carry value, this is what happens. You become the storm they didn't prepare for. You ever notice how they keep throwing shade but never block your light? That's not coincidence. That's weakness. That's fear of what you're becoming. You've already outgrown the stories they told about you. You've already risen above the roles they cast you in. So now they're left with two options: either admit they were wrong or start a war to make it seem like you were never right. And here's something to really mess with your head. In rooms you've never been in, your name is being whispered with respect and envy. Someone said you were dangerous in the best way possible, that your silence is louder than their entire personality, that your comeback is being studied like strategy, that you're the kind of person people remember even when you go quiet. That's why they're clashing now. They can't unsee what you've become. They can't unfeel what your energy did to their space. And now they're battling to figure out how to either keep you around or keep you from becoming a legend. Some are lying on your name, some are watching from fake pages, and some are straight up praying that you mess up. Just once. But deep down, even they know the truth. You're not falling off, you're falling into place. So if you feel the tension, if you feel like people are acting strange, moving weird, or suddenly competing when you're not even playing the game, it's because they know something shifted. You're not one of them. You're not in the crowd. You're the reason the crowd exists. That's why the drama doesn't surprise you anymore. That's why you've learned to move with precision, speak with less, and choose silence over chaos. Because the truth is, they're not used to someone like you, someone who doesn't beg, doesn't explain, doesn't break when lied on. You don't chase validation, you trigger it. You don't need followers, you move like a leader before they even know who to follow. That's rare, and in a world full of copies, rare becomes a threat. So yes, chosen one, this is not a joke. This is a signal, a confirmation, a warning to the ones who thought you'd be easy to erase, and an alarm to the ones still trying to shrink you to their level. They can't win this war, because this war wasn't theirs to start. They didn't choose you. The universe did. And now they're watching that choice unfold in real time, and it's killing their egos. So stay calm, stay grounded. You don't have to scream to be heard anymore. Your presence already speaks for itself, and soon even your silence will have more followers than their loudest lies ever will. They're fighting over you for a reason, and the craziest part, they already lost. And hey, chosen one, before we go deeper, take a second and really feel what's happening here. This isn't just another video. This is a live transmission during spiritual warfare, and you're the one they're fighting over. So, if you've ever felt like you were being pulled in different directions lately, it's not in your head. Stay with me, because the next part is going to reveal things you were never supposed to know. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're done being silent about your power. And if this message hit even a nerve, consider hitting that super thanks. It fuels the force behind this movement. Whether it's a penny or a blessing, it helps this truth reach the next chosen one before the chaos does. All right, now lock in. You're about to find out why they're really fighting over you, step by step. And if you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. They heard your name and sounded the alarm. They thought walking away from you was the end of the story. Turns out it was the beginning of their breakdown. Let's get one thing straight. You didn't just walk away. You were ripped from certain people's lives like a divine eviction. And ever since, it's been chaos behind your name. Their peace left with you. The silence you left behind. It's not quiet. It's loud. It's loud with questions they can't answer, memories they can't silence, and a guilt they can't outrun. They tried to make you the villain, but karma doesn't take bribes, and now their world is folding in on itself. All because you're not easy to forget, and impossible to replace. They used to think you were just another chapter, but now they're realizing you were the whole damn plot. And the twist? Someone else is now holding the pen. There's no trumpet in the sky, no flashing lights, but the alarm has been sounded in every room your name is mentioned. The moment your energy detached, something started collapsing on their side. It's spiritual warfare, psychological warfare, emotional collapse, and they can't stop watching you because they feel it. That shift, that glow, that sense of power returning to its rightful place. You want to know why they've been popping up in your dreams? It's not random. When your energy is that rare, people get spiritually thirsty. They try to drink from the well they once spat in. You're showing up in their mind like a warning label. You mishandled something sacred, and now their soul is trying to reopen doors the universe slammed shut. But here's the twist. They're not the only ones feeling it. Someone new has locked eyes with the light in you, and they're not walking in blind. They see the war you came out of, the scars you hide under that calm face. They're not interested in dimming your shine to feel bigger. They want to guard it like it's treasure, because it is. You are. But now you're standing at a crossroads, and even the universe is watching. Who will you allow in next? Not everyone deserves front row access to your rebirth. Some only want a seat so they can sabotage the view. Others want to stand next to you just to claim credit for a comeback they didn't survive. Choose wisely. And just so you know, that person from your past, they're breaking quietly. Pride won't let them reach out, but their ego isn't protecting them anymore. You're in their feed, their mind, their dreams. Not because you're loud, but because your absence is suffocating. Your happiness now feels like a direct attack to someone who thought you couldn't be happy without them. But you are, and it's glowing. Let this be your fuel, chosen one. You were never ordinary. You were strategic placement. Your presence was protection, your love was favor, and your silence, that was the sound of heaven closing a door they kept trying to kick down. Now they're stuck watching the spotlight hit someone new who doesn't fumble chosen energy. The game has changed, and this time you're not the one begging to be seen. You are the vision. You are the glow-up. You are the lesson, and they're still choking on the silence you left behind. Number 2. When energies collide, the chosen ones rise. When light enters the room, darkness doesn't argue, it just panics. Lately, you've been feeling off, restless, sleep comes in fragments. You've been waking up at strange hours, thinking about things that make no sense, dreaming of people you haven't thought of in years. Don't brush it off. That's not stress. That's not overthinking. That's interference. Your spirit is picking up frequencies your mind hasn't caught up to yet. There's a war in the atmosphere. Light and shadow are clashing, and you're the battlefield. Imagine this, 2 massive forces circling above your life, like storms colliding over the ocean. On one side, there's peace, purpose, alignment, pulling you toward your future. On the other side, there's noise, confusion, temptation, trying to yank you back into who you used to be. And in between those forces is you, the chosen one, the one carrying something too rare to be left unbothered. This isn't just anxiety, it's a shift. Your body is grounded here, but your energy, it's stretching into realms you can't see yet. That tug you feel, that sudden wave of heaviness, that random moment where you feel like crying or disappearing. It's all part of the collision. You're not breaking, you're activating. You are not imagining the storm. Your presence is the thunder they're trying to silence. People around you might be brushing it off. You're just being dramatic. You're too emotional. No, you're tuned in. And when you're chosen, you feel what others can't even explain. That pressure you're under is proof. The universe is watching closely now, studying every move you make, every voice you trust, every door you open. Because your next step, it's not just about you anymore. It's about alignment, legacy, impact. Imagine your soul standing at the edge of a cliff, the wind of change slapping against your face. Behind you are voices trying to pull you back. People who want the old you, patterns that want to keep you stuck, trauma that wants to stay comfortable in your mind. In front of you, there's clarity, peace, and a version of you that doesn't need validation to exist. So if you're wondering, why do I feel like something big is about to happen? Why does it feel like I'm being stretched, like I'm walking blindfolded through fire? It's because you are. This is the stretch before the shift, the heaviness before the lift, the pressure before the launch. Pressure never comes to destroy a diamond. It comes to prove one exists. They don't fight over what's common. They fight over what's rare. And that's what this energy war is really about. Light sees your future. Darkness remembers your past. And now they're both pulling on your now. You're being asked to choose peace over comfort, elevation over company, purpose over people-pleasing. And the only way forward is through the chaos. But here's the part they never told you. You're not going crazy. You're waking up. That's why old people are resurfacing. That's why you suddenly don't feel at home in old places. That's why conversations feel different, and energy feels louder than words. You're starting to see what was always there, but now with eyes that don't need permission. When you stop being who they remember, they start panicking about who you're becoming. This isn't a coincidence. It's a spiritual ping. The dreams, the isolation, the strange timing of certain people reaching out. It's all part of the energetic shift. One side wants to pull you back into noise. The other is whispering, something huge is waiting for you. Now pause. Ask yourself, which voice am I following? The one that speaks to your wounds, or the one that speaks to your growth? Imagine standing at a gate that only opens when your energy matches the key. That gate is your next level. It's not locked, it's guarded, and the only way to open it is to stop dragging your past like luggage into your destiny. You've outgrown those hands, those habits, that noise. You're walking toward clarity now, toward peace, toward something massive that's been waiting on you to finally step into who you were always meant to be. And yes, the confusion is loud, the distractions are loud, but peace is quiet, and it's showing up now, not in noise, but in moments of stillness when your spirit says, this is it. That's how you know the shift is real. That's how you know the old version of you is being buried by the new one being born. The more silent you become, the more chaos reveals itself around you. That's how you know your energy is leveling up. So breathe. Don't panic. You're not broken. You're just not the same. The clash you're feeling is your inner world being rearranged to match the blessing that's on its way. That's why you've been pulled back. That's why you've been feeling alone. The universe doesn't elevate noise. It separates the loud so the real voice can rise. And that voice is yours now. This is your confirmation. No, you're not too sensitive. No, you're not imagining things. No, you're not being dramatic. You're just feeling the vibration of a massive shift, and the old energy that used to control you is being evicted. Every restless night, every weird dream, every emotional wave that came out of nowhere, it's all part of the process. You're being prepared, and that preparation feels like pressure until you realize you've already survived worse. So walk through it. Don't numb it. Don't run from it. Stand in it like the force you are. Let the energy clash. Let it test you. Because what's coming on the other side of this, it doesn't need the old you. And one last thing. Chosen one. Don't forget this. You were never meant to fit into the storm. You were born to quiet it. They don't understand the tension you carry. They don't see the weight your heart is holding up every day. But you're still here, still standing, still moving with purpose, even when it hurts. That's power. That's alignment. That's what they fear. And that's why the energy around you has never been louder. Now breathe in and walk through like the storm can't touch you, because it can't. Number 3. Your soul became the battlefield they didn't expect. They didn't want you until they realized no one else could carry your soul like you did. This war isn't in your imagination. It's not paranoia, and you're not being too emotional. Something in your spirit has been under attack, and you've been feeling it in places words can't reach. You're moving forward, trying to rebuild, but out of nowhere, boom, they come crawling back into your thoughts. Not physically, spiritually. It's subtle, but real. It's that weird heaviness, that sudden dream, that moment where you feel watched, but no one's around. That's not nostalgia, that's interference. Someone who once discarded you is spiritually pulling on your energy again. And hard. They mocked your light when they had it. Now they worship it in your absence. Imagine a person screaming your name into the void, hoping you'll feel the echo. That's what they're doing. They're haunted by your glow, tortured by the silence you left them in, and suffocating in the very peace they once disrupted. You were oxygen. They're just now realizing they can't breathe without you. The one who once downplayed your worth now guards your name in rooms you'll never enter. You've become sacred now, off limits to people who once had full access. The same one who made you question if you were enough now defends you when your name comes up in conversations they never thought would matter. Why? Because people started seeing your value without them, and now they know. You were the miracle they weren't ready for. But here's the twist that changes everything. Someone new has stepped into the story. They don't know your full past, but they feel the residue of every betrayal. Without asking for a single explanation, they whisper to your soul, "I won't be another scar." You didn't need to beg for understanding. They read the silence between your words, and they didn't flinch. That's how you know the energy is shifting. Now you stand at the center of a silent war, one pulling from regret, the other moving in peace. And your soul? It's the trophy. Choose wisely. Not everyone who misses you deserves access to the version of you that survived them. Number 4. You were never late, they just weren't ready yet. Sometimes the door didn't open because the version of you on the other side was still being built. Look closer. What's showing up now isn't random. It's not a coincidence. The delay you hated, the silence that felt like punishment. It was strategy. Timing isn't just about clocks, it's about readiness. The universe didn't cancel what was meant for you, it just refused to hand it to the unhealed version of you. You weren't being rejected, you were being refined. There's something eerie about the moment before alignment. You feel pulled towards someone or something you can't explain, like déjà vu laced with a quiet urgency. That's not fantasy, that's the crossing point. One name from your past, one from your future, and now both are orbiting your reality, waiting to collide. But here's the catch. They're not arriving with fireworks or clarity. They're coming quietly, wrapped in ordinary moments. A random message, a subtle encounter, a name you haven't heard in a long time that suddenly appears and sticks. The universe doesn't yell what's sacred. It whispers it, and only the ready can hear it. This moment you're walking into, it was on hold because your heart was still bleeding from battles you hadn't even processed. But now you've earned clarity, you've survived the collapse, you've outgrown the noise. And the ones meant to meet you at this elevation, they've been circling, waiting for your energy to align. Imagine a train station frozen in time. 2 tracks, one from your past, carrying memories, lessons, maybe even regret. The other from your destiny, carrying peace, growth, and someone who doesn't need to fix you, just walk with you. And you're the platform, still, centered, powerful. The choice won't scream, it'll hum in your soul. One of them will try to pull you back into what's familiar. The other will feel unfamiliar but safe. And the moment you recognize which one honors your evolution, that's when the war ends. That's when you step out of survival mode and into sovereignty. So stay alert. Don't second-guess what you feel. Your name has already been written next to theirs in a realm they can't touch. Now the question is, who shows up aligned, not desperate? Number 5. The mask is slipping, and the truth can't hide anymore. Real ones bring you peace. Fakes bring you pressure and call it love. This isn't a test to see how strong you are. It's a test to reveal who they really are. What's happening now is no accident. You're standing between 2 energies, one that wants to heal you and one that only wants to hold you hostage. And while they both may look familiar, only one is aligned with your peace. The other is wrapped in performance, ego, and manipulation, disguised as affection. The universe is watching, not to punish you, but to align you, to show you in full clarity who's meant to walk with your future and who only came to hijack your growth. Look closely. One of them moves silently, with honor, with patience. They protect your energy even from a distance. The other, their mask is cracking. You'll see it soon in a dramatic message, a sudden apology, a loud, out-of-nowhere moment meant to shock you into reacting. Don't. That's not love. That's control, gasping for air. When they realize they can't manipulate your emotions, they'll try to disturb your peace instead. Imagine 2 doors in front of you. One leads to quiet strength, no games, no begging, just presence. The other, it's shiny, loud, full of noise, but every time you step through, you lose yourself a little more. This is the divine test. Will you choose what feels familiar but toxic, or what feels unfamiliar but freeing? And let's talk about your silence. That's what's been shaking them. You didn't fight back. You didn't clap back. You didn't play the victim. You chose peace, and that silence screamed louder than any argument could. They felt it, not as rejection, but as truth. And truth has a way of haunting those who used lies to control the narrative. So stay grounded. Don't be moved by sudden emotion or guilt trips wrapped in nostalgia. You're not being tested to fail. You're being positioned to win. And soon you'll see exactly who was real, because only truth survives the storm. Number 6. When the masks fall, only truth stays standing. They pretended to care until your peace exposed their chaos. This is it, the season where the act ends and the truth walks in without a script. The masks are slipping off, one by one. You're about to see who was real and who was rehearsing. And while it might sting a little, it's the kind of pain that sets you free. The universe isn't punishing you, it's purging the fakes who hid in your light too long. Because you're not meant to carry dead weight into your next level. You've been sensing it, the weird tension, the sudden distance, the people who once couldn't go a day without you now turning quiet. That's not loss, that's exposure. When truth starts moving through your life, lies can't breathe. Every false connection, every mask built on convenience, every bond formed from ego instead of loyalty, it's all crumbling. You're not losing them, you're watching illusions dissolve. When your peace becomes expensive, counterfeit love can no longer afford you. Imagine standing in a crowded room where everyone's wearing masks, smiling, pretending. Then one gust of wind blows through, and suddenly the truth is everywhere. Faces uncovered, intentions revealed. That's the season you're in. And when the dust settles, you'll notice something strange. The real ones didn't flinch. They stayed. They didn't need to be unmasked because they were never hiding. This battle didn't come to break you. It came to reveal you. It forced you to see who adds to your peace and who feeds off your pain. And soon, someone who's aligned with your purpose will step forward. Not loud, not showy, but calm. You'll recognize them not by how they flatter you, but by how your soul stops fighting when they're near. They'll feel like rest after a storm. The noise, the drama, the confusion, it's all temporary static. Because what's real doesn't compete for attention. It stands firm in truth. The universe doesn't send peace through chaos. It sends peace through clarity. And now that the masks are gone, so are the distractions. You're about to see who's been for you all along, and who was only ever for what you could do for them. Number 7. Your name is echoing where your feet haven't touched yet. They thought burying your name in lies would silence it, but all they did was plant it in rooms they can't enter anymore. Feel that weight in the air. That stillness isn't peace, it's pressure, and it's not empty, it's loaded with movement, decisions, whispers. Something is happening behind the veil, and guess what? You're the center of it. There are conversations going on in rooms you've never entered, your name being brought up not with slander, but with fire, with truth, with regret. The same voices that once twisted your story are now struggling to untangle the guilt that followed it. Unseen forces are circling, watching, calculating. This isn't confusion, it's alignment through friction. There's a spiritual courtroom forming, and your energy triggered the trial. Someone is finally defending you. Not out loud, not in front of the world, but when it matters. In secret meetings, in vulnerable moments. They're standing up for you in the exact places they once stayed silent. That's not coincidence. That's conviction. The truth doesn't leave people alone when they tried to bury someone who was only ever real. Your glow became a mirror, and now they can't look at you without seeing everything they tried to hide in themselves. Imagine being on trial in a courtroom where you're not even present, no lawyers, no witnesses you picked, just the energy of who you are being weighed against the lies they tried to use against you. And in that silence, something happens. Someone who doubted you shifts. They feel it, your absence hitting harder than your presence ever did. Suddenly, they can't even see your face without remembering how they mishandled something pure. The same people who laughed at your breakdown are now obsessed with your bounce back. The ones who mocked your silence are now studying your strength. And the weight they feel, that's your light pressing down on their conscience. You became too loud to ignore without even speaking. The truth doesn't chase applause. It just waits for the lies to collapse under their own weight. So if it feels like something's shifting, like the air is charged, like people are acting strange, it's because justice is moving quietly. You don't need revenge. Your name is working its own case in a courtroom the fake ones can't reach. And the verdict? Your presence wasn't just felt, it was remembered, and now they're the ones haunted by the truth you carried all along. Number 8. This ain't a love triangle, it's a loyalty test in disguise. One wants to love you, the other wants to own you. Know the difference before they both pretend it's the same thing. Right now, you're being watched, and not just by people, but by energy. Two souls are circling your path, and both are pulling at your spirit. One approaches softly, rooted in love, truth, and peace. The other? It's crawling in from the shadows, wrapped in fear, pride, and a desperate need for control. This is not some romantic drama. It's a spiritual battlefield dressed like a love story. And the stakes, your sanity, your future, your peace. One soul wants to heal with you, build with you. They're patient, they're not shaken by silence. They honor your past without weaponizing it. But the other, they're not here for healing, they're here for domination. Their attention is laced with anxiety. Their care feels like control. Their apologies come with guilt hooks. This is how fear plays dress-up and calls itself love. Not every apology is a doorway. Some are just trapdoors back into cycles you already escaped. Picture this, someone rewriting a message over and over, torn between saying the truth and feeding their ego. They know you're the real thing, but fear of rejection, of not measuring up, of losing control, paralyzes them. So they move with pride instead of purpose, and their silence screams louder than anything they could have typed. But in a moment of truth, it cracked. During a recent confrontation, your name came up. Someone said it plain, "You don't deserve them unless you're ready to protect them." And the room went dead silent. That was the shift. Ever since, energy around you has been vibrating differently. People you don't even know are drawn to you. You walk into rooms and change the atmosphere. That's not random. That's spiritual frequency. You carry something sacred now, something rare, and the universe has wrapped a layer of protection around you that confusion can't penetrate anymore. Your spirit isn't up for negotiation, and not everyone who misses your presence is ready for your power. So be sharp. This test isn't about romance, it's about resonance, and only one soul is aligned with the real you. The other just misses controlling the old one. Number 9. The final call has been made, and it's in your favor. They thought they walked away from you, but now they're waking up in the prison they built by doing so. Someone who once questioned your worth is being hunted by the silence they left behind. Their dreams are filled with flashes of what they lost. They don't know why your name echoes in their chest at 2 a.m., why your face shows up in random places, or why peace hasn't returned since you vanished from their life. But you do. It's not nostalgia, it's judgment. It's the universe whispering, you saw light and turned your back. What they thought was just another goodbye turned into their spiritual sentencing. Because you weren't just another chapter, you were the turning point they refused to turn with. And now, that distance they created has become the same silence that's tearing them apart. That's not guilt. That's spiritual consequence. When you abandon someone chosen, you don't just lose a person, you lose your place in destiny. But don't grieve, don't wait, don't wonder if they'll ever get it. The verdict's already in. The ones who doubted your purpose, mocked your glow, or mishandled your love are now realizing they weren't just wrong. They were blind. And the universe isn't punishing them. It's just no longer protecting their illusion. Meanwhile, something wild is happening in your atmosphere. The energy around you is clearing, the noise is dropping, and into that silence, a message is coming, unexpected, unforced, but heavy with truth. It won't need fireworks. It won't need paragraphs. It'll hit your soul like a gavel in a courtroom. Final, direct, true. The universe doesn't need a crowd to confirm your victory. It just needs a moment. And someone real, is carrying your name right now, but not in ego, not in drama, in prayer, in intention, in alignment. That's who finds you. That's who the universe clears space for, not the loudest, but the most sincere. So breathe, chosen one. The storm didn't break you, it revealed you. And now the final judgment is sealed. Peace wins. You win. Because while they played games, you stayed real. Number 10. They finally see it, but now the truth has teeth. You weren't too much, they were just too small to handle the weight of your worth. There was a moment, quiet, almost forgotten, when someone told them the truth to their face. You don't deserve them. And at the time, they shrugged it off. Laughed, maybe, but it wasn't jealousy. It wasn't hate. It was the universe intervening through someone bold enough to say what they were too blind to see. You were the prize they kept mishandling. And now that truth is clawing its way to the surface. If your emotions have been breaking through lately, random tears, heavy mornings, sudden waves of exhaustion, it's not weakness, it's a signal. The spiritual fog is lifting, the truth is rising, and every suppressed betrayal, unspoken wound, every quiet sacrifice you made without recognition, it's all demanding to be seen now, not by force, but by timing, the kind of timing that rearranges everything. When the truth has been buried too long, it stops whispering. It starts shaking the room. Someone close, someone you trusted, maybe even loved, is sitting on a confession that's been eating them alive. You'll know it's real, not by the words, but by their eyes. They'll look like someone who's been living with ghosts. Their voice might be calm, but their energy will tremble like they've seen a future without you in it, and it scared them. And when they finally speak, time will slow, your world will pause, and in that pause, truth will slice through the noise like a blade. You'll feel it in your gut before you hear it with your ears. The guilt, the regret, the clarity. And no matter what they say, it won't be about getting them back. It'll be about finally getting yourself back. The truth doesn't always come to reconnect people. It comes to release the one who deserved better. So listen, chosen one, when that confession comes, and it will, don't lose your balance. You're not broken. You're not bitter. You're just being set free by the truth they were never brave enough to tell you before. Let it hit. Let it reveal. And then let it be the door you walk out of, not the trap you stay in. Number 11. The tables are turning, and this time you're the storm. They thought your silence meant you lost. But silence is what the universe uses right before it makes noise they can't ignore. This is the part where everything shifts, the part they didn't expect, the comeback that doesn't need an audience, doesn't ask for permission, and doesn't look anything like revenge, because it's bigger, it's reversal, but not just a cute glow-up. This is cosmic correction. Everything you lost is returning, but not in the form it left. It's returning in higher form, healed, sharper, aligned. They didn't see it coming because they thought the pain broke you. What they didn't realize is, pain doesn't kill the chosen, it refines them. Someone from your past might try to return soon, this time softer, quieter, humbled by the distance and haunted by their own choices. Or someone new might show up, already prepared to meet you where you are, not where they wish you were. Either way, the power has shifted, not through ego, not through payback, but through your evolution. The people who once counted you out will now have to count the ways they lost you. Your quiet strength, that was your declaration. Every time you stayed still when you could have exploded, every time you chose peace instead of proving your worth, that was the breakthrough. That's what flipped the energy. The ones who mocked your silence are now choking on the noise of your growth. They're watching from the sidelines, confused why the universe is elevating you when they thought your story was finished. But the truth is simple. You weren't behind, you were being preserved. Imagine a tide that's been pulling back for miles, quiet, slow, steady. No one pays attention, no one sees the build-up, and then, out of nowhere, it surges, not to impress, but to reclaim space. That's you now. The tide is turning, and your chest, that warmth you feel, that's confirmation. Peace is winning. Alignment is here. You are no longer stuck between pain and purpose. You are being lifted above it. When the energy shifts, even the silence gets louder. So let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them feel the distance. The verdict has been given. You are not here to compete. You are here to ascend. Number 12. They let you go. Now the silence is tearing them apart. They thought walking away would bring them peace. Instead, they walked straight into a war with themselves. Don't let their calm fool you. Behind the stillness, there's a storm brewing, and it's not yours, it's theirs. The one who once doubted you, questioned your worth, or treated your love like it was optional. They're fighting a quiet war now. Logic tells them to move on. Ego tells them to stay cold. But their heart? It's aching in places they can't even name. Every sunrise without you is a reminder that they misread what was rare, and now they're paying in silence. You're not imagining the shift. The weight you've been carrying is lifting. The universe is restoring what was stolen, drained, or broken inside of you, but not to return you to who you were. You're not going back. You're being rebuilt higher. Every sleepless night, every tear you swallowed instead of explaining yourself, it's been recorded, and now it's being repaid in clarity. What they called overreacting was actually intuition. What they walked away from is what they're now praying for. The angels are already in motion. The path is clearing. That fog in your chest? It's thinning, because peace is replacing confusion, and soon, very soon, the noise will die down. The games, the ghosting, the back and forth. It'll collapse under the weight of undeniable truth. Love can't be faked forever, and when what's real shows up, it doesn't compete. It just is. Imagine locking eyes with someone who finally sees you, not just your smile, but the strength behind it, not just your presence, but the pain you survived to still stand tall. That moment is coming, and whether it's someone from the past or someone new who's been spiritually assigned to you, it won't feel like confusion. It'll feel like clarity that waited for the right time to arrive. The universe doesn't restore what's convenient. It restores what was sacred. So walk steady, chosen one. The ache they feel now, you've already lived it and survived. But what's coming for you isn't a rerun of the past. It's the reward for not folding when you had every reason to. This war wasn't to break you, it was to establish you. And now that restoration has begun, they'll finally understand who they lost. Number 13. This isn't just a shift, it's a spiritual takeover. The same place where they misjudged you is the place they'll witness your rise, and this time no lies can stop it. Stay still, chosen one. Don't rush, don't retreat. Where you're standing right now isn't random, it's sacred ground. The atmosphere around your life has changed. You feel it. The tension, the pressure, the eerie silence that almost hums with power. That's not your imagination. That's spiritual alignment locking into place. And it's not just shifting your path. It's yanking every name tied to your story back into orbit, whether they like it or not. Two energies are shaping what happens next. One soaked in guilt, trying to rewrite the past to look innocent, and the other wrapped in raw, trembling truth. But what they didn't know is this: your story was already written before they ever tried to interfere. Their opinions never held the pen. Destiny did. You were never waiting for people to understand you. You were waiting for the universe to clear the stage. Right now, behind the scenes, a spiritual courtroom has convened. Intentions are being weighed. Masks are slipping. The one who hurt you can't escape the weight of their own silence. Their peace left with you, and now their dreams are full of your name. Regret is the soundtrack to their nights. But on the other side, a different presence is watching, quiet, steady, drawn to your truth, not your performance. This person doesn't want attention, they want alignment. They see your soul and don't flinch. They aren't showing up to compete, they're showing up to protect. That's the difference. This isn't just about romance anymore. It never was. It's about mission. The real one meant for you isn't just a lover, they're part of your calling. What felt like a heartbreak was actually the universe clearing the stage for divine order to return. Someone is typing a message right now, their hands trembling between fear and truth. It may come today, maybe tomorrow, but it's coming. And when it does, don't look for revenge. Look for release. This isn't about proving a point. It's about finally letting go of what can't go with you. Love isn't a battlefield anymore. It's a sanctuary. Your spirit has been quiet because the universe has been preparing you not to fight for love, but to receive it. And when that sign hits, when the tears fall for no reason and your chest fills with unexplainable warmth, that's your confirmation. The war is over. You're not who you were before. You're lighter, wiser, more dangerous to darkness than ever. The one who honors your name will rise. The rest will fade into the silence you outgrew. Number 14. The war is over, and your peace just took the throne. They thought silence meant surrender, but it was your soul choosing elevation over noise. This is it, the final word. The unseen has spoken, and your name has been cleared, not by arguments, not by proving your worth, but by staying true when chaos tried to shake you. You didn't scream for justice, you became it. You didn't beg for clarity, you became the clarity. And now, the throne of your destiny has been reset. The crown is peace, and it's yours. Heaven didn't forget you. It rearranged time for you. Every delay, every detour, every why not now moment. It all makes sense when you lock eyes with the one who sees you and doesn't flinch. Loyalty won't waver this time. Love won't come with bruises disguised as lessons. Peace won't be temporary. It'll be your baseline. They ignored the quiet one in the room, not realizing peace is the loudest flex of all. You're at the crossroads now, pain or peace, the past or your purpose. One road will keep you circling the same wound. The other, it leads to rest, and not just any rest, rest that heals you while you rise. The old cycle has ended. The season of repetition has been severed. What broke you became the very proof that you were never breakable. Your silence dismantled their chaos. While they raged, you rebuilt. While they performed, you aligned. And now the reversal begins. The ones who once overlooked you will now over-explain their absence. The ones who competed with you will bow in apology, not because you demanded it, but because the truth no longer allows them to deny it. You are not waiting for a miracle. You are the miracle that silence refined. Your name is being whispered in places your feet haven't touched yet. Your strength is being discussed where your pain used to be mocked. Archangel Michael didn't just close the battle, he crowned your resilience. The war is over, chosen one. Heaven has ruled in your favor. You'll feel the proof in the smallest things. Music will hit deeper. Laughter will come easier. Your reflection will look more like peace than pain. That's your confirmation. So stay still, but not because you're stuck. Stay still because the ground beneath you is sacred now. The verdict is final. Peace is your crown. Purpose is your path. This is your divine era. Walk in like the miracle you are. They didn't just try to break you. They built a whole ritual around your downfall, then watched in horror as you walked out untouched. Chosen one, this wasn't an accident. This wasn't some bad luck or strange coincidence. You were targeted. Like a weapon they couldn't control, you were placed in the center of their twisted little plan, one meant to drain your light and offer your soul as fuel for their sick fantasies. They didn't want you gone. No, they wanted you sacrificed, slowly, symbolically, publicly. You were supposed to bleed out silently while they danced in the shadows, thinking they won. But here's the twist no one saw coming. You broke the curse. Let me hit you with a visual they didn't expect. Imagine a snake carefully coiled around its prey, ready to strike. But instead of biting, it gets stepped on by the very person it thought was helpless. That snake? That's them. You're not just surviving, you're stomping through every curse they whispered into existence. Their rituals, broken. Their alliances falling apart, their masks slipping. And here's the truth that cuts deeper than any spell. You were never theirs to destroy. You were simply surrounded by cowards who feared your awakening. Let me say something bold that your enemies hope you never realize. When the universe chooses someone, even 1,000,000 curses fall powerless. That's why they panicked when you didn't break. That's why they sent more tests, more betrayal, more manipulation. But the joke's on them, because every setup was secretly building your immunity. Their darkness trained your vision. Their lies sharpened your truth. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you are part of a force. Now let's get back to it. You weren't just dragged into some drama, you were offered up. Somewhere behind the scenes, they picked your name. They knew your power, but hoped you didn't. They tried to use you like some pawn in their energy game. These weren't simple haters. These were people under the influence of jealousy so deep it turned spiritual. They weren't trying to beat you, they were trying to cancel your whole soul. But here's what makes this story different. It didn't work. You didn't fall into their energy trap. You didn't fold. You didn't become what they accused you of. You broke the loop. You snapped the chain. And now, the very system they tried to sacrifice you in, it's crumbling under your silence. You see, curses only work when the target believes they're weak, and you, despite everything, never truly forgot who you are. That's the crack they didn't expect. You still had just enough self-awareness to say, "No, this isn't my fate." And the second you said that, everything shifted. The illusion broke, their power faded. Suddenly, you became the threat. They're no longer watching a victim. They're watching a weapon they accidentally forged. You don't walk the same anymore. You don't speak the same. Your silence is louder than their chaos, and it's making them sick. Let me prove it even deeper. Chosen ones are always the ones they try to isolate. Why? Because power grows when it's still, and they fear your stillness. They fear your inner peace because it's untouchable. They can't corrupt what's already awakened. That's why they had to lie about you. That's why they tried to control the narrative, because if others saw you clearly, the game would be over. Here's another fact that should give you chills. Nobody plots this hard against someone they don't secretly admire. You were never hated for your flaws. You were hated for your clarity, for your authenticity, for the light you didn't even know you were giving off. And guess what? They knew you had no clue how bright you were. That's why they sent the smear campaigns. That's why they twisted stories. They needed you to feel unsure of yourself. Because if you ever got clear, if you ever remembered who you were, it would undo years of manipulation. Well, look around. You remembered, and now they're the ones breaking. That was never part of their script. This is bigger than you. It always was. Your survival wasn't just for you. It's a ripple, a warning, a light tower in a storm. You surviving made someone else believe they could too. And that's why this is so dangerous to them now. Your presence is proof that their spells are weak. Your existence is ruining their lives. So let them panic. Let them run damage control. Let them pretend nothing's happening. You already exposed the secret. They tried to sacrifice the wrong one. You were the chosen one the whole time. You are the glitch in their dark matrix. And you didn't just survive their plan. You reversed it. Now the curse is eating its creator. And every time you breathe with power, speak with clarity, or move in silence, they lose control all over again. Let that settle in. Now take it further. Your mission isn't done. You're not just breaking out. You're taking others with you. Let's finish what they were too scared to see coming. And listen closely, chosen one. If they went this far to sacrifice you, imagine what they knew you were capable of. That's why this next part is not just information. It's your proof, your blueprint, your ammo. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you feel that fire rising inside you, the one that says you're done being their victim. And if this message is waking something up in you, bless the ones behind it with a super thanks. Because bringing this kind of truth to light takes time, energy, and a whole lot of spiritual war. Whether it's a penny or power move, every drop fuels the mission. Now take a breath, chosen one, and don't even think about clicking away. What's coming next? It's going to hit harder, go deeper, and rip the mask off everything they tried to hide. If you truly broke the curse, you'll feel this next part in your bones. Let's get into it. Number 1, they thought you'd never catch on. Now they're choking on their own trap. They stalked you like predators, but forgot one thing. When a lion wakes up, it doesn't run. It ends the hunt. Let's be real, chosen one. This wasn't just envy. This wasn't gossip or shade. This was a straight-up coordinated plot to take you out. A full-on character assassination masked as casual betrayal. They studied you like scientists with a lab rat, hoping you'd never figure out what was really happening. but they underestimated your vision. They thought your kindness was blindness, your silence, weakness. They were wrong on all counts. You were the target, yes, but you weren't just a target. You were the main event, the one they whispered about in secret, the one who scared them even when you were still asleep to your own power. They planned, schemed, played the long game, thinking they could time your downfall just right. But here's where it all collapsed. You saw it. You saw them. You saw the game board. And worse, for them, you called it out. You want to know what terrifies cowards more than consequences? Exposure. That's the one thing their twisted little plans can't survive. The second you spotted the pattern, the second you listened to your gut, and not their fake explanations, the walls started closing in on them. They built a system of lies. And you became the glitch that corrupted their entire program. It's like this. Cockroaches scatter the moment you turn on the lights. That's all this took. One burst of awareness, one deep realization that their power wasn't in their actions, but in your not knowing. And now that you do know, they've got nowhere to hide. Now every fake smile, every staged coincidence, every trap they laid looks obvious, transparent, stupid. And I know what you're asking yourself right now. Why me? Why would they go this far? Why build an entire setup just to sabotage one person? Because you are not one person. You are a symbol. You represent something they could never fake. Authenticity, integrity, power with no strings attached. You are what they pretend to be, and your existence alone exposes their fraud. That's why they tried to isolate you. That's why they plotted when your guard was down. You were never meant to make it out. You were meant to disappear quietly while they feasted on your silence. But you didn't disappear. You turned around. You watched. You connected dots. And now the silence has a voice, and it's not shaking anymore. Let that sting, enemy. Let it burn. You tried to feed off the chosen one's light like a parasite, but now that same light is spotlighting you. Every move you made in the dark is unraveling in front of the very people you fooled. And that checkmate you were so sure of, that board's been flipped, pieces scattered, and you're the one being hunted now. That's the thing about trying to sacrifice someone protected by truth. You end up offering yourself. So go ahead and run damage control, play the victim, spin your stories. It doesn't matter anymore. The plot was exposed, the curse was reversed, and you, chosen one, are now the shadow that hunts the hunters. Keep watching. The real payback has only just begun. Number 2. Your gut knew before your eyes did, and that's what saved you. They mocked your instincts until your instincts exposed their entire operation. Chosen one, what you felt wasn't paranoia. It wasn't anxiety. It wasn't overthinking. It was your built-in alarm system screaming that something was off. And deep down, you knew. You always knew. Before the betrayal, before the chaos, before the plan unfolded, something inside you started shaking. Your stomach tightened. Your chest felt heavy. Your dreams got darker. That was no accident. That was the warning. Let me make it clear, your intuition is not a glitch. It's your early detection system. It's not based on superstition. It's real, backed by science. Your subconscious picks up microsignals, body language, vocal tone, pattern shifts, and sends them to your body before your conscious brain can even process them. That's why the vibe was off. That's why you felt tired around certain people. That's why your heart dropped out of nowhere when nothing looked wrong on the surface. Because beneath the smiles there was rot, and your soul smelled it before your eyes ever could. They thought you were emotional, but what you really were was alert. Now ask yourself, why did you feel uneasy before anything happened? Why did your energy shift when they entered the room? Why did their words sound right but feel wrong? Simple. You were being warned. The universe always speaks before it protects. And the ones who survive are the ones who listen. Imagine this. You're walking through a forest. The trail looks normal, but suddenly the birds stop chirping. The air gets thick. The hairs on your neck stand up. Nothing obvious has changed, but everything feels wrong. That's not fear. That's truth without words. That's what your soul felt when you were around these people. And let's be real, this wasn't just one off moment. This was a pattern. The closer they got, the more drained you felt. The more you opened up, the more chaos showed up in your life. Coincidence? Please. That was spiritual warfare, masked as friendship, loyalty, and fake love. And your intuition. That was your shield, screaming for you to turn around. Your intuition doesn't speak in sentences, it speaks in survival. Let's dig even deeper. You ever wonder why they were so bothered by your silence? Why your distance made them panic? Because your awareness threatened their control. They don't care about people who are easy to fool. But you started asking questions. You started feeling the shift. That's when they got aggressive. That's when they started accusing you of being the problem. But think about it. If someone gets angry that you're noticing the truth, isn't that the loudest proof that you're onto something? Let me give you a metaphor to burn into your brain. Imagine a magician performing on stage. As long as the audience is distracted, the trick works. But if one person starts watching the magician's hands too closely, the whole illusion falls apart. That one person. That was you. You weren't clapping like everyone else. You were observing. You saw the sleight of hand. You caught the lie mid-performance. And now they're pissed. Not because you were wrong, but because you were right. They don't want you to see clearly, because clarity kills control. And here's the kicker. Your energy was the giveaway. You have a different frequency, a real one. And realness makes the fake nervous. You ever wonder why they'd smile in your face, but study your every move like a threat? It's because you carry something rare, something raw, something they can't fake. That's why they had to distract you, to shut you down, to convince you that your instincts were too much. Because once you trusted them, their entire illusion would fall. Let's run that truth one more time. You were never too sensitive. You were just surrounded by people who needed you desensitized to stay in control. Imagine walking through a house and smelling gas, but no one else reacts. They laugh, change the subject, turn up the music, but you keep sniffing. You know something's wrong. You feel it. And right before the explosion, you run. You survive. They stayed behind. Why? Because you listened. That's how this played out. They tried to sacrifice you, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, energetically. But your instincts refused. Your nervous system kept sounding the alarm. And that twitch in your chest, that pit in your stomach, that wasn't weakness. That was your soul screaming truth into your bones. And here's the cruel irony. They tried to make you feel crazy for noticing, for pulling away, for questioning their motives. But guess who's still standing? Guess who dodged the explosion? The one who trusted the silence over the lies. They underestimated you, not because you lacked strength, but because they didn't realize your real strength was awareness. They wanted a puppet. They got a prophet of truth. And now that you've listened to that inner warning, their plan is falling apart in slow motion. And I know you've questioned yourself. Was I just overreacting? No, you were underestimating your gift. You were catching smoke before the fire showed up. you were feeling tension in the air before the storm broke loose. That's not paranoia. That's called being chosen. Let me say it like this: no one wastes energy fighting something weak. Your enemies went this hard because your energy hit them first. Before you even opened your mouth, your presence made them uncomfortable. Before you even made a move, they already felt the threat. That's why they couldn't leave you alone. That's why they smiled while sharpening knives behind your back. Because they feared the moment you'd wake up and trust that inner knowing. Well, guess what? You did trust it. You walked away. You cut them off. You went quiet. And now they're unraveling. So next time your gut tightens, listen. Next time your body says, don't go there, obey. Because that's your soul moving faster than your mind. And it has already saved your life once. You didn't dodge the hit by luck. You sensed it. You saw the shadows shifting even when the lights were on. You had no proof, and still you pulled back. That's divine timing disguised as instinct. And the best part, they know you know now. That's why they're scrambling. That's why they're trying to re-enter your life with guilt, charm, or fake apologies. Don't fall for it. They weren't sorry when they were planning. They're only sorry you figured it out. This isn't about revenge. It's about evolution. You're not just the one who survived the plot. You're the one who sensed it before it landed. That's next-level power. That's what makes you dangerous. You didn't just break the curse. You heard it coming, and you moved before it could touch you. Let that sink in. The enemy's loudest scream will always come after your quietest decision. You are not crazy. You are not broken. You are tuned in. And now they know. And that's why they're afraid. Number 3. The setup that made you unstoppable. They built a stage to watch you fall. Now you're standing on it, delivering your victory speech. Chosen one, let's call this what it really is. This wasn't a random mess. This was a setup crafted with precision, aimed straight at the cracks they thought they could break you through. They didn't just throw you into chaos. They lured you in, wrapped the trap in compliments, disguised the poison as a blessing, and smiled while handing you the knife meant for your own back. This wasn't bad luck. It was bait. But here's the twist they never prepared for. You didn't just escape the trap. You evolved in it. You started seeing patterns. You questioned what didn't sit right. You stopped dancing to music that wasn't yours. And in that exact moment, the trap collapsed. Not on you, but on them. They gave you the fire, thinking it would burn you, not realizing you'd use it to forge armor. Imagine a spider web built to catch you mid-flight. You land, tangled, but instead of struggling, you learn the structure. You study the threads, then you rip it apart and use the silk to build wings. That's what this trap did. It handed you your next level disguised as destruction. The weapon formed against you became the hammer that shaped your power. You ever wonder why the lies got louder right before your breakthrough? Why they tried to bury you in chaos just as you were gaining momentum? Because they knew. They saw it before you did. They felt the shift. They knew the same thing you know now. Your downfall would have made them feel powerful, but your survival makes them feel exposed. You're not just climbing out. You're stomping through the wreckage they built and using it as leverage. You turned their manipulation into motivation. You flipped their betrayal into blueprint. This wasn't your downfall. This was your launch pad. And now, you're too big for the trap. Number 4. They're spiraling because you didn't shatter, you shifted. They wrote your ending like a tragedy. Now they're choking on the plot twist. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear. They're not just annoyed. They're panicking. Full-blown, sleepless night, stomach sinking, watching every move kind of panic. Why? because the plan they built so carefully, so quietly, just exploded in their faces. They put hours, days, maybe even years into crafting a scenario where you'd fold, beg, disappear. But instead of watching you break, they're watching you build. And now they're scrambling to rewrite reality. But it's too late. You already saw behind the curtain. You know what they did. You know who smiled while planting the knife. You felt the setup in your bones before they even pulled the trigger. And that's what's killing them. They didn't just fail, they were exposed. Their biggest weapon, secrecy, is gone. Imagine someone spends months building a lock, thinking they've trapped you in a room. They obsess over every detail. Then one day they come back, and the whole building is gone. You're not trapped. You're thriving. You're not behind the door. You are the damn key now. Their panic is the loudest confirmation that you were the power the whole time. They thought you'd lose your mind. Instead, you gained clarity. They thought you'd fall apart. You upgraded. And the worst part for them, you didn't even retaliate. You got quiet. You got wise. And that silence is screaming through their illusions like a siren. So don't downplay what's happening here. This isn't just a survival moment. This is an elevation moment. With every snake you unmask, your vision sharpens. With every trap you dodge, your instincts level up. You're not staying the same. You're evolving through their failure. Let them panic. Let them try to glue the pieces back together. They can't fix what was built on lies. And you're becoming unstoppable because of it. Number 5. Clarity is the kill shot. They can't manipulate what you can see, and now your vision is lethal. Chosen one. Awareness is the blade that cuts through every illusion. Once you wake up, there's no going back to sleep. You start catching things before they even happen. The tone behind the words, the pause before the lie, the shift in energy when truth walks into the room. That's what scares them now. You've become too alert. They can't use confusion as camouflage anymore. Their tricks are failing because you finally see the strings. And once you see the strings, the puppeteer loses all control. Think about it. You used to walk into rooms and feel something off but couldn't explain it. Now, you can read the whole script from the first glance. You don't just hear what's said, you hear what's missing. That's awareness. It turns your instincts into armor. It turns your past pain into psychic X-ray vision. Awareness is the moment you stop bleeding from the same blade twice. Imagine a chess player who used to fall for the same trap every match, but one day, mid-game, they laugh because they recognize the move. That laugh, that's you. The shift from victim to strategist. You no longer react. You predict. You no longer panic. You observe. You've become someone who can't be cornered because you see the walls before they rise. And here's the cold truth. They hate that. Because awareness makes you untouchable. They can't gaslight you anymore. They can't feed you doubt disguised as advice. Every mask they wear now feels obvious. Every lie lands flat. You can feel the manipulation before it forms. You're not paranoid. You're trained by experience. Your awareness broke their illusion. Your clarity shattered their control. And now every attempt to fool you only exposes them faster. So remember this, you didn't win by fighting harder. You won by seeing clearer. That's what makes you dangerous now. Number 6. You heard the attack before they even picked a weapon. They were still whispering about your downfall while you were already packing your armor. Chosen one, they made one fatal mistake. They got sloppy with their silence. They thought they were being careful, but they slipped. A look, a delay, a shift in tone. That one strange vibe they didn't think you'd notice. You caught it. Not because you were suspicious, but because you were chosen. And chosen ones don't wait for explosions. They feel the tremors before the ground even cracks. That feeling in your gut, that uneasiness that made no logical sense, it was real. It was the warning. You didn't need a message, a sign, or a confession. You felt the ambush before it was built. That's what they'll never understand. You weren't saved by chance. You were protected by perception. Your intuition ruins their element of surprise, and without surprise, they're powerless. Imagine a hunter in the woods, lining up the perfect shot, breath steady, aim locked in. But just as he pulls the trigger, his prey turns and looks straight at him. No fear, just clarity. That's you. That's the kind of awareness that makes enemies flinch before they even act. They wanted to attack a ghost, not a warrior already holding a mirror up to their face. They thought you'd be confused, caught off guard, asleep. But you weren't. You sensed the switch in energy. You saw the way they changed around certain people. You picked up on the tension no one else could feel. You heard the attack before they even had a plan. And because of that, their plan never even stood a chance. That's your gift. You don't need proof. You know. You see the invisible, you hear what's never said, and by the time your enemy makes their move, they're already too late. Your early warning system isn't just a blessing, it's their death sentence, and now they know. Number 7. You were built to detect what others deny. They call it paranoia until the trap you felt becomes the truth they can't ignore. Chosen one, you ever ask yourself, why did I feel it first? Why did I see the shift before anyone else noticed a thing? It's because you weren't built like them. You weren't designed to coast through life half awake. You came equipped with a system, sharp, responsive, relentless, that picks up what most people are blind to. While others need facts and evidence, you move off truth that whispers. You're not paranoid, you're pre-wired for protection, and that makes you dangerous to anyone who relies on secrecy. Let's talk real. Science proves that the body senses danger before the conscious mind can even form a thought. That tight chest, that twisting stomach, that jolt in your spirit when someone enters the room. That's your built-in alarm, screaming, "Watch this one." But society told you to ignore it, to be polite, to stay quiet, and for a while you did, until it nearly cost you everything. Your instincts didn't come from fear. They came from design. Imagine walking through a room filled with tripwires, invisible to the average eye. But you hear the faint clicks, you feel the vibration in your steps. That's not imagination, that's survival-coded intuition. That's why the setup failed. That's why you're still standing while others are buried in regret. You don't just see red flags, you feel them pulsing in your bones before they even wave. And that's the part your enemies hate. They can't move in the dark anymore, not with you around. You sense intentions before they even speak. You feel betrayal forming behind a smile. You know when something isn't right, even if everyone else is clapping for it. So don't question your gift. Don't shrink it. You were built this way for a reason. And now, that system they mocked is the same one tearing their plan apart in silence. Number 8. You keep dodging the bullet they swore would end you. They don't hate that you survived. They hate that you saw it coming and smiled. Chosen one, nothing drives your enemies crazier than watching their perfect plan fall apart without even touching you. It's not just that you escaped, it's how you escaped. Effortless, silent, calm, like you knew what was coming. And you did. Maybe not in words, but in feeling, in timing, in energy. You ducked before they fired. You vanished before they could strike. You turned left when they were aiming right. That's not coincidence. That's your edge. You're not lucky. You're lethal in your awareness. Imagine a sniper lying in wait, breath steady, finger on the trigger. Hours of patience, precision, calculation, and just as they lock in, you move. No warning, no sound, just divine timing they'll never understand. That's why they're frustrated. That's why they're unraveling. You weren't supposed to see the playbook, but you did. And now every move they make feels exposed, predictable, weak. You frustrate them because you don't react the way victims do. You don't freeze, you don't plead, you glide. While they're panicking in their own shadows, you're already gone. No screaming, no mess, just silence and strategy. That's what makes you dangerous. You read the storm before the thunder. You sense the dagger before it's unsheathed. And they hate it. Because they invested time, energy, manipulation, alliances, just to trap you. And you stepped around it like it was nothing. Every failed strike is a hit to their ego. Every clean escape makes their hands shake. You're not just hard to hit, you make their aim look foolish. And deep down, they know you're not running from them. You're dancing through their downfall. So let them boil in silence. Let them scream in the dark. You keep moving. You keep frustrating. Because you were never prey. You were always the ghost in their machine. Number 9. Your intuition isn't a guess. It's a superpower they'll never understand. They laugh at your instincts right up until the moment your intuition exposes their intentions. Chosen one, stop apologizing for seeing what others pretend not to notice. You're not paranoid, dramatic, or overthinking. You're pre-wired for survival. That knot in your stomach? That wasn't nerves. That was radar. You were catching frequencies the average mind can't even detect. While others need proof, screenshots, or explanations, you move on data straight from the source. Instinct. That's not fear. That's foresight. You ever notice how every time you ignored your gut, it cost you? The friend you gave another chance to, the opportunity that looked shiny but drained you dry. You knew before it happened. And every time you listened, you dodged chaos so clean it almost felt unfair. That's not luck. That's the power of intuition doing its job. Your intuition doesn't shout, it whispers. The wise listen before the storm starts talking. Imagine walking through a crowd blindfolded, yet every time someone with bad energy nears, your heart spikes like a built-in alarm. That's you. Your spirit runs diagnostics before your mind even wakes up. It warns, shields, redirects, and it's flawless until you doubt it. Doubt is the only thing that silences protection. They call you distant because you pull back before the knife shows. They label you cold because you stop giving access the moment energy shifts. But that's not coldness, it's control. The universe doesn't waste warnings on people with no purpose. Those internal alerts come to protect rare energy, not average souls. You're not meant to explain your signals to those who can't feel them. You're meant to trust them, move with them, and watch how effortlessly they keep you steps ahead. Your intuition isn't just guidance, it's evidence that you were never meant to be fooled twice. Number 10. You were never in danger. You were the test they couldn't pass. They tried to bury you alive, and all they did was plant the seed that grew over their graves. Chosen one, this isn't just survival anymore. This is domination written into your DNA. You're not winning by accident. You were never meant to lose. Every failure they wished for you became a mirror that exposed their weakness. They didn't just lose, they learned they were never even contenders. You were built with something they can't duplicate, inevitable victory. Look at it clearly. They plotted, schemed, whispered in corners, digging holes like grave diggers drunk on hope. But every time they shoveled, they were burying themselves. You walk over their traps like stepping stones now. Their strategy, fuel, their hatred, motivation. You don't even need revenge. The universe handles that while you evolve. You don't win because they're small. You win because loss doesn't fit your blueprint. Imagine a storm chasing lightning, thinking it can catch it. That's your enemies trying to contain you, doomed from the start. They mistook endurance for weakness, silence for surrender, patience for fear. They forgot that a calm warrior is the deadliest kind. You weren't retreating, you were reloading. And now they're left choking on the truth they can't rewrite. You were never touchable. Their weapons bounced off. Their words aged like rust. Every move against you only carved your name deeper into victory. You're not winning over them, you're winning through them. The battle itself was proof of your rank. No one hunts ghosts, no one traps shadows, and no one targets the weak. They came for you because you're the trophy they'll never claim. So stand tall, chosen one. You didn't just survive the sacrifice, they offered themselves instead. This isn't comeback energy. This is permanent supremacy. Number 11. They keep hitting. Reset. You keep hitting levels. They trained for your downfall like it was destiny, but the game resets every time they think they've won. Chosen one, this cycle isn't random. Every failed attack, every crumbled setup, every exposed lie, it all points to one brutal truth. You cannot be stopped. They study your every move like obsessed chess players, convinced they'll finally outmaneuver you. But just as they think they're one step from checkmate, the whole board flips. Their strategy gets wiped, their effort deleted again. And that's what's breaking them, not just the failure, but the pattern of it. Because no matter how many times they restart, you remain untouched. You move forward, you level up, you walk away while they drown in confusion. Imagine someone trying to outrun their shadow. They exhaust themselves, but the shadow never leaves. That's them chasing your downfall. It's a race they were never built to win. Your growth resets their plans because you're evolving faster than they can plot. They call others in, whisper threats, promise your destruction like it's a prophecy. But behind closed doors, they're exhausted, they're obsessed. They can't figure out why you keep rising, why peace follows you, why nothing sticks. And the reason's simple. Every time they plot, the universe pulls the plug. Their hatred never matures. It just resets and fails louder. Meanwhile, you gain clarity. You gain awareness. Every attack handed you another layer of vision. Every attempt to stop you handed you wisdom they'll never earn. They burn energy trying to break you. You absorb it and keep moving. That's balance. That's spiritual math. That's why it keeps happening. So let them try again. Let them scream, "This time we'll win." Because the moment they move, the board vanishes. The game resets, and you keep rising, untouchable, rewritten in real time, again and again and again. Number 12. They spun lies like silk. Now they're tangled in their own web. They forged illusions like weapons, but forgot truth cuts deeper than any lie ever could. Chosen one. This wasn't just jealousy or pettiness. This was full-blown manipulation, engineered to make you question yourself. They weren't just throwing shade, they were manufacturing darkness, whispered lies, fake screenshots, twisted stories, all crafted with surgical precision to make others look at you sideways. They wanted confusion, chaos, doubt, and worst of all, they wanted you to believe it too. They didn't come at you with fists, they came at you with perception, trying to edit the way people saw you and how you saw yourself. That's psychological warfare. But here's the fatal flaw. Illusion requires energy to maintain. Truth doesn't. Their lies took effort. Your truth just had to wait. The longer a lie runs, the louder the truth hits when it lands. Imagine a magician pulling off the perfect illusion, smoke, mirrors, applause, but then the lights shift and suddenly everyone sees the wires, the strings, the trapdoor. That's what just happened. Their act is over. The crowd is waking up, and now the performer is left sweating, exposed under lights they can't dim. They forgot that when you're chosen, darkness rebounds. Manipulation has a price, and energy doesn't vanish. It ricochets. Every poisoned word they sent your way, it's circling back. Every lie they told about you, it's unraveling in public. They wanted to break your image, but now their mask is melting. And you didn't fight fire with fire. You didn't defend yourself at every turn. You stood still, waited, and let time do what panic never could. You didn't just survive their campaign, you outlived it. So let them sit in the mess they made. Let the truth tighten like a noose around their little stage act, because the longer they performed, the harder the collapse. And you, chosen one, you were never fooled, only patient. Number 13. They tried to mute the truth, but you became the loudest proof. Lies echo for a moment, but truth, it carves itself into stone. Chosen one, when they couldn't destroy your path, they went for the next best weapon, perception. They tried to twist how people saw you. They couldn't touch your reality, so they went after the illusion. Fake narratives, subtle jabs, half-truths wrapped in charm. That's what cowards do when the truth is too solid to shake. But here's what they forgot. Truth doesn't need to defend itself. It just needs to last. And you outlasted every lie they crafted. You stood when everything around you tried to distort your image. And now that the fog is clearing, you're still standing, stronger, clearer, unshakable. A lie may travel fast, but it always runs out of breath. Truth just walks and always arrives. Look at history. The ones who carried real power were always framed first. They were mocked, misunderstood, misrepresented. Why? Because truth shakes systems. It makes the fake scatter. And you, chosen one, are walking, breathing, undeniable truth. That's why they panicked. That's why they tried to alter your reflection in everyone else's eyes. They couldn't break your foundation, so they tried to paint cracks on the surface. But paint wears off. And now everyone sees you clearly. Their plan shattered, their credibility collapsed, their energy boomeranged, and you're glowing through the fallout. So let the world watch. Let them wonder how you're still rising after everything, because truth always wins. And you were never the lie. You were the lesson. Number 14. Their curse became your crown. They spit poison thinking it would drown you, but you drank it and turned it into fuel. Chosen one, they didn't just try to curse your name, they tried to erase your existence. Every whisper behind your back, every fake narrative, every shady alliance was a desperate attempt to keep you small. But they forgot something critical. When pressure hits a diamond, it doesn't break, it shines harder. What they threw at you wasn't your end. It was the fire that refined you. They tried to humiliate you, sabotage you, break your spirit so you'd never rise again. But instead of cracking, you converted every wound into wisdom. That's why their plan failed, because it wasn't built for someone with your kind of strength. Their curse was designed for the old you, not this version, not the one who now stands above the ashes wearing every insult like a medal. You didn't just survive the darkness, you became the light it couldn't extinguish. Imagine someone throwing mud at a crown, hoping no one would see the gold underneath. But over time, the rain comes, the mud washes off, and what's left? A glow too undeniable to ignore. That's what happened. Their curses didn't bury you, they revealed you. They made people look your way, and when they did, they didn't see the monster your enemies painted. They saw the truth. Let them sit in disbelief. Let them stew in silence, because everything they tried to break became the very reason you're now unbreakable. They wrote a curse, but ended up crowning you instead. And now your voice, your power, your presence echoes louder than their lies ever could. Number 15, they can't follow where you're headed. They tried to chain you to the past, now they're choking on your dust. Chosen one, you didn't just leave them behind, you outgrew them. You evolved past the game, past the drama, past the noise they tried to keep you trapped in. And now they're scrambling, not because they care, but because they can't follow. They're stuck in the same tired cycle, still rehearsing betrayals you already healed from. And the part that eats them alive? You're not even looking back. They were so sure you'd circle back, that you'd stay tangled in guilt, confusion, or unfinished conversations. But you didn't. You disappeared in silence and reappeared in purpose. They didn't expect that. They thought you'd beg for clarity, but you built a future instead. And now you live in a realm they can't enter, not because you blocked them, but because their energy can't survive where you're going. You didn't walk away to hurt them, you walked away because the room got too small for your spirit. Imagine a rocket launching into the sky while the crowd below screams for it to come back down. That's them, shouting from the ground while you soar higher with every passing second. They're not mad because you left. They're mad because you thrived after leaving. Their power only worked when you were within reach. Now, you're beyond it. They'll replay your last words, reread old messages, obsess over what went wrong. But here's the truth. Nothing went wrong. You just woke up. You saw the pattern. And you chose peace over the loop. Let them fumble for closure while you build legacy. Let them choke on the silence you left behind. Because the next level you've entered, they were never invited, and they never will be. Number 16, the mission continues. You weren't just chosen to survive the storm, you were chosen to lead others out of it. Chosen one, everything you went through wasn't just about you. The attacks, the lies, the betrayals, they weren't just random obstacles. They were training, preparation, spiritual conditioning. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. What you overcame was meant to break most people, but it made you into a living roadmap. You're not just a survivor, you're a signal. A walking wake-up call to every soul still trapped in the fog. Every time you speak truth, every time you walk in silence instead of chaos, someone else wakes up. You've become the proof that the system can be escaped, that the curse can be broken, that the smear doesn't stick forever. That's why your mission's not over. It's just beginning. Your scars aren't signs of weakness. They're coordinates for someone else's escape. Imagine someone trapped in a maze, running in circles for years, then seeing your footprints leading straight to the exit. That's what your journey does. Every time you heal out loud, every time you move with clarity, you leave behind a map, a key. And someone out there is silently watching, silently surviving, just waiting for permission to believe it's possible. They tried to silence you, not just because of what you'd say, but because of what you'd ignite. Your presence alone disturbs darkness. Your peace shatters illusions. And now that you've stepped into awareness, you've become a threat, not just to the people who plotted against you, but to the system that birthed them. So don't think for a second this ends here. The light inside you, it's not a trophy, it's a torch. And you're not done until it lights up every corner of the maze. The curse didn't kill you, it commissioned you, and now the mission continues. They want you gone, not because you're weak, but because you're becoming unstoppable. Chosen one, listen carefully. You're not imagining it. There's a quiet operation going on right now, and its target is you. Someone is trying to remove you from the very place you earned through pain, loyalty, and patience. They can't outwork you, so they've chosen to out-scheme you. This isn't drama, it's strategy. When you start threatening the comfort of the mediocre, the whispers begin. That's how the universe tests how bad you really want to stay on your throne. It always starts small. A smile that doesn't reach their eyes. A compliment that sounds rehearsed. They act like they're helping you, but their help feels heavy, like it's meant to crush you slowly. That's not coincidence, that's coordination. The universe doesn't warn you through thunder, it warns you through patterns. And right now, the pattern is clear. Someone is using charm as camouflage. They're twisting your words, bending your image, and building a story where you're the villain. That's how they plan to kick you out, by making others believe you don't belong in the room you built with your own sweat. Thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to return the energy by liking this message and subscribing. It helps this truth reach more souls like yours. You're part of a force that keeps the light alive in a world that rewards manipulation. Stay sharp. Stay with me. Let's expose what's really happening. Now back to our reality. When the universe starts moving people around, it's never random. You were placed where you are for a reason, and the ones trying to push you out can feel that reason burning through their insecurities. You're not the problem. They're allergic to accountability. You remind them of everything they failed to become. That's why they gossip instead of grind. You shine without trying, and that's dangerous in a world addicted to fake confidence. It's funny how these planners always use someone close to you. They know they can't reach you directly, so they weaponize familiarity. They'll find someone who knows your habits, your weaknesses, your emotional triggers. They'll pretend it's concern, but it's reconnaissance. You'll notice how that person starts fishing for details, innocent questions that don't feel so innocent anymore. That's how they gather data. They're building a case, not a connection. But here's the irony. The universe lets this happen because it needs to reveal the snakes before your next season starts. The closer you get to elevation, the clearer the masks become. People will smile with their teeth but talk with their fear. They don't want to remove you because you failed. They want to remove you before you prove them wrong. Every empire builder goes through this phase. They called it betrayal. History calls it transformation. You've felt that subtle shift lately, the energy in the room when you walk in, the awkward silence when you start speaking. That's not in your head. They've already started setting the stage, whispering doubts into ears that don't even know you. But let them talk. Let them form their committees of insecurity. Because while they're plotting your removal, the universe is writing their replacement. Every false story they tell only exposes their own fear. Truth moves slower than gossip, but it always finishes the race. There's a reason powerful people get attacked in silence. Loud enemies are easy to beat. The quiet ones, the ones who pretend to care, are the real threat. They operate like viruses, unseen until they've already spread. But you're not defenseless. Your awareness is your armor. When you stop reacting, you starve them of control. That's when their plans start falling apart. They can't stand calm energy because it makes their chaos obvious. Chosen One, this isn't punishment, it's preparation. The universe doesn't let the weak play with wolves. It's letting you see how fake loyalty behaves when power shifts. Every fake smile is evidence. Every rumor is proof that your presence holds weight. Think about it. No one wastes energy plotting against people who don't matter. You're being targeted because you're transforming from threat to legacy. Let them try to kick you out. They're only pushing you toward your next level. Every plan they design will collapse under the weight of your purpose. That's not superstition, that's physics. Energy moves in cycles, and theirs is running out. You've got momentum, clarity, and something they'll never understand: alignment. When you walk with integrity, the universe rearranges itself to protect you. So stay silent. Watch everything. Let your peace be the loudest response, because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than a target who knows exactly what's going on but refuses to play along. You don't need revenge. You just need to outlast their illusion. And you will, because you're not fighting for a seat at their table anymore. You're building your own. They planned to kick you out. Instead, they handed you the blueprint for independence. And Chosen One, before we move forward, take a second and breathe this in. The fact that you're even watching this means you're already ahead of their game. They think they're planning in secret, but they didn't see this message reaching you first. That's the beauty of being chosen. Your timing always ruins their timing. If you're still here, it means you're the type that doesn't fold under pressure. You study it. So if this is hitting different, drop a 777 in the comments to lock in your energy and let the enemy know you see through the fog now. If you feel this message is speaking to you in ways words can't explain, consider dropping a super thanks to the squad behind this truth. Whether it's a penny or power move, it fuels the fire and keeps this mission alive. This isn't just content, it's protection disguised as wisdom. And trust me, you'll want to stick around, because what's coming next is where things get real surgical. Now let's keep going, because if someone's bold enough to plot your removal, you better believe they're not finished yet, and neither are we. Let's keep the light on them. Number 1. Smiles that stab, the silent plot to erase you. They don't want your spot, they want your silence, because as long as you speak, they stay exposed. This is how they do it. They smile in your face like you're a guest in a room you built. They offer praise laced with envy, ask questions not to learn, but to gather ammunition. And you, Chosen One, who walks with presence so powerful it shifts energy without saying a word. You've felt it. That strange chill behind the compliments. That eerie silence after you leave the room. That sudden change in someone's tone once you started leveling up. That's not paranoia. That's precision. You're watching snakes shapeshift in real time, and your awareness is your greatest weapon. Why are they doing this? Simple. You're becoming undeniable. They can't control you, so now they're plotting to remove you, but they won't come at you head-on. That would take courage. Instead, they're trying to assassinate your character in whispers. They use concern as camouflage. They'll say you're changing, getting distant, not a team player. But what they're really saying is, you've grown past their leash. These aren't just haters, these are architects of deception, people who study you just enough to twist your image. They don't attack your flaws, they manufacture them. They'll use someone close to you, someone who knows your routines, your insecurities, your history, because they know you'd never suspect the one who once stood beside you. That's how they get in, not through force, but through trust. That's why it hurts. That's why it hits deep. Because it feels like betrayal, but it's really a badge. Only those who rise get betrayed like this. You might ask, why me? Why would someone go through all this effort just to kick me out? And the answer is brutal. They've studied the room and realized you're the only one who can't be controlled. You're not there to impress anyone. You're there because you earned it. And that scares them. You're a mirror that reflects their laziness, their jealousy, their hidden insecurities. They need you gone, not because you're a problem, but because you're the proof of what they're not willing to become. But here's the catch. They don't realize who they're messing with. You weren't placed here by accident. You were forged in storms they've never survived. You've walked through emotional minefields, healed in silence, and kept moving when everything inside you was breaking. And now that you're rising, they want to sabotage the light they couldn't dim. Please, their plan is already failing. Because no matter how many rumors they start, the truth always echoes louder. You don't need to fight dirty. Your power is in your silence. The more you grow, the more they'll show themselves. They'll slip. They always do. And when they do, their masks will fall, not because you expose them, but because their lies couldn't hold under your truth. So keep building, keep walking, keep owning your space, because the same ones trying to kick you out are actually setting the stage for your takeover. And when their fake smiles fade and their plots collapse, don't even gloat, just watch. Watch how the room that once doubted you now leans in when you speak. Watch how the silence they tried to bury you in becomes the stage where your voice echoes. And watch how the ones who planned your exit can't stop your entrance. Number 2, they watched you climb but never clapped. Some people never hated you, they just hated that they couldn't keep you beneath them. Let's talk about the eyes, the ones that never sparkled when you won, the ones that stayed quiet when everyone else was clapping for you. They weren't being humble, they were being strategic. Chosen one, you've been watched since day one. But not with admiration, with calculation. They didn't celebrate your growth, they studied it. They didn't uplift your name, they documented it, twisted it, fed it into their silent agenda. And now, that agenda has a goal. Remove you before you rise beyond reach. Imagine this. You're climbing a mountain with your bare hands while others took the elevator. You're bleeding, tired, but every step is real. Then, just before you reach the top, someone pretends they care and offers you help, only to pull your hand away when you're mid-air. That's the kind of sabotage you're dealing with. Quiet, smiling, timed. It's not competition, it's attempted erasure. They don't attack your wins, they question how you got them. See, some people aren't just envious of what you've done, they're terrified of what you might do next. They've seen your strength, they've watched you grow past what tried to break you, and now, instead of building themselves up, they've made tearing you down their full-time mission. Why? Because your presence exposes their laziness. Your confidence shakes their illusion of control. You didn't wait to be invited to the table. You brought your own damn chair. And that's exactly why their energy shifted. Ever wondered why the support gets quieter the more you level up? That's not random. That's resentment growing in silence. They clapped for you when you were predictable, manageable, easy to label, but now you're evolving too fast. You're becoming too sharp. You're no longer asking for permission, and that scares them. because they can't manipulate what they can't define. Behind closed doors, your name has already been passed around like gossip dressed as concern. They don't say, "You're powerful." They say, "You've changed." They don't say, "You inspire me." They say, "I don't know if we can trust them anymore." They're rewriting your story in rooms you've never even stepped into. But remember this: you don't need to defend yourself when the truth walks louder than any lie. Let that sit, because every fake narrative being written about you is unknowingly becoming their own confession. The more they talk, the more they reveal who they really are. They're playing checkers in a game of chess, and they forgot the board belongs to you. Imagine your story like a surveillance camera. You've been recorded the entire time. Your integrity, your silence, your consistency, the lies being built against you. They're only adding timestamps to the footage that will clear your name. The truth doesn't need your panic. It doesn't need you to chase it. Truth has a heartbeat of its own, and it always outlives gossip. Still wondering, why would someone do this to me? Because you became what they were pretending to be. Because you stopped needing validation. Because your glow is too authentic to fake. They don't hate you. They hate how real you stayed while they were busy building cardboard versions of success. You became a mirror, and mirrors don't lie. That's why they avoid your eyes now. That's why the support turned into silence. You were never too much. You were just too real for their agenda. So what now? Do you fight back? Expose them? No. You rise. You get quieter. You move smarter. You become unshakable. Because the real flex isn't proving them wrong. It's making them irrelevant. When you keep showing up, keep speaking truth, keep evolving, they'll drown in the noise of their own insecurities. And the universe? Oh, it's watching everything. The same way they watched you to destroy you, the universe is watching them to protect you. The plan to kick you out is real, but so is your preparation. You've been built for this. Every betrayal added armor. Every lie sharpened your mind. Every fake smile made your intuition bulletproof. They think they've got the upper hand, but they don't know you've already sensed it. They're playing with old data, and you're running on a new frequency now. Imagine a fire they tried to put out, but every time they poured water, it turned to gasoline. That's your energy. You can't be erased. You multiply. So let them watch. Let them twist your name. Let them whisper in hallways and smile in your face. Just remember this: you were never invited to fit in. You were chosen to stand out. And what they're planning in secret, the universe is already reversing it in public. You won't need revenge. You'll have results. You won't need to prove anything. Your presence will do all the talking. Chosen one, this isn't happening to you. It's happening for you. So sharpen your focus. Don't shrink. Don't beg. Don't explain. Let your silence carry weight. Let your next move be so loud it drowns out every whisper. Because at the end of the day, the eyes that never celebrated you are the ones that feared your arrival the most. And the real kicker? You're just getting started. Number 3. Your glow made their darkness itch. They didn't want your light dimmed. They wanted it dead because it exposed everything fake about them. This was never about rules, logic, or fairness. This was about how your presence made them squirm. You walk into a room and the temperature shifts, not because you're loud, but because you're real. That's what rattled them. Your peace wasn't just protection, it was provocation. You weren't trying to compete, but you still stood out. You weren't trying to prove anything, and that's what made them panic. Because deep down, they knew you were the real thing. You ever notice how roaches scatter when the lights come on? That's exactly how fake people react to your authenticity. You didn't expose them by calling them out. You exposed them just by existing. They wanted your glow, but didn't want to earn it. They tried to study your calm, mimic your strength, copy your presence. But light can't be imitated. It can only be earned through fire, and they never walked through yours. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was a mirror, and they hated what they saw. So now they're left with stories, fabricated ones. They've built a whole campaign out of lies because facts weren't enough to take you down. But here's the plot twist. While they were busy crafting narratives, you were building legacy. While they spoke, you moved. And the universe respects movement more than noise. That's why your silence is louder than their gossip. It carries power. Stillness is their biggest fear because they know truth moves in quiet. They wanted you reactive, they wanted you defensive, but instead you stayed grounded, and that's why they're unraveling. Peace is a language their chaos doesn't speak, and now their own people are starting to question the version of you they were sold. It's collapsing, and you didn't even lift a finger. Let them talk. Let them choke on their own script. Your light didn't just expose their shadows, it burned through their disguise, and now there's nowhere left to hide. Number 4. Their lies are leaking through the cracks. The truth doesn't kick doors down, it seeps in through the cracks they forgot to seal. They sent someone to monitor you, let's not sugarcoat it. A fake ally with a smile, pretending to care while collecting everything they could use against you. Your habits, your slip-ups, your quiet thoughts, spoken in trust, all gathered and passed along like classified intel. But here's the thing about playing spy. Guilt is a loud traitor. It starts small, a shaky voice, an accidental message, a delay in eye contact, and before long, the mask slips. One forwarded text, one wrong reply, one nervous stutter, and the truth leaks like a broken faucet, slowly, steadily, until the whole plan floods. They were counting on silence. They forgot silence records everything. Their calm is crumbling. Their chest feels tighter every time your name comes up. They know they played dirty, and now they're realizing the walls are closing in. You're not paranoid, you're precise. That eerie feeling you've had lately, that was your inner warning system lighting up. You're not being pushed out, you're being pulled toward where you actually belong. You're not losing favor, you're gaining clarity. And their plan, it's not just failing, it's collapsing under its own weight. Imagine this, a house built on stolen bricks, each one inscribed with your name. The moment rain hits, those bricks wash clean, and suddenly your name is everywhere. This isn't karma, it's cause and effect. You were never the villain in their story, you were just the mirror, the proof that loyalty and power can exist in one person without being corrupted. They couldn't handle that. So they twisted the narrative. But truth isn't something you need to scream, it just waits. And right now, it's knocking. The same hands that wrote lies about you are now trembling at the thought of being exposed by their own receipts. You don't need revenge, you don't need proof. The universe has a cruelly poetic way of letting betrayal unravel itself. All you have to do is keep walking like you already know how it ends, because you do. Number 5. Cracks in the cover-up. Lies rot from the inside out, and right now their story is starting to stink. It always starts small. A message sent to the wrong person, a look of panic when you enter the room, a sudden change in tone, like they just hit pause on something they didn't want you to hear. These aren't accidents. These are slip-ups. These are the soft sounds of guilt trying to hide behind routine. You're not just imagining the tension, chosen one. It's real. It's exposure. beginning in whispers, ending in collapse. Someone thought they could play you, observe you, use your own life as fuel for a takedown. But now their nerves are twitching, their fake calm is cracking. They're afraid to check their phone because they don't remember what they sent or who they sent it to. They're praying the wrong tab wasn't left open, that the wrong person doesn't start asking the right questions, because one person with power is already watching, and they're connecting dots fast. The thing about fake stories is they can't survive a single honest question, and now the questions are starting. The silent observer who sat back and watched it all unfold, they're shifting. Something feels off to them now, and when they speak, when the right voice finally rises, the narrative flips like a light switch. Every lie told about you becomes proof of manipulation. Every attempt to shame you becomes a spotlight on your strength. The very setup designed to end you becomes the reason people respect you more. Imagine standing in the middle of a staged crime scene and the one who tried to frame you drops the mask mid-performance. That's what's about to happen. Don't strike back, don't explain, just stand tall, because your peace is doing more damage than your anger ever could. The calm you kept, it made them loud, and now their volume is giving them away. You didn't retaliate because you didn't need to. Exposure doesn't need backup when the truth is loud enough to stand on its own, and right now it's about to shout. Number 6. When the hunters become the hunted. Every trap has two victims, the one it catches and the one who set it. The plan they built with such confidence is starting to fold in on itself. The lies are tripping over their own legs. Every rumor, every fake accusation, every whispered manipulation, it's all looping back to its source. The same web they spun to catch you is now choking the very hands that wove it. That's not luck, that's gravity. What goes up in deceit always crashes down in exposure. You've probably noticed the energy shift. The same people who once smirked in meetings now avoid your eyes. Their group chats have gone quiet. The laughter sounds forced. The mask is melting because guilt sweats. And when one of them slips, and they will, the rest will collapse like dominoes made of secrets. They'll start blaming each other, leaking information, trying to rewrite their roles. But you don't have to lift a finger. The universe handles poetic justice better than you ever could. The silence they mocked is now the loudest voice in the room. Your restraint is destroying them. You didn't clap back. You didn't expose anyone. You just kept walking, working, glowing, and that was enough. The truth doesn't need an audience. It only needs time, and time is finally on your side. Imagine a courtroom without walls, where every whisper they once used against you echoes back, but this time with names attached. That's where they're standing now, beneath the weight of their own script. Their show is over, the curtains lifting, all that fake confidence, the overacting, the forced innocence, it's unraveling scene by scene. They were performers playing loyalty while secretly rehearsing betrayal. But the spotlight has shifted, and now it's burning through their disguise. You didn't walk through fire to be destroyed. You walked through it to be refined. You didn't lose anything real. You lost what was pretending. This isn't revenge, it's revelation. The tables aren't just turning, they're flipping over with force. Every lie is becoming your evidence. Every smear is turning into your spotlight. And the same people who tried to write you out of the story are now realizing you were the story all along. Number 7. When the energy shifts, so does the power. They tried to shut the door, but forgot you don't need doors when you carry the whole damn building. Chosen one, take a breath and look around. You feel that shift, don't you? That calm in your chest, that stillness in your spirit. It's not just peace, it's alignment. The tables have already turned, and the energy has flipped in your favor. What once looked like rejection was redirection. What once felt like sabotage was set up. They tried to ruin you with shadows, but all they did was teach you how to walk in silence and strike in light. Your peace became the pause that exposed their panic. People don't speak as loud when they're losing control. Notice how quiet it's gotten. The ones who used to talk the most about you are now whispering behind doors that won't open. The alliances built on gossip are cracking. The audience they gathered is leaving. Why? Because truth has its own gravity, and you, chosen one, are standing in the middle of it, calm, focused, unbothered. Imagine this: someone built a cage hoping to trap you, but while they celebrated your confinement, you were growing wings. That's exactly what happened. You didn't fight for attention. You didn't beg for clarity. You just became undeniable. You let the storm refine your focus, and now that the rain has stopped, they're realizing you're still here, and stronger than ever. The same mouths that once questioned you are now defending you, not because they suddenly like you, but because your strength is now undeniable. That's the twist. You didn't force respect. You became too powerful to ignore. They thought you were breaking. You were actually being built. You're not waiting on your breakthrough. You're already walking in it. The doors they slammed in your face are now swinging open on their own. Why? Because they were never locked. They were just timed. And now it's your moment. Everything is shifting in your favor because you were never out of alignment. You were just being prepared. Let them watch. Let them wonder how you stayed so calm. Let them feel the weight of what they tried to destroy. Because now your presence is the proof, and your silence, it's the loudest victory speech of all. Number 8. The rise they couldn't block. You were never erased. You were replanted, and now you're blooming in soil they never thought you'd survive. They thought it was over. They thought their silence would smother you, that their rejection would reduce you. But chosen one, you were never removed. You were repositioned. What looked like a setback was the quiet setup for your elevation. They mistook your stillness for weakness, but your stillness was strategy. Your silence was strength going undercover. And now, without shouting, you're rising, louder than any lie they ever told. They tried to bury you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. The shift is happening in real time. Places that closed their doors on you are now holding those doors open longer, hoping you'll walk back through. People who mocked your distance are now imitating your discipline. They used your grace as proof you were soft, but now that same grace is the reason you're respected. You didn't retaliate. You didn't break. You stayed grounded while they fumbled, trying to twist your name into something forgettable. And now, you've become unforgettable. Imagine being pushed out of a circle only to become the center of your own. That's exactly what this moment is. Your peace didn't just protect you, it announced you. Your restraint became a crown they never saw coming. And while they were celebrating your so-called fall, the universe was just reloading your next level. The whispers are getting quiet now, aren't they? That's because your results are starting to speak. The ones who once watched from a distance are now looking up. And the best part? You didn't force it. You didn't beg. You just stayed in motion. You kept walking when they waited for you to collapse. And now you're rising in full view. You weren't just built different. You were built to rise where they tried to break you. This is your release. This is your return. This is your rise. And it's only just begun. Number 9. From exile to excellence. They tried to break you in private, but now they have to watch you win in peace. Everything they threw at you, the betrayal, the whispers, the isolation, it didn't destroy you, it matured you. Every wound they caused became a blueprint. Every insult became instruction. You didn't just survive it, you studied it. And now, you've outgrown the battlefield they trapped you in. You're not rising with noise, you're rising with knowing. That's the sacred turnaround. Turning pain into power so effortlessly it looks like magic. They wanted you gone. Instead, you became grounded. You're no longer seeking approval. You're no longer bending to fit into places that never saw your value. The pretending, over. The proving, done. You're moving in truth now, quiet, clear, unapologetic. And the same ones who tried to cast you out? They're silent now, not because they've changed, but because your glow makes noise they can't talk over. Imagine being locked out of a room you helped build, only to be handed the keys to a palace they'll never enter. That's where you are now. You were never meant to stay small, to make others feel big. You were meant to walk with light so unbothered it makes enemies question their entire script. You didn't get here through revenge. You didn't beg to be seen. You just kept moving forward while the lies collapsed behind you. That's the kind of victory that lasts, the kind built in silence and delivered in clarity. Your storm didn't sink you. It sanctified you. You're not just free, you're finally yourself. The same storm that tried to drown you became the wind that lifted your wings. This is your sacred turnaround, the moment where everything flips, not because you forced it, but because you deserved it. The chaos is fading, the peace is real, and the throne they tried to steal from you, it was never theirs to sit on. Number 10. The day they choke on their own script. They tried to write you out of the story. Now they have to watch you become the headline. That tension in the air, that shift you've been feeling in your gut, it's not fear, it's balance being restored. What they thought was anxiety creeping up on you is actually the universe flipping the script in real time. Justice isn't some distant hope. It's already in motion, quiet, precise, relentless, and the ones who threw dirt on your name, they're now face to face with the roots they accidentally watered. The same mouths that gossiped your downfall are now forced to pronounce your rise. It's wild how quick the energy changes. Doors they slammed are now swinging wide open, not out of kindness, but because they realize they can't stop what's coming. The illusion they built, shattered. The lies they stacked like bricks, crumbling. And the wildest part, you didn't have to raise your voice once. You stood still while the truth marched with a megaphone. They thought your calm was surrender. They didn't realize it was strategy. You weren't frozen, you were focused. You weren't defeated, you were delivered. They confused your patience with passivity, but now they're learning the hard way. Silence doesn't mean weakness. Sometimes it's just the sound of power loading. Imagine standing in the middle of a battlefield, untouched, while those who plotted your fall start turning on each other. That's what justice looks like. The shift isn't about revenge, it's about restoration. This isn't karma, this is correction. What was taken from you is coming back multiplied. What was spoken against you is now echoing back on them with a twist of irony. And no, this isn't luck. This is alignment. You were never out of place. You were just placed ahead of your time. The truth moves slow, but when it shows up, it leaves no survivors. Let them squirm, let them watch, let them wonder how you survived what was meant to bury you. The answer is simple. You were never built to break. You were built to rise, right in front of the ones who swore you wouldn't. Justice isn't coming. It's already here, and this time you're the headline. Number 11. The rise they couldn't rewrite. They built their strategy like you were staying small. Now they're choking on the size of your comeback. Chosen one, you're not rising. You already rose. What they thought would break you only branded you with clarity. The fire didn't leave scars. It carved out strength. You're standing on the edge of something massive, and deep down, you know it. That strange calm you feel. That's not peace from the outside, that's power waking up on the inside. You didn't just survive their scheme, you outgrew their imagination. They thought they had control. They thought they could write your ending while you were still writing your intro. But power built on fear always folds. The same people who tried to block your shine are now standing in your shadow. And it's poetic. The rejection they fed you, it became your redirection. You weren't being kept out, you were being pulled forward. You weren't delayed, you were being built in silence for a debut that couldn't be ignored. This isn't revenge. You're not rising to prove them wrong. You're rising because revelation lit a fire under your purpose. You saw the lies, the fake alliances, the small-minded games, and you chose not to shrink. You didn't scream. You didn't fight dirty. You leveled up. And now, the room that once doubted you is turning into your stage. Imagine a storm so loud, everyone thought the roof would cave in, but instead, the roof lifted off and revealed the sky. That's your story. They tried to trap you. They tried to limit you. But now you're too big to be boxed. Their gossip has run out of breath. Their schemes expired. The energy has flipped completely, and you're the force in the room now. You didn't get lucky. You got aligned. This is your harvest. This is your moment. You're not just rising. You're becoming undeniable. And the beauty of it all, they can't stop it. They never could. Your name carries weight because you paid for it in silence, in storms, and in strength. Now, step fully into that recognition. This isn't just your rise, it's your arrival. Number 12. The crown they tried to bury. They rejected you like a mistake. Now you're rising like the blueprint. This isn't just a win. This is a coronation, a moment that couldn't be delayed any longer. Every bruise you took, every tear you swallowed in silence, every door slammed in your face, it all built this moment. You're not who you used to be. You've died 1,000 emotional deaths and resurrected wiser every time. What they tried to erase has become the foundation of everything you're stepping into now. They never saw this coming. You were too quiet, too calm. They thought they had time to twist the story, time to keep you beneath them. But while they were busy plotting, you were transforming, quietly, violently, beautifully. The person they targeted no longer exists, and the version of you standing here now, untouchable, unshakable, unbothered. You didn't just heal, you evolved. And evolution doesn't ask for permission. This is your rebirth. This is what a real glow-up looks like. Not loud, not forced, just undeniable. You're not begging for respect anymore. You're commanding it with presence alone. You don't walk in rooms hoping they accept you. You walk in and change the temperature. You became the revelation birthed from betrayal. The walking proof that manipulation may move fast, but integrity always finishes stronger. Imagine being thrown out like scrap, only to be rebuilt into something royal. That's you. You were the stone they tossed aside. Now you're the foundation they need to stand on. Their silence doesn't shake you anymore. Their absence doesn't sting because you've outgrown the stage they tried to lock you out of. Everything they tried to take is returning, multiplied. The air around you feels different now. That's not a shift, that's release. The weight you've carried for so long is being lifted. Not because they apologized, but because you no longer need closure from people who were never qualified to hold your crown. You're not just rising, you're being crowned. This is your divine coronation. And no one, not the doubters, the manipulators, or the ones who stayed silent, can stop it. They watched you suffer. Now they'll watch you reign. Number 13, the apologies you'll never hear. They'll never say, "I'm sorry," but their silence screams it every time they see you shining. They know what they did, and no, you're not crazy for still feeling it in the air when they're around. That shift in their voice, that awkward tension, that forced smile, that sudden avoidance. Guilt doesn't need a mic. It performs all on its own. And the ones who hurt you? They're wearing it like a mask that's starting to crack. You'll never get the apology, but you'll get something better. Their quiet, uncomfortable respect. They swallowed their guilt like poison, hoping it wouldn't show, but it's leaking from their eyes. They won't admit it, but they're watching. They check on you from behind fake accounts. They replay the moments where they betrayed you, hoping to rewrite it in their heads. But the damage is done, and now they're haunted by what they gave up. You were the real one, the loyal one, the energy they'll never feel again. You became unforgettable, and that's the punishment they didn't see coming. They thought your silence meant weakness, but now that you've gone quiet, they realize just how loud your presence used to be. You didn't chase them, you didn't beg for closure, you just became too powerful to reach. And that stings more than any confrontation ever could. Imagine pushing away the sun and spending the rest of your life cold. That's what they did. And now they live with the weight of knowing they can't come back. Pride won't let them apologize, and time won't let them forget. Every win you get is a reminder. Every new level you unlock burns a little deeper. They didn't just lose you, they lost access to everything that made them feel important. Let them sit in it. Don't lower yourself for a confession that's never coming. You don't need their words. You've got their regret, and it's louder than any "I'm sorry" could ever be. Number 14. The room is watching now. They laughed when you were quiet. Now they go silent when you enter the room. At first, they thought they got away with it. They whispered behind your back, played the victim in stories they created, and smiled in public like nothing happened. But the room isn't blind anymore. People are watching. The ones who stayed silent during your storm are suddenly alert. The energy has shifted, and the truth has started breathing through the cracks. They used to have the crowd on their side, but slowly the applause faded. Not because you begged for justice, but because your presence started exposing the lies just by existing. The same people who once believed the gossip now sense something's off. They feel the tension when your name comes up. They notice the way certain people get uncomfortable when you're around. That's not paranoia. That's revelation unfolding in real time. Truth doesn't rush. It lets them dig their own grave, then shows up to narrate the downfall. Now the same room that once doubted you leans in when you speak. The same people who ignored your silence now notice everything you don't say. You're not rising in the shadows anymore. You're rising in front of the very ones who tried to keep you small. And the craziest part, they can't stop it. They can't even explain it. Imagine a room that used to echo with your absence, now falling quiet just to hear you breathe. That's the shift. That's the justice. And every fake supporter, every masked friend, every manipulator, they feel it. The respect they tried to block is now public. The power they mocked is now magnetic. You didn't demand the spotlight. You became too undeniable to ignore. Let them watch. Let the room turn. Let their silence expose what their mouths can't admit. You never needed a crowd to confirm your worth. But now that the eyes are open, they'll finally see what you've always known. You were the light the whole time. Number 15. Your absence is the loudest thing they hear. They thought you were replaceable until the silence you left started screaming. You didn't storm out. You didn't burn bridges. You just pulled back. Quietly, strategically, and now that silence is deafening. Your absence is a vacuum they can't fill. They tried to move on like you were just another piece on their board. But here's the truth. They weren't ready for the emptiness you left behind. Because you didn't just occupy space, you shifted the whole atmosphere. They thought they'd be fine without you, that someone else could match your energy, your insight, your loyalty. But what they're realizing now is brutal. There's no replica for real. You weren't just involved. You were the heartbeat. And now that you're gone, the rhythm is off. The conversations feel different. The success feels hollow. The light feels dimmer. You don't need to slam a door for them to notice you're gone. Some exits echo louder when walked away from in silence. They scroll through your page in secret. They replay old messages like, maybe, just maybe, the connection could be revived. But they'll never admit it. Their pride is too loud, and your growth is too far ahead. They underestimated the power of your presence until your absence became the ghost they couldn't shake. Imagine a stage where the main act disappears mid-show, and no matter how many people they bring on, the crowd just keeps waiting for you. That's the level you're on now. You were never just part of the circle. You were the reason it had gravity. They didn't lose you. They lost access to peace, power, and presence, and now they're starving for what they once took for granted. Don't look back. Don't explain. Don't shrink. Let the emptiness speak. Let them sit in the void they created. You don't have to prove your value. You proved it by walking away and leaving a silence so loud they still hear you every time they try to pretend you never mattered. Chosen one, if this message hit you deep, it's because it was meant for you. Everything they tried to break in you has only made you stronger, sharper, and unstoppable. Your rise is no longer a question, it's a guarantee. Let them watch. Let them feel your absence. Let them choke on the truth they tried to bury. If you haven't already, press that like button to push this truth further. And if you're still not part of this powerful family, subscribe now, because this isn't just a channel, it's a movement. Your seat at the top is already waiting. They said you'd never be loved right again. The universe smiled and whispered, "Watch me." That's the sound of karma rewriting the script. The ones who underestimated you are about to witness something they can't explain. Because your next relationship, it's not just unexpected, it's poetic revenge written by the universe itself. Like a plot twist no one saw coming. You were the one they thought would stay broken, crying over what left. But the universe kept the receipts, and now it's setting the stage for a connection so shocking, even you won't believe who it is. Imagine lightning striking the same spot twice, but this time it brings life instead of destruction. That's how rare this next bond will be. Studies even show that when people heal deeply before love, they attract connections that mirror their new frequency, not their pain. That means your next person won't be a repeat lesson. They'll be your reward. The universe doesn't recycle souls for no reason. It brings back what's ready, not what's familiar. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's our shared mission to light the world again, one awakened heart at a time. You are part of a force, one that moves silently, changes lives, and shakes timelines. Thank you for being part of it. Now, back to the story that's about to change yours. Chosen one, your next relationship won't come from the usual chaos. It won't show up in the places you've begged love to stay before. The universe is done watching you chase people who can't meet your depth. This time, love will chase you, and it'll come wrapped in mystery, a face you might have overlooked, or someone you never imagined would fit your world. That's the beauty of timing. When the universe decides it's your turn, logic takes a back seat. The next chapter of your love life will feel like the calm after a long, violent storm, so peaceful it'll scare you at first. But peace isn't boring. It's the sound of no longer fighting for attention that should have been freely given. Here's what's wild. When you rise in vibration, your energy sends out a silent signal. Not everyone can hear it. Only those vibrating on your level can. That's why people who once obsessed over you suddenly fell off. They couldn't handle your frequency anymore, but someone new, or maybe someone recalibrated, will. The connection will click in ways that feel fated, not forced. You'll sense a familiarity, but not in a painful déjà vu kind of way. It'll feel like recognition, like your souls finally made eye contact after lifetimes of near misses. And yes, people around you will talk. They'll act confused. How did they end up together? They'll ask, because from the outside, it won't make sense. That's the point. It's not meant to. Your next relationship isn't logical, it's energetic justice. Every tear you cried built this moment molecule by molecule. Every rejection was redirection. Every lonely night was training you to handle the kind of love that doesn't play games. Because when you meet them, you won't doubt it. You'll just know. Not with excitement, but with peace. The kind of peace that feels like home. The irony is that the one who once made you feel unlovable will watch this unfold like a movie they're not invited to. They'll see you loved effortlessly by someone who doesn't need to be told how to value you. That's the universe's favorite plot twist, giving the main character everything they begged for, just not with the person who took them for granted. It's poetic balance. What they thought was their victory was actually your transformation. They won an ending. You earned a new beginning. And the best part? This love won't drain you. It'll charge you. You'll feel inspired again, lighter, funnier, more you than you've ever been. Because real love doesn't cage, it expands. You'll start doing things you forgot you loved. You'll heal even faster. You'll glow in a way filters could never fake. The kind of glow that comes from finally being seen and understood. And you'll realize the universe didn't want you to settle for sparks. It wanted you to hold out for a wildfire that never burns out. So when it happens, don't question it. Don't sabotage it because it feels too good. You earned this. You walked through fire without turning bitter, and that alone changed your chemistry. You're magnetic now. You attract from peace, not desperation. That's why this next relationship will shock everyone, including the version of you that once begged for closure. You'll look back and realize you weren't being punished. You were being prepared. The universe loves a plot twist, and you, chosen one, are about to star in the one that proves every heartbreak was worth it. The next person you love won't be your distraction. They'll be your reflection, the mirror that finally matches your light. And hey, chosen one, thank you for being here. What's coming next will flip everything you thought you knew about love. This isn't just talk, it's revelation. So before we dive in, drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to claim the relationship the universe has been secretly preparing for you. Every share, every like, every super thanks keeps this mission alive. It helps this message reach another soul who's about to give up on love right before their breakthrough. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, your support fuels the light that keeps this truth spreading. So take a breath, sit back, and listen closely. Because if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel something pull you to stay till the end. What's coming next will not only explain why it all had to happen, but who it's leading you to. Let's get started. Number 1. The universe cooked up a plot twist just to shut them up. They thought you were done, that no one would ever want you again. Joke's on them, your glow-ups arriving in human form. See, the ones who broke you? They didn't just walk away, they gambled. They bet that you'd stay broken, stuck in the same cycles, repeating the same mistakes. They assumed your silence meant defeat. They didn't realize the universe was building a storm behind that stillness. And now, that storm is about to walk into your life wearing skin, carrying a heart that finally knows how to hold yours right. It won't come when you expect it. It won't look how you imagined. And it sure as hell won't be approved by the people who secretly hoped you'd never heal. Chosen one, this next connection will not be some basic feel-good fling. It'll hit deeper. It'll mess with your peace in the best way. You won't be ready. You won't have the outfit, the hair, or the mindset for it. But that's the point. The universe isn't sending you someone to match your preparation. It's sending someone who matches your growth. The type of person who sees past your defenses and whispers, "You don't have to fight anymore. I'm here now." And when that moment hits, your soul will recognize them before your mind can process it. They won't tick boxes, they'll break them. They'll challenge everything shallow you used to settle for. They'll speak fluently in the language of your wounds, but love you like they never existed. You'll find yourself questioning how something so pure could come after so much pain. That's when you'll realize this was never a delay. It was design. The universe didn't forget you. It was protecting you. Every false love was a filter. Every heartbreak was a detour away from danger. And now you're standing at the final turn, right before everything clicks. You might ask, but why now? Why after I've stopped looking? Why after I've finally made peace with being alone? Because that's when you became aligned. When your energy stopped begging and started radiating. When you stopped chasing and started attracting. That's when you shifted into a frequency where real love could actually find you. Not the kind of love that drains or demands, but the kind that builds. The kind that doesn't come with apologies or manipulation. The kind that looks you dead in the eyes and says, "You're not too much. You're exactly what I prayed for." And you know what's going to drive your enemies crazy, watching you be chosen, watching you receive the kind of love they never gave and never believed you deserved. They'll say, how did they end up with someone like that? And the answer will be simple. Because you earned it in silence. While they played games, you did the inner work. While they faked happiness, you healed in private. That's why this next love won't just be surprising. It'll be offensive to the people who dropped you. This is what poetic justice looks like when it wears a smile and holds your hand. Not revenge, not payback, just divine alignment. The kind of moment where the universe flexes through your story and says, "Watch how I bless the one you overlooked." And when it happens, remember, you weren't forgotten. You were being set up, not for failure, but for a kind of love that makes every no finally make sense. Number 2, stay ready so they can't play you again. They're betting you'll waste your healing on another distraction. Prove them wrong. Be so prepared. The universe has no choice but to reward you. Let's be real. Most people don't miss out on love because they're unlucky. They miss out because they're unprepared. They're too busy scrolling, chasing, performing, or relapsing into old cycles. And while they're out here begging the universe for a soulmate, their energy is still tuned to chaos. That's not alignment. That's sabotage in disguise. But you, chosen one, are different. You're not just hoping for something good. You're getting ready for something great. And that changes everything. See, the reason your next relationship will shock everyone isn't just because of who it is, it's because of who you've become. This isn't about wearing crystals or chanting affirmations and hoping something magical shows up. This is about discipline, vibration, self-respect. Imagine trying to receive a love that respects your boundaries while you still don't know how to keep them. Impossible. That's why this stage, this quiet, raw, no one's watching phase, is sacred. It's your prep zone. It's the part the world doesn't see, but will later envy when they see what you attract. Imagine being invited to a red carpet event, but showing up in pajamas. That's how some people meet divine connections, unprepared, unaware, and still clinging to expired versions of themselves. You don't walk into destiny half-dressed. You arrive ready. That means sharpening your mind, healing your heart, and elevating your frequency until the universe has no choice but to match it. And trust me, when you start preparing like it's already yours, you speed up the timing. Because energy doesn't lie. The universe doesn't deliver when you wish. It delivers when you align. You might be wondering, what if I've done all the work and nothing's happened yet? Then guess what? You're not being punished. You're being protected. There's a difference between delay and disaster. The universe has no interest in handing over your heart to someone who still thinks love is a game. So if it's taking time, good. That's confirmation that your story is being written with intention. You don't want a fast chapter, you want a timeless one. Imagine this, you're standing in a grocery store aisle, reaching for your favorite cereal. Just as your hand touches the box, another hand reaches for the same one. Your eyes meet. That spark, that moment, that's not cheesy. It's how alignment feels, random to the world, orchestrated by the universe. But here's the catch. If your energy was still in survival mode, you wouldn't have even gone to the store that day. You'd be in bed, replaying the last heartbreak. Preparation puts you in position, and position makes the miracle possible. Another quote to tattoo onto your soul: the love you want won't survive in the mindset you're trying to keep. Harsh? Good. You're not here for soft lies, you're here for hard truth. The next person coming into your life isn't here to fix you. They're coming to build with you, but you can't build anything if you're still patching holes from the past. Preparation means cleaning out the corners of your soul where old ghosts still whisper. It means upgrading your standards so high that only someone real can reach them. Don't confuse loneliness with failure, this silence around you, this quiet stretch of time where nothing's happening. That's not a punishment, it's a portal, a reset, a divine pause that's giving you the chance to become the version of yourself that doesn't chase, only attracts. You're not being ignored, you're being primed. You're not behind schedule, you're ahead of the game because you're not rushing into temporary comfort. You're standing still for permanent alignment. Now you might think, but I'm tired of waiting. I want love now, and that's valid. But let me drop this. Rushed love always comes at the price of regret. You've done too much healing to settle now. You've seen too much darkness to fall for fake light. The universe knows your heart has been through hell, and that's why it's planning to send someone who doesn't just understand that pain, but respects it. But again, it can't happen if you're still in the vibration of fear, or worse, desperation. So, how do you prepare? You elevate. You stop texting people who confuse you. You stop explaining your worth to the emotionally unavailable. You stop performing for people who don't even clap when you win. Instead, you invest in your peace. You protect your energy like it's royalty, because it is. And when that energy sharpens, you'll notice something. The wrong ones will naturally fall away. And the right one? They'll walk in like they've known you in every lifetime before this. They'll say the right things without being coached. They'll match your effort without needing reminders. They won't be intimidated by your depth. They'll be drawn to it. That's what happens when you prepare. You stop begging for crumbs because you finally remember you were always the table. So ask yourself right now, am I preparing like I believe it's coming? Or am I entertaining people and habits that delay it even further? Because this is your season to get ready, not just emotionally, but spiritually, mentally, and energetically. This is not hype. This is warrior mode. And warriors don't hope, they train. So sharpen yourself, because when the universe finally pulls that person into your orbit, you won't fumble it. You'll recognize it. You'll hold it. And you'll never need to question if you're worthy of it again. Let this be your reminder. The ones who prepare in silence are the ones who shock the world when love arrives. Your time is coming. Stay ready. Number 3. They broke you for free. Now, watch the universe. Make them pay in silence. They shattered you like glass and laughed like it was permanent. But the universe doesn't waste pain. It turns it into prophecy they can't undo. Picture this. You walk into a room with someone who fits you so deeply, it looks like a movie plot twist. And the moment people see it, their jaw tightens. Not because they're happy for you, but because they can't comprehend it. The ones who counted you out will be the first ones whispering, "Wait, how did they pull this off?" And you'll smile, not out of spite, but because deep down, you know, this isn't luck. This is restoration. This is cosmic payback disguised as love. Chosen one, this next relationship isn't a repeat. It's a reset. It's not here to echo your past. It's here to erase it. Not in a delusional way, but in a healing one. This person won't just love the polished parts of you. They'll love the ruins too. They'll reach into the wreckage and say, "I see it, and I still choose it." That's not fantasy. That's a mirror finally showing you your worth with clarity, not distortion. You've buried pain so deep, you stopped checking if it was still alive. But it is, and this love will gently surface it, not to break you again, but to free you. Because the love that's coming isn't here to impress the world. It's here to redeem your story. And no, you don't need to be fully healed to receive it. You just need to stop handing your heart to ghosts. Ask yourself, why are you still dragging dead weight through your destiny? Bitterness, unforgiveness, and resentment. That's heavy baggage, and love can't move through clutter. Let them go, not for their peace, but for yours. So the universe has room to deliver what's next, and what's next is sacred. Let that sink in. Number 4, not here to outshine you, here to stand beside you. They expected you to settle for someone who dimmed your fire. Now they'll watch you walk beside someone who reflects it. Chosen one, the next person entering your life won't come with noise, ego, or shallow spark. They'll come with presence, quiet, steady, undeniable. They won't try to impress you. They'll align with you. You'll feel it like gravity, pulling, not pushing. And when you stand beside them, it won't feel like romance at first. It'll feel like remembering who you are. They won't carry light to blind you. They'll carry light to find you, a soft, balanced energy that doesn't compete, but completes. You've been around too many people who saw your shine and got jealous or tried to control it. Not this one. This one will amplify it. They'll be the kind of soul that makes you feel safe in your truth, not perform in your pain. And yes, they won't be perfect, but they'll be in alignment with your growth. Their flaws won't trigger your trauma. They'll mirror your healing. You'll look at them and wonder, is this really happening? You might resist it at first, because it doesn't feel chaotic, and that's the point. You prayed for different, and now different is finally knocking. Imagine standing next to someone at peace with themselves, no hidden agendas, no power plays, just mutual respect that builds a bond deeper than surface-level attraction. When others see you two together, they won't understand it. But that's because it wasn't meant for their understanding. It was meant for your evolution. This won't be a picture-perfect love story. It'll be the kind that humbles people who thought your story was over. Let them wonder. Let them whisper. Let them question, how did that happen? Because the answer is simple. You waited for what aligned, not what arrived first. And the universe rewarded you with someone who doesn't just match your energy, they multiply it. This love won't rescue you. It will respect you. And that chosen one is the kind of light that lasts. Number 5, they won't just love you, they'll recognize you. They won't come to chase you, they'll come to find you, the real you, the buried you, the version no one ever bothered to look for. The encounter you're about to have won't feel normal. In fact, it'll rattle you. It won't mirror your past. It'll expose how far beneath your worth your past ever was. And at first, you might flinch. You'll question it. You'll wonder if it's too fast, too deep, too intense. But that's only because it's real. And reality hits harder than fantasy ever could. This person won't flirt with the version of you you've learned to perform. They'll speak directly to the version you abandoned, the one buried under disappointments, betrayals, and watered-down love stories that never deserved you. You won't need to explain yourself. They'll read your silence like a language they were born speaking. And when it happens, it'll feel less like meeting someone new and more like returning to a part of yourself that's been waiting. You've sat through seasons where it felt like the universe forgot your name, watching others find love while you were stuck in healing mode. You didn't get skipped, you got protected. This connection is the reason everything else had to fail. Because if you had settled, you would have missed the one who was crafted to unlock you. Not just love you, but see you, all of you, especially the parts you thought were too complicated to be embraced. Imagine a key fitting into a lock that's rusted shut for years. That's what this encounter will be like. Their energy won't force anything open, but it'll click. No pushing, no confusion, just a deep inner knowing. This is it. Not because it's loud, but because it's true. You'll finally understand why the universe made you wait so long. Because what's coming isn't just love. It's clarity. It's safety. It's the encounter that rewrites your entire definition of being chosen. Not just loved, known. Number 6. Act like it's already yours. That's how the universe delivers. You don't attract what you beg for, you attract what you prepare for. Start walking like it's yours before the world even sees it coming. Chosen one, Your next relationship isn't just going to show up out of thin air. It's coming on the back of your preparation. The universe isn't going to hand a once-in-a-lifetime connection to someone still entertaining distractions and calling it healing. If you want alignment, you've got to live in alignment. That means acting like what you asked for is already in motion, because it is. This love won't care about your social status, your bank account, or the mask you show the world. It'll care about your frequency. Are you calm? Are you clear? Are you finally done choosing chaos just because it feels familiar? That's the real checklist now. You're not preparing to impress, you're preparing to receive. That's a different energy. Imagine someone knocking on your door with everything you ever wanted, and your house is a mess, your mind is cluttered, and your soul is still tangled in old pain. Would you even recognize them? That's why preparation isn't a chore. It's the proof you believe it's real. Clean out your emotional closet. Throw out the habits that sabotage. Delete the numbers you shouldn't be calling. Make room. Speak like it's already yours. Think like it's already near. Wake up every day and say, I'm not waiting, I'm welcoming. The way you talk to yourself is the most powerful spell you'll ever cast. Your words shape the vibration you live in. So speak love, speak strength, speak surrender. Not to others, but to the version of you who's finally ready to stop surviving and start thriving. Because when this person arrives, and they won't just love who you are, they'll be drawn to how you've positioned yourself. This isn't about luck, this is about readiness, and readiness isn't loud, it's consistent. The universe sees when you prepare in silence. That's when it says, now they're ready. Number 7. Not just fireworks. This one comes with a blueprint. Chemistry fades. Calling builds. Anyone can spark a fire. Very few can build a kingdom. Chosen one, the next relationship won't just give you butterflies, it'll give you direction. It won't be about late-night texts and temporary highs. It'll be about mission, about building something that doesn't crumble when life stops feeling romantic. This won't be based on a vibe, it'll be built on vision. The world taught you to chase sparks, to measure love by how intense it feels in the moment. But you're not here for flings, you're here for foundation. And this next connection, it's not coming to entertain your loneliness. It's coming to partner with your purpose. They'll see the version of you even you sometimes forget exists. The leader, the creator, the soul on a mission. And instead of being intimidated by it, they'll be ignited by it. Will it be easy? No, but it'll be worth it, because real love stretches you. It forces you to confront old wounds, shed dead mindsets, and grow past who you were. But unlike the past, this time you won't be doing it alone. This person won't run when it gets real. They'll lean in. You'll challenge each other. You'll sharpen each other. And together, you'll walk into rooms carrying a kind of alignment that can't be faked. Imagine building something that's not just romantic, but revolutionary. A love that's not just cute on the outside, but solid at the core. You won't be performing, you won't be guessing, you'll be building. The kind of love that has endurance, not just attraction. And while the world flexes relationship goals for likes and followers, yours will move in silence, carving out legacy. Because this isn't a trend, it's a template, one that inspires, uplifts, and sets a new standard. You'll stop chasing love and start mirroring it. You'll become the answer to someone's prayer because you've become what you once begged for. So don't rush, don't compare, don't settle for chemistry that fizzles out when it gets hard. What's coming is different. It's not just connection, it's calling. And when it arrives, you'll know why everything before it had to fall apart. Number 8. When it arrives, it won't just feel right. It'll feel like redemption. They broke you and called it character development. The universe answers with someone who treats you like you were never broken to begin with. Chosen one, this next love won't crash into your life. It'll arrive like something sacred returning home. It won't just feel good, it'll feel right in a way nothing else ever did. And not because it's perfect, but because it finally feels like the universe handing you back everything they tried to take from you, but upgraded. This isn't love that knocks you over. This is love that lifts you. You'll catch yourself smiling in disbelief. Is this real? For me, yes. For you, because you stayed, because you survived what should have crushed you, because you healed when no one clapped for it. And now, the universe is sending someone who doesn't just match your energy, they honor it. They'll love the version of you that grew in silence, the one who rebuilt without an audience, the one who kept showing up when it felt pointless. This won't feel like a continuation of your last heartbreak. It'll feel like a brand new story, not a chapter, a whole new book. Imagine finding someone who doesn't walk into your life to be the center of it, but walks beside you toward a future neither of you could have built alone. That's what's coming. Not chaos, not confusion, clarity. The kind that puts every past rejection in perspective and makes you say, "Ah, now I get it." And here's the kicker. It'll shock you more than anyone else. You'll be the one sitting in quiet awe thinking, "I almost gave up before this." And that's how you'll know it's real, because this love will come softly, but it'll shake your foundation. It'll soothe the ache you forgot was still there. It'll replace the "why me" with "thank you." This is the love that feels like grace, not earned, but gifted. So don't close off. Don't let the past steal the door key to your future. Stay open, because when this arrives, it won't just prove you were never forgotten. It'll prove you were being written into something they never saw coming. Number 9. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a setup. Some meetings are accidents, others are appointments. This one? It was written while you were still breaking. Chosen. 1. The encounter you're about to have isn't something that can be explained with logic, timing, or coincidence. It'll come out of nowhere, on a random day, during a mundane task, in a place that's never held any significance. And yet, it'll change everything. That's how you'll know. It wasn't random, it was orchestrated. The universe doesn't play dice, it plans with precision. You won't hear trumpets or feel fireworks. You'll just know. Their presence won't be loud, but it'll echo. It'll interrupt the autopilot version of your life and snap you into awareness like lightning in a quiet sky. You'll feel peace. You'll feel stillness. You'll feel seen without having to speak. It won't be surface attraction. It'll be soul recognition. And while others try to dissect it, you'll understand. This was alignment, not accident. You were being guided the whole time. While you were healing in silence, the universe was preparing this moment behind the scenes. While you cried, questioned, and rebuilt, this encounter was waiting like a final puzzle piece that only clicks when you stop forcing it. People will talk. They'll try to measure it, analyze it, doubt it. Let them. Their confusion is just proof it wasn't for them to understand, because real doesn't need approval. And divine, it doesn't ask for permission. This love won't walk in wearing a label. It won't come with grand promises or rehearsed lines. It'll feel like home in a world that always made you feel like a stranger. You won't need to ask, "Is this it?" You'll just breathe easier around them. That's your sign. So stay grounded, stay open. You're not late, you're not forgotten. You're about to walk into something so clearly written for you, it'll make every misstep and heartbreak feel like part of the design. This isn't just another connection, it's the encounter, and once it happens, nothing will ever feel accidental again. Number 10. This ain't luck. It's long overdue alignment. They said you missed your chance. Nah, you were dodging counterfeits while the real one was being sharpened in silence. Chosen one, this next love story won't come wrapped in luck or wrapped in games. It'll come wrapped in purpose, and when it arrives, you'll feel it, not in the butterflies, but in the peace. No begging, no chasing, no decoding mixed signals. Just alignment so clean, it'll make your past look like an outdated draft of the life you were never meant to keep. This person won't be too good to be true. They'll be finally right on time, the kind of presence that makes you stop questioning why it never worked with anyone else. You'll start seeing the pattern, how everything you thought was a rejection was actually redirection. The detours, the disappointments, the almosts, they weren't failures, they were filters. Because this was worth being kept on standby for. They won't show up perfect, but they'll show up prepared, not to complete you, but to walk beside the complete version of you that pain helped forge. They'll see your scars and respect them, not flinch, not try to fix them. Just acknowledge them like, damn, you made it through that. I got you now. That's not romance, that's reverence. You'll feel something strange in their presence, like you already knew them before time had names. That's not fantasy, that's recognition, because some souls are carved for each other in silence, then introduced by timing. And timing is never wrong. You didn't miss the moment, you became the moment. That's why it's showing up now. This won't be found by swiping, chasing, or performing. It'll show up when you've stopped searching and started surrendering. When your focus shifts from finding someone to becoming someone, because this isn't a coincidence. This is collision of two paths built through fire, finally crossing in peace. So when they appear, don't doubt it, don't sabotage it, just receive it. The universe's timing wasn't late, it was legendary. And now, it's your turn to experience a love that doesn't demand a mask, only presence. Number 11. Start becoming the person you're hoping to meet. You're not waiting on love, you're being shaped for it, and so are they. Chosen one, before the shockwave of your next relationship hits, the universe is calling you to do something radical. Prepare in silence, not by obsessing, not by scrolling through illusions, not by begging the stars for signs, but by becoming someone so rooted, so whole, that when love arrives, it fits without forcing. You haven't met them yet, or maybe you have, but the timing wasn't ripe. Either way, they're out there, growing through their own fire. So instead of praying for them to show up, start praying for them to hold on, to stay focused, to keep choosing healing over ego, to resist the counterfeits that look shiny but feel hollow. Ask the universe to protect them the same way it's been protecting you, even when you didn't know it. And while you're at it, pray for yourself too. Not just for love to find you, but for the strength to receive it when it does. Because real love isn't just an emotional high. It's a mirror. It reflects your strengths, your wounds, your unhealed pieces. And if you're not ready to face that reflection, you'll self-sabotage the very thing you once begged for. Start now. Build the habits that nourish your soul. Learn to love yourself in ways no relationship ever could. Stop waiting to be chosen. Choose yourself daily. Wake up and treat your life like it's already sacred. Because it is. This isn't a waiting room. It's a training ground. The work you do in this space will shape the love story ahead. And no, this relationship won't just change your relationship status. It'll change your standard. It'll demand growth. It'll call you to unlearn everything small love taught you. You won't be able to stay the same. And that's the point. Love doesn't just comfort. It catapults. So guard your heart, but don't lock it away. Let it stretch, heal, evolve. Because when they arrive, you won't just recognize them, you'll be ready for them. Number 12. They left you broken. Now watch what love rebuilds. They damaged you like it was a game. This love, it arrives like an architect, not to fix what's broken, but to build where no one dared. Chosen one, the next relationship you walk into won't be for show. It won't be shallow, loud, or flashy. It'll be sacred. And yes, it'll confuse people, because from the outside, it won't make sense. How did you go from heartbreak to this? How did someone who was torn apart now move like peace itself? The answer will live in your silence. Because what they call impossible, you'll simply call alignment. This love won't ask you to shrink. It won't demand you to earn affection or play therapist to someone's trauma. You've done enough of that. This time, love shows up like rain after a long drought. Gentle, steady, healing. You won't need to explain your scars. They'll trace them with respect. Not to reopen wounds, but to witness your survival. Imagine sunlight cracking through after years of storms. At first, it'll feel unfamiliar, quiet, too calm. You'll catch yourself questioning it. Is this real? Can I trust this? But give it time, and you'll realize this love doesn't need to scream to be strong. It doesn't fight to be seen. It simply stays. People will ask how it happened. Friends might raise eyebrows. Strangers might assume it's luck. But your soul will know. This wasn't luck. This was design. This love didn't just show up. It was delivered. And it won't complete you, because you're already whole. But it will meet you in that wholeness, not to fix, but to rebuild the parts others tried to destroy. This is the love that makes sense of every delay, the one that makes you thank the heartbreak for breaking you open enough to receive something this real, this pure, this aligned. And when it arrives, you won't just feel loved, you'll feel understood, not in a way that's poetic, but in a way that's practical. You'll laugh again, you'll dream bigger, you'll move like someone who knows they're safe. This isn't just healing, it's redemption in motion. This is the plot twist they never saw coming. And you'll walk in it like it was always yours. Number 13. The real one won't flinch at your scars. They'll sit beside them. They didn't just walk away when they saw your damage. They ran. But the one who's coming, they'll walk straight into it and stay. Chosen one, the love that's coming won't avoid your brokenness. It'll enter it like its home, not to fix you, not to rescue you, but to be with you right there in the raw, unfiltered parts of you that were never accepted before. While others saw your vulnerability as weakness, this one will see it as proof that you kept going. They won't recoil at the wreckage, they'll recognize it. Because they've had to rebuild themselves too. This isn't the kind of person who panics when you cry. This isn't someone who backs off when your triggers speak louder than your words. This is someone who listens in the silence, who reads between the hesitations, who shows up on the days you least feel lovable, not with empty affirmations, but with presence. That's the real flex. Someone who stays without needing to be begged. Imagine someone walking into the ruins of your past like it's a museum, not to judge, but to understand how your soul was shaped, that's what's coming. They'll run their fingers over the metaphorical cracks and say, I see what they tried to destroy. I see what you rebuilt. And I still choose you. And if fear still lingers in your chest, that's okay. Start small. Healing doesn't always feel soft at first. It's awkward, quiet, unfamiliar. But even dipping your toe back into joy is a rebellion against the voices that said you weren't worthy of it. Go take that walk, play that song, breathe deeper, laugh again, even if it feels like you're faking it. Every small moment of joy is proof that your story isn't over. This love will not come on your schedule, but it will come right on time. You don't have to chase it. You just have to stay open to it, because the right one won't ask you to be less broken. They'll make you feel less alone in it. And when they arrive, the healing won't be loud. It'll be slow, steady, sacred. You won't just feel seen, you'll feel safe. And that is how you'll know. This love wasn't sent to fix you. It was sent to honor the you who kept surviving without it. Number 14. It won't just feel right. It'll feel like coming home. They made you feel like you were too much, too complicated, too broken. But this love, it'll feel like someone finally turned the lights on in a room you've been trapped in for years. Chosen one, the love that's coming won't just spark chemistry, it'll spark clarity. You won't question it. You won't be stuck in loops, wondering what they feel, what you did wrong, or when it will fall apart. This time your soul will recognize safety before your brain even catches up. Because this isn't another detour, it's your destination. You'll feel it in the silence, in the way your nervous system calms around them, in the way they make the world feel less heavy just by being there. This love won't shake your foundation, it'll rebuild it. Not by fixing you, but by seeing you so clearly, you finally remember what home was always supposed to feel like. And here's the beauty. This connection won't distract you from your calling. It'll amplify it. You won't lose yourself trying to keep them. You'll find deeper layers of yourself just by walking beside them. Purpose won't pause for romance. Purpose will expand with it. Imagine waking up next to someone who doesn't compete with your light, but protects it, who doesn't get scared when you grow, but grows with you. Together, you'll unlock doors that were never meant to open until you met. You'll take risks, dream louder, heal deeper. Because this love won't be a pit stop, it'll be a launch pad. There will be days where you'll look back and whisper, that's when it all shifted. And not because of some dramatic moment, but because everything just started flowing. The late nights crying, the breakups that almost broke you, the patterns you finally had the strength to stop. All of it was preparing you for this. This isn't just romance, it's a rebirth, a partnership built on purpose, timing, and truth. And when it arrives, you won't need to announce it. The way you move together will say everything. This love won't just hold you, it'll elevate you. And when it does, you'll finally understand. Real love isn't loud, it's liberating. Number 15. This time, love won't dim you. It'll level you up. They said you were too intense, too driven, too much. The right one. They'll call it power, and they'll match it. Chosen. One, the next person walking into your life won't just fall in love with your smile. They'll fall in love with your mission. They won't be intimidated by your ambition or need you to play small so they feel big. They'll respect your fire and feed it. Because this isn't just romance, it's a partnership that launches you into a version of yourself you've only seen in glimpses. With them, you won't have to explain why you dream big, why you need solitude, or why you hold yourself to a higher standard. They'll get it. You won't be too much anymore. You'll be finally matched. Where others made you tone it down, this one will say, turn it up. I've got you. Imagine walking beside someone who doesn't just tolerate your purpose, they mirror it. They bring clarity, not confusion, focus, not distraction. They challenge your excuses and celebrate your breakthroughs. It's not about codependence, it's about collaboration. You'll build more, believe more, heal faster. And people who once laughed at your vision, they'll go silent when they see the reality unfold. This love won't pull you away from alignment. It'll lock you deeper into it. You'll pray more, think bigger, move smarter. Not because they complete you, but because they complement the work you already started. The energy you've poured into becoming better, it'll finally echo back to you. You'll wake up feeling charged, not because they fixed you, but because they remind you who you are when the world tries to make you forget. Their presence won't be a weight. It'll be wind, pushing you higher, quietly, steadily, powerfully. So no, you're not too much. You were just never partnered with enough, until now. This is the relationship that turns vision into impact. That takes what was dormant in you and activates it. The world will notice, but more importantly, you will, and you'll finally realize the right partnership doesn't pause your purpose. It amplifies it. Number 16, they said it was over. The universe said, watch this. They counted you out when all you needed was alignment. Now you walk in rooms like you were born to own them, and that's exactly the point. Chosen one, the glow-up that's coming won't be about revenge. It'll be about alignment. You're not just stepping into a relationship, you're stepping into a new frequency. And yes, people will whisper. What happened? They'll ask, like you stumbled on luck or faked your way forward. But the truth will be simple. Heaven intervened. The universe reached into your chaos and said, it's time, not for status, not for clout, but for redemption. This next connection isn't just romantic, it's revelation. It'll unlock rooms your resume couldn't. It'll open hearts your old self would have run from. And no, your name wasn't on the door, but alignment doesn't need permission. When purpose meets timing, the path clears itself. That's why people who left you behind won't be able to figure it out, because they weren't meant to. You'll glow, but not the kind of glow they sell in bottles. This glow will come from peace, from knowing you didn't force it, chase it, or fake it. You became it, and now it reflects back to you in love, in favor, in freedom. Confidence will bloom where anxiety used to scream. You'll stop trying to prove yourself because finally you'll feel like yourself. Imagine walking with someone who doesn't complete your life, but walks into it like they were always meant to. With them, you don't perform, you don't shrink, you rise. And when people look at you and ask, how? You'll smile. Not out of arrogance, but from clarity. Because you'll remember the nights you were broken, confused, praying for peace. And now, peace walks beside you, in love, in alignment, in power. So no, it wasn't luck, it wasn't random, it wasn't forced. It was heaven's hand, quiet, deliberate, undeniable. And that glow they can't stop talking about, that's not your outfit, that's the evidence. You were never forgotten, you were just being positioned. And now that your story's being rewritten, watch who pretends they always believed in you. Let them. Your glow says more than you ever need to. Chosen one, if this message lit something inside you, peace, clarity, or even just hope, don't let it fade. Press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this growing family, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. This space is your home for truth, healing, and real connection. You're not alone in this journey, and every time you show up, the universe moves. So stay locked in, because what's coming next? It's going to shake everything. Like, subscribe, and get ready. You're not just watching, you're aware. The universe never sends a warning without a reason, and this time it's sending a man. There's movement in your story, chosen one. A tall man is on his way. He's not just a person, he's a signal. His arrival marks a shift, a turning point that most people will overlook because they're too distracted by noise. But you can feel it already, can't you? The strange pull in your energy, the sudden awareness that something or someone important is approaching. It's not random, it's alignment. Imagine the universe as a chessboard. Every piece moves with purpose. You, chosen one, have already made your move. Now, the next move belongs to someone else, the tall man. He's not walking toward you by accident. He's being positioned by energy, by timing, by a chain of events that only makes sense when you look back. Right now, he's the mirror the universe is sending to show you what's next. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by pressing like and subscribe. Not for me, but to help this message reach more souls like you. We're all part of the same force, spreading light in a world that tries to dim it. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not a follower, you're a frequency. Now, let's come back. When we say a tall man is coming, it's not always about physical height. It's about presence, energy that stands tall even before it walks into the room. This man represents confirmation. He may appear like an ordinary person, but his timing will feel surgical. He's the one who walks in when you're done trusting anyone, when you've almost convinced yourself that signs don't exist. His words might sound simple, but they'll hit you like déjà vu, as if you've heard them in a dream you forgot you had. Science calls it synchronicity, the moment when outer events align perfectly with your inner state. You'll recognize him not because of how he looks, but by what his presence triggers inside you. Your intuition will light up like a switch you didn't know was still working. He won't offer you money or gifts. He'll bring something more powerful, clarity. He will remind you of a truth you once buried, that you were never off track, just being rerouted toward the version of you that's finally ready to listen. This encounter won't happen by luck. The universe has been weaving this meeting quietly behind the scenes, shifting schedules, delaying certain paths, even removing people who would have blocked this moment. If you've been feeling sudden endings, random silences, or unexpected changes lately, that's part of it. The path is being cleared so this tall man can arrive without interference. And when he does, pay attention. The universe rarely repeats itself. He might not even stay long. Some messengers are designed to deliver and disappear. What matters isn't how long he stays, but what he activates. His energy will carry confirmation that something in you was never wrong, just waiting to be validated by the right voice. You see, the universe doesn't shout. It whispers through timing, through people, through those strange coincidences that are too perfect to ignore. This man is one of those whispers. The question is, will you be quiet enough inside to hear what's being said? It's easy to overlook divine timing when you're used to disappointment, but this encounter will stand out because it won't feel forced. You won't have to chase it. It'll flow naturally, a conversation that feels like a continuation of one that never actually began. And maybe that's the real test. Not everyone is ready to receive when the universe delivers. Most people push away what's meant for them because it doesn't arrive in the package they expected. But you, chosen one, you've evolved past that. You've learned to feel the energy behind words, not just their surface. You can recognize truth even when it comes dressed in mystery. The tall man doesn't come to change your destiny. He comes to reveal that it's already unfolding exactly as it should. His presence will remind you that the universe was never silent. You were just surrounded by too much noise to hear it. This isn't a coincidence, it's confirmation. You're stepping into a new season where awareness is your weapon and intuition is your guide. The tall man is simply the echo of your readiness, sent to prove that the universe doesn't forget its promises. It just waits for you to become the person who can handle them. So when he arrives, don't doubt it. Don't rationalize it away. Don't let fear convince you that it's just chance, because deep down you already know. This isn't the first time your soul has met his energy. This is the universe circling back to deliver what was meant to find you all along. Stay aware, stay open, and remember, every shift begins quietly, then arrives all at once. The tall man is already on his way, and when he stands before you, you'll finally understand why nothing before this worked out. It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And now, chosen one, lean in. You didn't land on this message by accident. You were pulled here, timed perfectly with the energy that's about to enter your life. So don't blink, don't scroll, don't let your attention get hijacked now. Because what's coming next might just be the piece you've been missing. If you feel that pull in your chest, that pressure in your gut, it's the universe nudging you. Pay attention. This is for you. Drop a 777 in the comments if you can feel this shift too. And if this message already hit you deep, consider blessing the force behind it. Whether it's a scent or a mountain, energy returns to where it came from. You're fueling a movement, not just a message. And trust me, you'll want to stay until the end, because what's coming isn't just information. It's the moment where everything starts to make sense. Let's begin. Number 1. They tried to tower over you. Now watch who the universe sends to tower over them. They laughed when you were down. Let's see if they still laugh when the universe sends someone who stands above everything they tried to destroy you with. They thought they had the upper hand when they walked away. They thought you were finished when they ghosted you, belittled you, overlooked you, mocked your silence, and kicked you while you were down. But they didn't realize the universe was just pulling back the slingshot. What's coming next isn't random. It's revenge, wrapped in symbolism, standing tall, literally. The tall man isn't just a person. He's a statement. A towering symbol of everything they said you'd never attract. His presence is a response, a correction, a cosmic middle finger to every lie that was thrown at your worth. Height in this message is deeper than body. It's symbolic domination. It means presence. It means power. It means elevation. It means he doesn't just walk into the room, he changes the room. While they tried to reduce you to nothing, the universe is sending someone who makes their entire existence look small. It's not about romance, saviors, or fantasy. It's about alignment. The energy approaching you has weight, direction, purpose. He is proof that the universe didn't forget your pain. It just took its time crafting the reply. And let's clear something up. No, he's not coming to save you, because you were never weak. You were in recovery. You were upgrading. He comes as a mirror, not a crutch. He doesn't replace your strength. He reflects it back to you. He arrives like a puzzle piece that makes the entire picture finally make sense. Not because he fills a void, but because he activates a part of you that's been dormant. That part of you that still believes in divine timing, even after all the betrayals. That part of you that still whispers, it has to get better than this, when no one else is around. And yes, the timing will confuse you. You'll ask, why now? And the answer is brutal, because you wouldn't have been able to handle it before. You had to lose those distractions. You had to let go of those false connections. You had to be emptied out just enough to make room for something real. The tall man is not a prize. He's proof that you've passed a test, that you didn't fold, that you endured, that you rebuilt your foundation in silence while they were busy clapping for your collapse. Let them watch now. Let them choke on their own certainty. The one they counted out, that's you, is about to rise in ways that even they will have no words for. They'll see him, hear about him, sense him from a distance. And it'll burn. Because this time, you're not begging for someone's presence. The universe is sending it straight to you without your effort. This man, this moment, is a sign that everything small they tried to box you into, it's broken now. You outgrew it, and now the universe is sending energy that matches your expansion. So when you see him, when his height, his presence, his words stop you in your tracks, don't run. Don't downplay it. Don't question if you're worthy. You earned this, not through perfection, but through pain. They thought they were giants because they could make you cry, but the real giant is on his way, and when he arrives, every lie they told about you is going to look microscopic. Stay ready. Number 2. If you're really ready, then prove it. Because the universe doesn't waste its gifts on the unprepared. Everyone says they're ready until the universe actually sends what they asked for. You say you're ready, but are you really? Because readiness isn't just about wishing for something good to happen. It's about becoming someone who can hold it when it arrives. A lot of people want signs, breakthroughs, alignments. But the moment the universe actually brings it, they shrink, they second-guess, they sabotage, they let fear answer the door instead of faith. But you, chosen one, you're not built like the rest. You've already walked through fire. You've already had everything stripped from you. You know what it's like to hope for something and get silence. You know what it's like to pour yourself into people who only drained you. So now that something real is finally on the way, something tall, strong and symbolic, the only thing left to do is declare your readiness with your actions, not just your words. You don't need to type anything. You don't need to perform. This isn't about writing amen or reciting affirmations out loud. This is about energy. The universe listens to vibration, not volume. So ask yourself, what energy am I putting out? Am I moving like someone who's preparing for alignment, or am I still mentally stuck in survival mode? The universe doesn't hand over clarity to someone still addicted to chaos. Readiness is a frequency. It's not about being perfect. It's about being present. It's about clearing the noise, so when the tall man enters your field, you don't miss the message he carries. Because make no mistake, he won't come shouting. He won't be flashy. His presence will be quiet, but powerful. It will feel like that moment when a storm stops, not because everything is solved, but because something has shifted. Imagine this. You've been climbing a dark staircase for years, thinking you're going in circles. Then one day, you reach a landing. You look up, and there he is, not waiting to carry you, but to walk with you into what's next. That's what's coming. But it only happens if you've cleared enough mental space to even see the landing when you get there. A lot of people are so used to disappointment, they miss delivery. They've been burned so many times, they treat every new person like a threat. But the tall man won't play games. He doesn't need to chase or convince. He arrives with a presence that says, "I'm not here to play small." So, if you're still stuck checking your phone for people who ghosted you, you're going to miss the man who was never hiding to begin with. You can't attract someone who's above everything you've outgrown if you're still chasing what broke you. The universe is strategic. It doesn't send alignment into chaos. It waits until you've made space. So this moment right here, this message you're hearing, is your test, not a test of intelligence or even faith. It's a test of readiness. Have you made peace with the past? Or are you still secretly hoping for an apology before you move forward? You can't hold a future in one hand while dragging your past in the other. You can't expect elevation while you're still arguing with ghosts. The tall man is part of your shift, but you have to claim that shift. Not with loud declarations, but with silent decisions. Imagine this. You're at a train station. You've been waiting for hours, maybe days, maybe years. People came and went. You got tired. You questioned if you were even in the right place. Then suddenly you hear the hum. The lights flicker. A new train pulls in. And it's not like the others. It's quieter, sleeker, but it's on time. You don't need to ask if it's yours. You feel it. That's the tall man. That's the energy that's coming. The question is, will you step on? Or will fear keep you sitting on the bench, watching another ride pass you by? Readiness is when your energy no longer flinches at the arrival of what you once thought was too good to be true. Don't confuse stillness with hesitation. It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to not have all the answers. But what's not okay, not anymore, is to pretend like you didn't ask for this. You did. Maybe in a whisper, maybe in tears, maybe in the silence of your own mind. But the universe heard you, and it answered in the form of a person who's not here to confuse you, but to confirm everything you already knew deep down. Imagine this. You're holding a key, and every door you've tried before was the wrong one. And now you're standing in front of a door that doesn't even look like a door, just a solid wall. But something inside you says, try one more time. And this time, the key fits. It clicks. That's what this moment is. That's what this arrival means. But only if you're brave enough to try one more time. So before we move forward, take this seriously. If you're truly ready, then align your mind with what's coming. Drop the distractions. Stop begging the past to validate your future. Let the noise go. Sit in silence and feel what the universe is trying to show you. This isn't just a message, it's a mirror. And if you're asking, how will I know it's him? How will I know this is the moment? The answer is simple. You'll feel safe without shrinking. You'll feel seen without explaining. You'll feel calm without convincing yourself that it's real. Readiness is recognizing the truth when it walks in, not when it proves itself. So don't wait for signs in the sky. The sign is this. You're hearing this right now. And deep down, you already know. He's on his way. The energy is shifting. The universe has been watching you, testing you, stretching you. And now it's answering. Prepare, focus, clean your mental space like you're about to host something sacred, because you are. A tall presence is about to step into your life, and when it does, it won't wait for you to catch up. You either meet it where it stands, or you watch it pass. The choice is yours, chosen one. Stay locked in. What comes next? It changes everything. Number 3. You wanted familiar. The universe sent a storm in human form. The expected keeps you asleep. The appointed wakes you the hell up. Don't expect him to look how you imagined. He won't arrive dressed in your comfort zone or speak with the tone you rehearsed in your head. He isn't here to meet expectations. He's here to break them. That's the thing about alignment. It doesn't ask permission, and it damn sure doesn't ask for approval. The tall man you're sensing, chosen one, is not some random passerby. He's been assigned, appointed, not because you begged for help, but because the universe knew you were finally ready for the next level. When you stop chasing what you want, the universe sends what you actually need, and it never looks like what you pictured. He's not here to match your past. He's here to clash with it, to disrupt every dead habit, every fake connection, every watered-down version of yourself you've been clinging to out of fear. His energy doesn't blend in. It collides. And that collision is how you know it's real, because it stirs something ancient in you. That ache in your chest right now, that pull in your gut. It's not anxiety, it's recognition. Imagine this: you've been sitting in a room lit by a flickering bulb your whole life. Then suddenly someone walks in and pulls open the blinds, and for the first time you see color, not just shadows. That's what the tall man brings. Not chaos, clarity, the kind that makes everything you settled for look like a bad joke. He's not the one your past self would have picked, but he's the one your evolved self deserves. Not predictable, but precise. Not comforting, but catalytic. You didn't manifest this. You were being prepared for it. And now the universe is answering, not with fantasy, but with fire. Expect noise to rise as he appears. People from your past will feel his presence before they ever meet him, and they'll start panicking. Let them. That's how you'll know he's real. Number 4. You were hidden, not forgotten. The preparation was the proof. They called it a delay. The universe called it training. Let's get one thing straight, chosen one. The silence wasn't empty. The isolation wasn't punishment. That long season where everything felt stuck, that was the lab. While everyone else was performing for the crowd, you were being refined in the shadows. You weren't being overlooked. You were being built, brick by brick, layer by layer. And now, the tall man isn't just showing up to confirm your pain. He's arriving to confirm your readiness. The universe doesn't send powerful energy to fragile minds. It waits until the fire forges the steel. You weren't just waiting, you were transforming, quietly. While others were loud about things that didn't last, you were carrying weight they'll never understand. Nights with no answers, days filled with doubt. People who walked away because they couldn't handle your depth. But guess what? You're still here. And now the universe is moving, not because you begged, but because you endured. Imagine this, a seed in the ground, buried beneath layers of dirt, forgotten by everyone, until one day, without warning, it breaks through the soil, not because someone clapped for it, but because it was time. That's you. That breakthrough isn't random, it's earned. The tall man's arrival isn't a gift. It's a signal that this next level of your life will require the version of you that was forged in that silent season. You didn't just survive, you were sharpened. That's why his presence will stretch you. It won't feel easy because it's not supposed to. Growth isn't polite. It rips comfort apart and demands your next evolution. And when that voice inside asks, "Why me? Why now?" silence it. The better question is, why not you? You've done the work. You've bled behind the scenes. You've held your own when no one clapped. That's why this moment is yours. This isn't your reward. It's your assignment. Step into it like you were made for it, because you were. Number 5. He doesn't hand you the prize. He hands you the blueprint. Everyone wants the key, but most people ignore the hand that's holding it. The tall man isn't coming with fanfare, flattery, or fortune. He's not carrying a treasure chest, he's carrying a blueprint. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss the moment and mistake it for something ordinary. That's the trap. The universe sends wisdom in quiet packaging, but people only chase what sparkles. When you're too busy chasing gold, you'll walk right past the map that leads to it. The hidden keys this man carries aren't loud, they're subtle, coded into conversation, embedded in timing, disguised as disruptions. He might come through a stranger, a challenge, an unexpected pivot, and you'll ask, is this really part of the plan? Yes, especially when it feels inconvenient. Real guidance rarely feels comfortable. Imagine this: a locked vault sits in front of you. You want it to open magically, but instead, someone hands you a torn piece of paper with strange numbers and says, "You'll understand later." That's what this man brings. Not the vault, not the reward. The damn combination. The rest is on you. He brings insight, but insight isn't passive. It demands attention. It whispers, it nudges, it shows up in moments you'd never expect, like the right words in the wrong person's mouth, or the lesson hidden inside a temporary loss. Don't dismiss the packaging. The loudest answers are often wrapped in silence. The keys don't always jingle. Sometimes they hum. You're not being asked to perform, you're being asked to listen differently. That's the challenge, that's the preparation. Can you recognize the message when it's not being shouted? Can you hold on to insight when it's inconvenient? Because what unlocks your next level won't come from the crowd. It'll come from clarity disguised as disruption. The tall man doesn't unlock the door for you. He shows you where it is, tells you where to stand, and hands you what you need to open it, if you're paying attention. So stay alert, chosen one. Most people miss the keys. But you were born to recognize them. Number 6. This isn't a turning point. It's the moment the universe stops playing nice. When the moment is ordained, nothing and no one can block it. Not fear, not failure, not even you. This isn't just another shift. It's not a random plot twist in your story. This is the moment, the one everything's been building toward while you were breaking, healing, and rebuilding in silence. The moment where everything finally stops feeling random and starts making brutal, blinding sense. You weren't forgotten, you were delayed on purpose, not because you weren't worthy, but because the moment wasn't ready for your power yet. And now, the timing has caught up with you. The tall man is not just symbolic, he's strategic. He is the embodiment of a shift so precise it couldn't come 1 minute early. It had to hit you now, when you've finally outgrown everything that used to hold you back. Ordained doesn't mean comfortable, it means unstoppable. His presence won't feel soft, it won't feel familiar, it'll feel like impact, like thunder arriving after years of silence. You'll feel it in your bones before your brain catches up. Why? Because this man is tied to your upgrade. He doesn't just show up, he shows you, to yourself, who you've become, what you're finally ready to carry, what no longer fits. Imagine this, a door that's been locked for years finally clicks open, not because someone gave you the key, but because you finally turned the handle at the right time. That's this moment, that's his arrival, not forced, just perfectly timed. And yeah, your mind might whisper, what if this isn't real? But that flicker in your gut, that fire that refuses to die even after everything you've been through, that's your answer. That's how you know it's real. You feel it before it makes sense. You feel it in the stillness, not the noise. So don't scroll, don't run, don't hide under the weight of old disappointments. What's approaching isn't just tall, it's towering with intention. It's walking toward you like it knows exactly who you are. Because it does, and deep down, so do you. Number 7. This isn't coincidence. It's the universe calling your name on schedule. Silence doesn't mean forgotten. It means the universe was moving the pieces before showing you the board. Feel that pressure in the air, that weight behind your thoughts, that sudden pull in your chest for no logical reason. That's not anxiety, that's timing, and it's not yours, it's the universe's. You didn't stumble into this moment. You were brought here. This is an appointment with destiny, not a coincidence in your feed. The tall man you've been sensing. His steps are echoing because the time has finally caught up to your preparation. You spent seasons buried, not lost, but planted. You thought silence meant you were being ignored, but you weren't being ignored. You were being aligned. That delay you hated, that quiet you couldn't escape. It was the exact environment required to forge the version of you who's ready for this message, and for him. When the universe is quiet, it's not absent, it's busy. Imagine this. A plane flying through thick clouds. Everything looks grey, no vision, no clarity. Then suddenly it breaks through, and there it is. Light, sky, perspective. That's what this moment is. You're breaking through. The turbulence wasn't punishment, it was positioning. The tall man's arrival isn't proof that something new is happening. It's proof that the old cycle is over. He's not your reward, he's the reveal. The universe has been building this moment behind your back, while you cried and begged for clarity that hadn't ripened yet. And now, without warning, it hits, because heaven's timing doesn't explain itself, it just shows up. You're not imagining this shift. You're not delusional for feeling something massive just beneath the surface. The atmosphere around you is changing because something greater is finally stepping forward. And when it does, you'll look back and realize this very second, this message was the whisper before the arrival. Stay locked in. The energy that's approaching has been carrying your name the entire time. Number 8. He's not coming to join your life. He's coming to flip the whole thing over. Real messengers don't show up to comfort your chaos. They come to cancel it. The tall man isn't stepping in to keep you company. He's stepping in to rearrange the entire damn room. He doesn't enter to sit quietly in the corner of your life. He's here to challenge the structure. His presence alone will make the wrong people uncomfortable. His energy will expose everything fake. He won't have to say much. His presence will say it all. The old version of you can't live here anymore. This isn't just an arrival. It's an assignment, not his, yours. He doesn't come to replace your pain. He comes to make sense of it. While others questioned your value, overlooked your loyalty, and left you doubting yourself, the universe was prepping a response, and it walks tall. Some people walk in to take space, others walk in to shift the atmosphere. Learn the difference. Imagine this. You're sitting in a quiet room full of furniture you've outgrown. Then someone walks in, taller than everything around you, and suddenly the ceiling feels too low. That's what he does. Not because he's here to dominate, but because he reveals how small you've been playing. He doesn't offer rescue. That's not his job. He doesn't coddle. He confirms that what you endured wasn't for nothing, confirms that you weren't abandoned, you were activated. And now that your spirit is finally aligned with your next level, the universe is sending someone who matches the mission, not the mess. He's not here to blend in. He's here to wake you up And he will. His energy will stir something deep, not butterflies, but conviction, that inner knowing that this isn't another illusion. This is the shift. This is the moment everything starts to rearrange. Don't expect comfort. Expect clarity. Don't expect normal. Expect necessary. His height isn't just stature, it's a signal. You've outgrown the world that tried to contain you. Now the universe is sending someone who reflects what you were always becoming. Get ready, chosen one. Assignment accepted. Number 9. Start acting like it's already on the way, because it is. If you're not living like it's coming, don't cry when it doesn't knock. The tall man isn't a maybe. He's already moving toward you. His steps are locked in. It's your mindset that needs to catch up. You don't prepare for alignment by hoping. You prepare by moving like it's already happening. Stop waking up with fear in your chest and doubt in your bloodstream. That old version of you, the one that begged, waited, and worried, isn't needed anymore. Expectation is a frequency, and if your life is cluttered with anxiety, distractions, and dead connections, how can what's meant for you even find a place to land? Clean the house, mentally, emotionally, physically. Throw out what doesn't align with your future. Delete the messages. Break the patterns. Create the space now, or you'll crowd out the very thing the universe is trying to hand you. Don't just manifest, make room. Imagine this. A delivery truck arrives, but your front door is blocked by old boxes and forgotten junk. They ring the bell, but you don't answer in time. They drive off. That's how most people miss alignment. Not because it didn't come, but because they weren't ready to receive it. Expectation changes how you move. It makes you choose peace over panic. It makes you bless your mornings before chaos can touch them. It makes you walk like something powerful is already chasing you down, because it is. The tall man is on his way, and every second is a countdown. Not to someday, but to now. And if you're thinking, but what if it never happens? Flip the question. What if it's already happening and you're just not tuned in enough to see it? The universe doesn't announce delivery. It shows up when your vibration matches the message. So live like the shift is real, because it is. The tall man is not walking toward who you used to be. He's heading for the version of you that's already started acting like the door's about to swing open. Open it. Number 10. He's not just a man. He's the mirror of what you've become. When strength shows up in front of you, it's because it already woke up inside you. The tall man isn't coming to impress you. He's coming to reflect you, not the broken, burnt-out version you tried to hide. The real you, the one that refused to stay down, the one who carried wounds like armor and silence like a sword. His presence isn't just a message, it's a mirror. When he stands tall, it's because you're finally standing tall inside too. The timing isn't just poetic, it's proof. The universe doesn't waste time sending symbols to souls still stuck in survival mode. You've been shifting, and you know it. You've started saying no to things that used to own you. You've felt your posture change, your voice steady. You've outgrown people without needing to explain. And now the universe is responding. Because the version of you that used to beg for clarity is gone. What's left is someone who's finally embodying the energy they used to only admire from a distance. Imagine this. You walk past a mirror that's been fogged up for years. You wipe it clean, and for the first time, you see someone staring back who looks like they belong in the life you once thought was too much. That's who the tall man confirms. Not a fantasy, a reflection. He's not here to do the work for you. He's here to echo the strength you've already activated. Every step he takes toward you screams, "You're not the same person who waited. You're the one who rebuilt. The old version of you needed saving. This one just needs validation." And that's what he brings. Silent, solid, unshakable confirmation that your strength is no longer potential. It's visible. So when he arrives, don't question it, don't deflect, don't shrink. Look him in the eye and realize the reason he stands tall is because you finally do too. Number 11. You won't need to ask, you'll just know. Real alignment doesn't knock, it walks in like it's always belonged. When the tall man steps into your atmosphere, everything will shift, and you won't need anyone to explain it. The moment will carry its own weight. The air will feel thicker, quieter, clearer, not because he says anything magical, but because his energy hits like a memory you didn't know you had. It won't be loud, it won't be chaotic, it'll be calm, heavy, undeniable. You don't recognize alignment with your eyes, you feel it in your bones. This man doesn't arrive with confusion or second guessing. He doesn't trigger your trauma. He silences it. He doesn't pull you out of yourself. He grounds you, and you'll feel it before your brain catches up. This is different. This isn't a rerun of the same old letdowns. This is a message wrapped in skin. This is the energy you prayed for when you had no one left to vent to. Imagine this. You've been walking through fog for what feels like years. Then, suddenly, the clouds part, not because you changed direction, but because the path finally aligned. You see someone ahead, not coming from the side, not heading away, but straight toward you. That's what his steps feel like. Purposeful, direct, meant for you. You're not on the outside watching life happen to other people. You are in the center of the shift. Everything that hurt, delayed, or drained, you didn't block this moment. It built it. Every time you thought you were being punished, the universe was really just buying time. Because what's approaching doesn't belong to anyone else. It's carrying your name. So don't doubt it. Don't second guess it. Don't let old disappointment steal the recognition that's already pulsing through your gut. This is real. This is now. And when he arrives, you won't need signs, explanations, or confirmations. You'll feel it in the silence. You'll feel it in your breath. And you'll know he's here. Number 12. He wasn't late. He was calculated. The wait wasn't silence. It was strategy. You thought it was taking forever. You counted the days, replayed the delays, questioned yourself into exhaustion. But now that the air feels different, now that his steps echo louder, you're starting to realize something. This was never about waiting. This was about alignment. His presence doesn't just show up and hand you answers. It rewrites the entire trajectory of your life, not because he forces change, but because he is the change. The shift you've been begging for doesn't come with noise. It walks in wearing confirmation like armor. You've been asking questions nobody could answer. Wondering if you were delusional, if the pain had a purpose, if the silence meant the universe had gone quiet. But here's the truth. It didn't forget you. It was measuring you. Every delay was a divine recalibration, not rejection. The tall man wasn't moving slowly. He was moving strategically, one step, one correction, one signal at a time, until now, when you're finally in position to recognize the magnitude of what's unfolding. Imagine this. You're standing in front of a door that's never opened. Then one day, without warning, the lock clicks. You didn't force it. The timing just synced. That's this moment, not magic, mechanism, a sequence that was built for your soul to catch up to your purpose. And here's what no one tells you. The most powerful moments don't come wrapped in fireworks. They come quietly, like a deep breath, like a pause that says, "This is it." And once it begins unfolding, there's no stopping it. The tall man's presence won't just shift your mood, it'll redirect your entire future. You're not crazy for feeling it. You're not overreacting for staying locked in. What's approaching was always meant for you. It just needed the right version of you to receive it. And now you're finally here. Now it's finally time. Let the revelation begin. Number 13. The final lock-in. A prayer for the ones who stayed. Every word you heard wasn't just content, it was a confirmation. This wasn't just a script, this was a transmission, a message wrapped in metaphor, pressure, clarity, and truth. And now it needs to be sealed, not with hype, but with presence. You're not the same person you were when this began. Something cracked, something clicked, and now you're ready to receive what's been chasing you this whole time. Here's your closing moment. Not religion, not routine, but a grounded, universal prayer. Let it settle. A prayer for the chosen one at the turning point. Universe, align what has been scattered. Let everything that delayed me now serve me. I surrender the noise, the fear, the doubt, and I receive what has always been mine in perfect timing. I release what no longer fits, so that what's aligned can finally take its place. Let the next steps be clear. Let my heart stay grounded, even as everything shifts. Protect the frequency of my spirit. Remind me that I don't need to chase what's already been assigned to me. I am no longer waiting. I am receiving. May every hidden answer now rise to the surface. May every unseen force that was working in silence now move in full force. Seal this moment. Let it be a turning point I never forget. Let this be the day I finally walk like it's already mine. And if this message pulled something real out of you, don't let it fade. Type "I'm ready" in the comments. Subscribe to this frequency. You're not here by accident. The tall man is near, and the next chapter already unfolding. They didn't hate you because you did something wrong. They hated you because you did something they couldn't survive doing. That's the difference between you and them. You faced your demons and walked out with scars that looked like medals. They ran from theirs and built fake smiles to hide the cowardice. You made peace with pain. They weaponized jealousy. They threw dirt on your name, thinking it would bury you, but it just made you grow roots. And now? Oh, now they can't stand to see the tree you became, casting shade over their lies. Every time your name comes up, their ego twitches. Every time you win, their insecurities convulse. They didn't want justice, they wanted control, but they lost it the moment you stopped needing their validation. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, you walk into a room and the air changes. Laughter drops 2 octaves. Eyes flicker but avoid yours. That's not paranoia, it's pressure. Your presence exposes what they've been pretending to be. You were the mirror that showed them what mediocrity looks like next to authenticity. And that's why they attacked you, not for what you did, but for what your existence reminded them of. And here's the cold, undeniable fact. Studies in behavioral psychology show that envy activates the same neural regions as physical pain. Let that sink in. Seeing you thrive literally hurts them. You were right. Every strange energy, every fake laugh, every coincidental setback, You felt it because it was real. They were never neutral. They were threatened. You were not overreacting. You were decoding a war they tried to wage silently. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just a listener, you're part of a force. Now back to what they didn't expect. You to survive it. You see, people like that don't destroy lives. They reveal them. Every scheme they plotted became proof of your strength. They wanted to make you doubt your reality, gaslight your intuition, and rewrite your story. But your clarity ruined their script. Because while they were busy attacking, you were busy awakening. They thought they could discredit you by twisting your truth. But the truth doesn't need defense. It just waits for lies to collapse under their own weight. You were right the whole time. You sensed it when people started acting different after your wins. You noticed how the support turned silent the moment success stopped being shared. You caught the shade masked as jokes, the advice laced with doubt. You knew it wasn't coincidence, it was orchestration. The attack wasn't impulsive, it was a calculated attempt to dim what they couldn't duplicate. But here's the plot twist. They created their own downfall when they chose you as the enemy. Because when you tried to help, they mocked you. When you warned them, they dismissed you. And when you withdrew, they panicked. They underestimated the kind of strength that doesn't announce itself. They mistook kindness for weakness, silence for defeat, and grace for gullibility. But now they're learning that calm doesn't mean powerless. It means dangerous. You've become what they feared most, a walking contradiction to their narrative. You outgrew the lies they told about you, and now every rumor they spread looks stupid next to your reality. You see, chosen one, there's something they'll never admit out loud. They need your energy to feel alive. That's why they targeted you. You were the battery that powered their ego. They drained you for validation, then blamed you for being too much. But when you pulled back, their mask cracked. You didn't lose them, they lost their supply, and that's why they're mad. They're not angry at you for what you did. They're angry at the silence you left behind. Because now, without your energy, they're forced to meet themselves. The truth is, they attacked because you were proof that the system they worship is broken. You didn't follow their rules, yet you kept winning. You didn't beg for love, yet you stayed loved. You didn't sell your soul, yet you kept leveling up. That's what drives them insane. You broke the algorithm they thought they controlled, and now every attempt to stop you just accelerates your ascension. So let them talk, let them pretend, because while they're still rehearsing fake versions of confidence, you're out here living proof that authenticity is the ultimate revenge. You were right, chosen one. They attacked out of malice and spite, but in doing so, they proved exactly who the threat really was. You. And chosen one, don't go anywhere. That was just the warning shot. The real fire, it's coming next. You've only scratched the surface of what they did behind your back and why it all backfired. So if you've ever questioned yourself, doubted your gut, or felt crazy for sensing the shift in energy around you, stay locked in. This next part will confirm everything. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know they didn't just dislike you, they targeted you. And if you feel this message speaking directly to your soul, bless the team behind this with a super thanks. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's fuel. You're not just helping a video, you're pushing a mission that's waking up the ones they tried to silence. This truth, it's not free. It's been paid for in scars, silence, and survival. Let's keep it moving. And now, let's rip the mask all the way off, step by step. If you're really one of the chosen, you'll feel it in your chest. You won't be able to click away. This is personal now. Let's get into it. Number 1, you saw it all coming, and they hoped you'd doubt it. They called you crazy until the truth started sounding like your voice. You saw it all coming, didn't you? Every fake smile, every weird silence, every coincidence that didn't feel like one. They thought you were paranoid, dramatic, too deep in your head, but you were reading the room like a professional lie detector. They thought they were slick, but your instincts were 10 steps ahead. That's the curse and the blessing of the chosen ones. You feel the storm before the clouds even form. You sense betrayal before the knife gets close. You can smell fake energy the way sharks smell blood in the water. The moment you said, "Something's off," they laughed. Oh, they mocked you, rolled their eyes, made you question your own clarity. But who's laughing now? Because everything you said turned out to be exactly right. You were right about their intentions, right about their gossip, right about their envy, right about the ones who pretended to support you but were clapping with resentment behind their teeth. It's funny how people will gaslight you into silence just because your truth exposes their comfort zone. But that's what chosen ones do. They make lies uncomfortable. Now imagine this for a second. Chosen one. A wolf can always sense when something's stalking it in the woods. Long before the threat makes a sound, instinct kicks in. That's you. While everyone else is distracted by noise, you feel vibration. You don't just see the attack, you sense it. And that's what drove them insane. They couldn't manipulate someone who already saw their moves before they made them. You became their worst nightmare. The one they couldn't fool. The one who smiled through sabotage because you'd already seen the ending. Science even backs you up, by the way. There's an entire study on interpersonal intuition, where the human brain can detect lies and energy shifts through micro-expressions in as little as 0.04 seconds. That's how fast your subconscious picks up deceit. So no, you weren't overthinking. You were reading energy faster than they could fake it. Your intuition is an advanced defense system, one they tried to label as sensitivity to make you ignore your own radar. But you didn't. You trusted it, and that's why you're still standing while their stories are collapsing. They wanted you to doubt yourself, because self-doubt is the only way to destroy someone who's already protected by clarity. You ever notice how they panicked every time you got quiet? It wasn't because you were weak. It was because your silence made them wonder what you knew. That's the power of someone who sees too much, the one who doesn't need to argue, the one who doesn't expose people, just disappears and lets the truth expose itself. You ever ask yourself, why do I keep sensing people's real intentions so early? That's not paranoia. That's spiritual pattern recognition. You've been through so much betrayal that your nervous system evolved into a lie detector. You can read energy through tone, through pauses, through that fake little ha-ha they force when they're jealous. You're not guessing, you're decoding. And you know what's wild? Every great visionary in history went through the same thing. Nikola Tesla was called insane because he saw energy patterns no one else understood. Joan of Arc was labeled delusional because her instincts didn't match the narrative. Even modern legends, like Steve Jobs, were mocked for seeing things that weren't there. But chosen ones, they always see it before the crowd does. And that vision comes with isolation. People don't believe what they can't comprehend, and you, my friend, were light years ahead of comprehension. That's why they tried to turn your awareness into a weakness. They whispered, "You're too sensitive." They said, "You read too much into things." No, you read correctly. You just didn't have the receipts yet. They confuse evidence with truth. But You feel it before it's visible, and when the receipts finally show up, boom, their fake confidence cracks like glass under pressure. Let's talk psychology for a second. Narcissists and manipulators hate intuitive people because intuition breaks their game. They thrive on confusion, and you removed that advantage. They wanted you second-guessing everything because doubt is their favorite leash, but you slipped it off. You chose awareness over approval, and that's why they had to attack you. They couldn't stand a version of you that wasn't under their illusion. You know what makes this story even more poetic? They knew you knew. The moment your eyes went quiet, the moment your energy withdrew, they felt it. That cold stare that said, "I see you." That was the end of their control, because nothing terrifies deceit more than exposure. You turned from their target into their mirror, and that's when the panic started. You were no longer predictable, you were powerful. People always say, trust needs to be earned, but no one talks about how doubt is earned too. You didn't start doubting people for no reason. They earned your suspicion through patterns, through inconsistency, through actions that didn't match their words. That's what intuition is built on, receipts disguised as feelings. Let's put it bluntly, they tried to make you question your reality because your reality scared them. You were decoding too much, seeing too far, connecting dots they wanted to keep scattered. They tried to blur your mind, twist your empathy against you, and play on your kindness. But your instincts cut through all of it like a knife through fog. Remember this, the same intuition they mocked is the reason you're still standing. That funny feeling in your gut saved your peace more times than you'll ever know. And now that your instincts have been proven right, they're panicking. Why? Because your accuracy means their manipulation is obsolete. You've become unprogrammable. That's what scares them most. You can't be fooled anymore. Here's the irony, chosen one. They thought making you doubt yourself would break you. Instead, it trained you. Every betrayal sharpened your radar. Every lie upgraded your discernment. Every heartbreak tuned your frequency. You evolved into someone who can't be tricked twice. That's your superpower now. You don't just survive deception, you study it. You turn it into data. You are the human version of a spoiler alert. They hate you because you ruin their performance before the act begins. That's the level of awareness you're operating on. You became the player who knows the entire playbook. That's why they call you intense, cold, or different. Those are the words people use when they realize their manipulation won't work anymore. And maybe a part of you wonders, will I ever be able to trust again? The answer, yes, but never blindly. You'll trust energy, not words. You'll trust actions, not promises. You'll trust patterns, not apologies. Because once you've seen behind the curtain, you can never unsee it. That's what they call wisdom, and it's not something you read in books. It's something betrayal taught you directly. So here's your reminder. You're not too intuitive. You're not too aware. You're just awake in a world that benefits from your confusion. They wanted to dull your senses, but you turned your sensitivity into strategy. You're no longer just noticing patterns. You are the pattern breaker. That's what being chosen means. It's not about luck or favor. It's about surviving enough illusions to finally see the code. They thought they could outsmart you. They thought your empathy made you weak. But empathy is just intelligence with heart. You're not broken. You're built differently. You're not emotional. You're accurate. And they can't stand that. Because deep down, they know you saw everything before it happened. And that's why they tried to make you doubt your power. But it's too late now. You've already decoded the game. You don't need revenge because your accuracy is the revenge. You don't need closure because their collapse is your confirmation. You saw it all coming and they hoped you'd doubt it, but you didn't. you believed yourself, and that's the moment you became unstoppable. Number 2. The jealousy pipeline, from envy to obsession to sabotage. They didn't want your life, they wanted your light, but since they couldn't have it, they tried to destroy it. That's where it always starts, not with a full-out war, not with a screaming match, but with a sideways glance, a compliment laced with envy, a joke that hits just a little too hard. You didn't do anything to them. You were just being you, existing in your lane, glowing without permission. But someone saw that glow and hated the reflection it cast on their own shadow. It's never really about what you have, chosen one. It's about what you are. And what you are, a walking reminder of what they'll never become. You triggered their insecurity simply by breathing in your power. And at first, they tried to mimic you, copy the style, steal the tone, talk like you, walk like you. They wanted the shine without the scars. But when that didn't work, when their knockoff version started to look like a bad joke next to your authenticity, the jealousy turned toxic. That's the pipeline, isn't it? It always flows the same way. Envy turns to obsession. Obsession turns to sabotage. You didn't ask for fans, but they studied you like one. And when they realized they couldn't be you, they tried to break you. Now imagine this. Chosen one. Someone sits in a crowd watching you perform. They clap, they smile, but inside, they're seething, not because you did anything wrong, but because you're making it look too easy. They think, why them and not me? And that thought festers, becomes a quiet mission, not to elevate themselves, but to dismantle you. And what makes it worse? It's usually the ones you gave love to, the ones you supported, the ones who once looked up to you, but couldn't stand staying beneath you. Jealousy is a silent killer, and you felt it before you had the words for it. That weird energy when you shared good news, that uncomfortable silence when you succeeded, that sudden distance after a breakthrough. Their love was conditional, their loyalty had limits, and the moment you passed those limits, their mask slipped. You didn't outgrow them, you just stopped shrinking to keep them comfortable. There's a term in psychology called crab mentality. You know what crabs do in a bucket? When one tries to escape, the others pull it back down, not because they're evil, but because they don't know how to climb out themselves. That's how jealous people operate. They see you trying to rise, and instead of learning from you, they try to drag you back to their level. They'd rather see you fail than face their own failure. And the obsession? Oh, that part's real. They watched your every move like a spectator in a game they were never invited to. Your social media, they never liked your posts, but they never missed one. Your words, recycled, reworded, reposted. But your energy, never duplicated. And that's what burned them, because you weren't performing, you were being. And authenticity has a frequency that imitation can't reach. The truth is, they didn't want your job, your partner, your car, or your status. They wanted your peace, your self-respect, your spiritual immunity. They wanted to walk into a room and be felt the way you are. But that kind of presence? It earned, and they weren't willing to suffer for it like you did. So they did what all cowards do. They tried to destroy what they couldn't copy. And they didn't come at you directly. No, they used whispers, half-truths, passive-aggressive digs. They tried to poison your name in rooms you hadn't even stepped into yet, tried to erase your presence before you arrived. That's sabotage at its most pathetic. But what they didn't realize is this. Real power doesn't need to defend itself. Your truth walked in before you did. And when your name hit their mouths, it hit with weight. Because no matter how hard they tried to bury you, people kept asking, but why do they still shine? You ever ask yourself, why me? Why do they keep targeting me? The answer's ugly, but it's real, because you made it out of a place they're still stuck in, because you healed something they haven't even faced, because your resilience exposed their laziness. Your evolution made them uncomfortable with their stagnancy. You didn't threaten their life, you threatened their illusion of it. Look at any legend. Beyoncé got accused of being too perfect. Kobe got called too intense. Michael Jackson got mocked for being too different. The world has a history of punishing people who master their lane, because excellence shames mediocrity without even trying. Your existence isn't neutral. You're not wallpaper. You walk in and shift the entire emotional temperature of a space, and people who run on ego hate that. They wanted to make you question your worth so they wouldn't have to question their own. They attacked your confidence so they could feel taller next to your silence. But here's where the story flips. Every time they sabotaged you, they sharpened you. Every trap they set taught you a new move. Every fake friend activated another upgrade. What they meant for harm, life twisted into growth. You became the weapon they never saw coming. You don't rise from sabotage by staying bitter. You rise by becoming unreachable. And that's where you are now. You've seen what people are willing to do when they feel threatened by your existence. And yet, you're still rising, still evolving, still walking with a calm that screams, I already won. That's why they're more mad now than ever. You survived the smear campaign, the betrayal, the isolation, and came back louder. You see, chosen one, people can't fake consistency. They can fake love, they can fake concern, but they can't fake growth. And that's what's exposing them now. They tried to become you through shortcuts, but shortcuts don't build foundation. That's why they're crumbling while you're thriving. Your roots go deep. Theirs were shallow. You grew in silence. They chased applause. And now the crowd's gone, and so is their relevance. Jealousy always backfires in the end, because when you attack someone who was just focused on their own lane, the universe responds. It says, you want to compete? Fine, but you better be ready to be humbled. And oh, are they being humbled? Slowly, publicly, repeatedly. The people they lied to? Watching? The ones they tried to turn against you? Noticing? The ones they used to get ahead? Leaving? They made you the villain in their head, but you were never playing their game. You were just too busy building a life they couldn't sabotage. That's the most brutal revenge, becoming undeniable. Let them copy the outer shell. They'll never touch the inner fire. Let them mock the silence. They'll never reach the signal. Let them throw shade. You are the sun. So don't let the attacks make you smaller. Let them confirm what you already knew. You were always the one who rose without permission, the one who transformed hate into fuel, the one they couldn't kill off no matter how many times they tried. You walked through envy, obsession, and sabotage, and you're still here. That's power. That's chosen. That's you. Number 3. They orchestrated the fall. But, oops, you didn't fall. They built the collapse for you. Now they're the ones buried under the rubble. Oh, they really thought they snapped with that one. The manipulation, the gaslighting, the backdoor setups. They put in overtime crafting your downfall. Like little puppet masters, they pulled strings, whispered lies, set traps, and waited for the crash. But spoiler alert, you didn't fall. Not because they didn't hit hard, but because you don't break like them. You adapted, you shifted, you turned every setback into strategy, every betrayal into blueprint. And the only thing that collapsed was their illusion of control. They thought you'd self-destruct, that your pain would silence you, that isolation would suffocate you. Instead, you learned to breathe differently. You leveled up in silence while they celebrated too early. It's funny. When they thought you were at your lowest, the universe was just rearranging the pieces so you'd rise from a different angle. They don't get it. The chosen one doesn't break. They transform. You ever notice how people get loud right before they think they've won? That's exactly what they did, running their mouth, twisting narratives, hyping up your fall like it was permanent. But oops, what they didn't plan for was your resilience. What they didn't factor in was how the universe was watching. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. That's what makes you dangerous now. You're not naive anymore. You've seen what people are willing to do just to see you down. And instead of becoming bitter, you became smarter. You started paying attention to patterns, not promises. You stopped over-explaining. You moved in silence, and that terrified them. Because control doesn't work on someone who's already survived chaos. They tried to make you doubt yourself. Instead, you became the version of yourself they hoped you'd never meet. Sharper, scarier, untouchable. You stopped being the puppet and became the one who sees the strings. You're not just surviving now. You're strategizing, calculating, elevating. And that glow-up, oh, it's divine. Because now the universe is aligning everything they tried to block. The blessings are hitting harder than their betrayal ever did. So if you're wondering, why did they do all this? It's because they saw what was coming for you. Your destiny scared them more than your presence. They weren't trying to stop the current version of you. They were trying to stop the next one. But the universe doesn't take orders from cowards, and it never gives power to people who use it to sabotage. It gives it to you, so let them watch, let them flinch. You didn't just survive the orchestration, you turned the whole damn script against them. You were never the fall, you were the rise they couldn't stop. Number 4. Payback ain't emotional, it's mathematical. They thought they got away with it until the universe showed up with receipts. Payback isn't about rage, chosen one. It's not about snapping back or getting loud. Nah, real payback. It's cold, it's calculated, it's mathematical. The universe isn't fueled by emotions, it's fueled by balance, energy, cause and effect. It doesn't forget. It doesn't need reminders, and it definitely doesn't need your help dragging anyone. It's already tallying the bill. You see, while they were out here taking shots behind your back, draining your energy, lying on your name, celebrating your losses, you were quiet, you were healing, and the whole time, life was doing the math. Karma's not blind, it's patient, and the interest on their actions, oh, it's steep. They didn't just waste your time, they tried to steal from your future. But here's what they didn't realize. You can't rob someone the universe is protecting. Every hour they drained you, every setup they orchestrated, every fake apology they rehearsed, logged, stamped, filed, and now the invoice just dropped. You feel it, don't you? The shift, the weight returning to their side of the scale. People think karma's some fairy tale, but this is physics. What goes out must come back. Not always when you want it, not always how you expect it, but when it returns, it hits precisely where it hurts. You're not crazy for letting go. You're not weak for walking away. That was the most dangerous move you could have made, because silence is karma's signal. It's like saying, I don't have to fight. The universe has already decided. And the best part? You didn't chase revenge. You chased alignment. You elevated. You let life handle what was never your weight to carry. That's why everything is starting to turn in your favor. The jobs, the money, the peace, the clarity. None of it is random. It's just the universe paying you back with compound interest. So let them act confused when their life starts crumbling. Let them ask, why is everything going wrong? You already know why. The same energy they sent out is just showing back up wearing their name. And this time, there's no deflection, no distractions, no scapegoats. This ain't about vengeance, it's about equation. They wrote the formula the moment they chose war with someone chosen. And now, the numbers don't lie. Welcome to pay-up season. Number 5. Welcome to the edge of the matrix. When you stop playing by their rules, you stop losing their game. You've made it, chosen one, to the edge, the border, the glitch in the system, and they feel it, that shift in your eyes, that stillness in your energy. You don't react like you used to. You don't need to prove anything anymore. You're not trying to be understood, accepted, or liked. And that's exactly what's driving them insane. You've stepped out of their matrix, out of their rules, their approval loops, their desperate little power games. You're standing at the edge of the world they tried to trap you in, and they hate it, because now they can't reach you. They used to control you with guilt, with fear, with silence. But something snapped, and instead of begging for a seat at their table, you built your own damn universe. You stopped showing up to play roles in their drama. You outgrew their conditioning, their fake peace offerings, their manipulated chaos. And now you're glitching out of their programming. You're no longer the version of yourself they trained you to be. You chose yourself. This is what they never expected. They counted on your loyalty to your past. They thought you'd stay stuck out of fear, out of habit, out of love. But you woke up. You unplugged. You stopped responding to dysfunction like it was normal. And suddenly, you became the one thing they never wanted you to be: free. You're on the edge of the matrix now, and that edge, that's power. It means you've stopped being predictable. They can't bait you. They can't guilt you. They can't hook you with shallow compliments or subtle control. You've become dangerous, not because you fight, but because you see. You see the pattern, you see the loop, and you chose to exit. And yes, it's lonely out here at the edge. That's why most people never make it. They cling to the comfort of the system, even when it's killing them. But not you. You let go. You embraced the isolation. And that's why the universe is rewarding you in ways they'll never understand. You're not detached. You're aligned. You're not avoiding people. You're avoiding programming. They'll say you've changed, that you're distant. Not the same anymore. Of course you're not the same. You're upgraded, and that upgrade didn't require their permission. The truth is, the moment you stopped playing small to make others feel big, you broke the contract they had with your silence. And now, every move you make echoes like a warning shot across the old system. So, if you're wondering, why do I feel disconnected from everything I used to care about? It's because you were never meant to stay there. The matrix rewards obedience, not authenticity. It gives fake peace in exchange for your voice. But you're done trading power for crumbs. You're done fitting into rooms that shrink you. The people still trapped in the matrix, they'll throw shade at your glow. They'll call your peace arrogance, your independence selfish, your silence cold. But don't flinch. That's just the glitch talking. They can't process someone who chose evolution over validation. You're not part of their loop anymore, and that unsettles them more than anything. And here's the truth that stings. Most of them saw you waking up. They felt the moment your energy detached, and instead of rising with you, they tried to drag you back. They attacked you, not to destroy you, but to reclaim you, to bring you back under their control. But when that failed, they switched to fear tactics, guilt trips, and smear campaigns. Too late. You're already gone. The edge of the matrix is where the real ones rise. This is where visionaries are born, where new rules are written, where silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. You're not running from the world, you're building a new one. The old reality is collapsing behind you, and that panic you feel from others, that's just their fear of your freedom. And the universe? It's been waiting for this moment. It's not punishing you with isolation, it's preparing you for influence. You were never meant to blend in. You were designed to wake others up. That's why you couldn't stay in that old story. That's why you couldn't keep playing by rules made to keep you powerless. So no, you're not lost. You're on the edge, right where transformation begins. And while they scream for your attention, your validation, your reaction, you'll be too busy building the next dimension. They'll call you cold. But in reality, you're just too far out for their flames to burn anymore. Let them talk. Let them reach. Let them throw stones from a world you don't live in anymore. You're not running, you're rising. Welcome to the edge of the matrix, chosen one. This is where they stop reaching you, and you start reaching everything. Number 6. Cancel the holidays. Cancel the BS. They built fake traditions to control minds, and you just cancelled their whole script with one word: no. At some point, chosen one, you looked around and said, wait, who made these rules? Who said you have to show up every year to fake smiles, to pass plates to people who stabbed you in the back, to gift your time, money, and energy to people who never showed up for your truth? You saw the setup. The emotional manipulation dressed up as tradition, the guilt trips disguised as celebration, and you unplugged. You cancelled the show, and with it, their entire illusion. You started asking the questions that scared them. Why am I doing this? Who is this really for? Because let's be real, the traditions were never about love. They were about control, about pressure, about looking good for the group photo while everything behind the scenes was broken. But you stopped pretending. You pulled back. And in doing so, you committed the ultimate act of rebellion. You chose authenticity over performance. And they felt it. That silence, that absence. Oh, it was loud, because when a chosen one stops showing up to perform, the whole house of lies starts shaking. They noticed, they whispered, they acted like you were the problem. But deep down, they knew the mask was cracking and you were the one holding the hammer. They say, it's just tradition. No, it's a trap. It's a loop. It's an obligation soaked in fake unity. You're not cold. You're just not playing along anymore. You're not bitter. You're clear. And that clarity has value they can't manipulate. You didn't cancel holidays because you hate connection. You cancelled performative connection. You cancelled the idea that you have to suffer just to maintain appearances, that you owe access to people just because of a date on a calendar. That love is proven by how many gifts you give while your soul stays ignored. Nah, you chose you this time. You chose peace over noise, truth over pressure, reality over illusion. And yeah, they didn't like it, because the moment you step out of tradition, you break the cycle they needed you to stay in. You stopped being predictable, stopped showing up just to keep the peace, and in doing so, you forced them to face the hollowness of what they called family, community, loyalty. And it hit them where it hurts, because your absence wasn't petty, it was powerful, it was a message. It said, I will no longer participate in my own exhaustion. You took your energy back. And when a chosen one pulls their energy out of the matrix, the whole frequency of that environment drops. You're creating new meaning now, new systems, new celebrations that don't require you to bleed for inclusion. You're done sacrificing your peace to keep a tradition that was never built for your growth. The holidays used to drain you. Now they empower you. because you stopped attending as a performer and started observing as a creator. And maybe you wondered, am I wrong for pulling away? No, you're right on time. You're not rejecting love. You're rejecting fake love. You're not being selfish. You're being sovereign. And the universe, it's applauding you for it. It's sending new connections, real alignment, fresh traditions that match your energy, not your trauma. This is what chosen ones do. They don't just challenge the system, they replace it. You've got the pen now. You write the story. And if that means cancelling the old scripts, then so be it. They had their chance to evolve with you. They chose comfort. You chose truth. So let them talk. Let them act confused. Why aren't you showing up? Simple. Because I'm not a puppet. I don't show up where I'm not celebrated. I don't play happy for people who throw shade when I'm not looking. I don't perform unity when there's division behind closed doors. You're not cold. You're not distant. You're free. And now that you've cancelled their version of tradition, you're free to create your own. New celebrations, new rituals, new energy, all rooted in truth. This isn't just about skipping a dinner or saying no to fake gatherings. This is about reclaiming your space, your time, your spirit. You're not missing out, you're rising out. And those who truly love you will rise with you. The rest? Let them talk to your absence. Congratulations, chosen one. You didn't just cancel the holidays, you cancelled the BS that came with them, and just like that, you rewrote the whole damn game. Number 7. Rest, reconsider, reload. They think your silence is surrender. It's the sound of a weapon being cocked. You're not fleeing the fight, chosen one. You're refueling. Rest isn't retreat, it's reconnaissance. While they roar and scramble to feel important, you're doing the quiet work, patching wounds, sharpening instincts, mapping the next move. Rest here is tactical, like a fighter slipping behind the ropes, breathing slow, feeling every tendon, counting the pattern of the opponent's jab. They misread your calm as weakness because cowards confuse stillness with surrender. The truth is the opposite. Stillness makes you lethal. Think of the greatest comebacks in history, not the ones that panic and lash out, but the ones that plan. Muhammad Ali didn't dance into victory randomly. He watched, waited, and struck at the exact heartbeat when the opponent was overexposed. Steve Jobs didn't scream into the void. He retreated into design, came back with a product that made imitators obsolete. You're doing the same. Recharge is your lab. Reconsideration is your blueprint. Reload is the silent rehearsal of dominance. Let them whisper while you architect an outcome they can't imagine. And yeah, questions will crowd your head. Am I hiding? Am I avoiding responsibility? What if I lose momentum? Those are the panic victims talking, not you. Momentum isn't a sprint, it's an engineered trajectory. Sometimes you throttle back so your engines can be rebuilt stronger. The universe aligns with that discipline. It rewards preparation, not theatrics. When you step out after this recalibration, opportunities will hit like gravity. Unavoidable, inevitable. That's not luck. That's alignment. The cosmos backs the ones who respect timing. Let them assume you're asleep. Let the gossip feed itself on your silence. Every misstep they celebrate is a log they've stacked under their own platform. Your absence exposes the fragility of their noise. You're watching how they behave without your energy. Their habits, alliances, and panic give you intelligence. This is surveillance with integrity. You don't spy to hurt. You observe to choose what's worth keeping. You reload with precision. Boundaries, strategy, alliances that matter, and resources that can't be stolen. So rest, truly rest. Reconsider. Don't recycle old solutions. Invent new ones. Reload. Return with surgical intent. The universe is not passive. It's your co-conspirator in every quiet preparation. While they burn themselves loud and fast, you build in silence. And when you move, it's irreversible. Stay patient. Build cold. Strike warm. Number 8. The ball is in your court now. A chosen one with clarity is a walking extinction event for every lie built against them. The moment you saw it for what it really was, the game flipped. No more illusions, no more second-guessing. You looked the devil in the eye, read the blueprint, and exposed the whole operation. And now the ball's in your court. You're not confused anymore, you're confirmed. They can't gaslight you into circles now because you see everything in straight lines. And that terrifies them because you're no longer reacting, you're calculating, watching, deciding. You're the one who chooses what enters your space, who gets your energy, what battles are even worth your time. And that control, that peace, it's louder than any revenge. They played you when you didn't know better, but now you do. You've seen behind the curtain, you've decoded their tactics, and nothing is more dangerous than a chosen one who's no longer blind to the setup. You're not looking for closure, you're walking proof of it. You're not hunting justice, you've become the consequence. They thought you'd chase them, they thought you'd stay stuck trying to fix it. Instead, you rewrote the outcome. And the crazy part, you didn't even have to do much. You just started choosing yourself. Let them scramble now. Let them spin stories, build narratives, weaponize sympathy. It's too late. You've got the clarity now, and with clarity comes choice and the power to choose. That's divine. You're no longer moving from emotion, you're moving with awareness. That's what makes you untouchable now. And don't let doubt creep in. Don't let their silence or shade trick you into thinking you're making it up. You felt the sabotage, you saw the jealousy, you knew it wasn't just in your head. And now that the veil is gone, your next move isn't about reacting, it's about ruling. The ball is in your court, chosen one. What you do next doesn't just change the game, it burns the whole old playbook. You've got options, you've got power, you've got vision, and they've got fear, because they finally realize you're not confused anymore, you're in control. Number 9. Oh, they were bumping into you. Nah, they were stealing. Every oops they smiled through was written as a theft in the ledger of fate. You thought it was clumsy luck. You thought people were just awkward around money, attention, or your shine. Nah. Those little collisions, they were pickpockets in slow motion, fingers sticky with your time, your funds, your ideas. They bumped into your wallet with a smile, borrowed your momentum like it was common property, and acted shocked when you noticed. That's not accident, that's habit. That's a plan dressed in casual clothes. And now it's time to lock it down. Listen up, chosen one. Thieves don't wear masks most days. They wear charm. They wear, "Oh, I didn't mean to," like cologne. The same people who clap when it's convenient will swipe when it's safe. They siphon your energy at dinners. They rebrand your ideas in meetings. They forget to reimburse. They gatekeep your contacts. They ghost you when loyalty costs them something. It's petty, it's cowardly, and it's predictable. The beautiful thing, predictability is a trap you can set. Practical moves, document everything, receipts, screenshots, timestamps, witnesses. Gather the receipts like holy evidence because people deny what they did without proof. Lock accounts, change passwords, put agreements in writing, and build a circle that isn't a revolving door. When they try to steal your narrative, Hand the world the paperwork. When they laugh it off, show the timeline. The court of public opinion loves receipts. The universe respects records. You'll ask, what if confronting blows it up? Then don't confront. Contain, protect, strategize. You don't have to perform every reaction. Sometimes the power move is silence plus action. Legal letters, contractual clarity, new boundaries that sting like neon. Watch how the same oops people suddenly become allergic to accountability when the lights switch on. That's the part that will make them cough. And to the question that gnaws, is it petty to make them pay? No, it's stewardship. You steward your life. You bill energy the same way you bill work. If they treat you like free content, invoice them, emotionally, legally, practically. Make them understand there are consequences for theft, even if it's only a stolen minute or a repackaged idea. The math adds up. The universe isn't sentimental about unpaid debts. Don't forget, the cosmos is on your side. Synchronicities will line up to reveal what was hidden. Opportunities will show where the leaks once were. Use those signs to tighten the locks. Let karma do what it does, but do your part. Secure, record, build. Turn the bump into you crowd into evidence collectors for their own undoing. You weren't naive forever. You were studying human theft. Now you graduate with honors. Lock it down, chosen one. Set the trap with dignity. Make every oops carry a price tag they can't laugh off. Number 10. They threw their best shot right before the finish line. The punch always lands hardest when the throne is inches away, because they know they're about to watch you rule from a seat they swore you'd never reach. Let's call it what it is: desperation. The moment your breakthrough was peeking over the horizon, they launched their final missiles. Out of nowhere, the rumors started, the sabotage kicked in, the gaslighting turned Olympic level, and you stood there wondering, why now? But you weren't being punished, chosen one. You were being confirmed, because nothing exposes their fear faster than your proximity to the finish line. They sensed it, the shift, the glow, the quiet authority in your tone, the way you stopped explaining yourself. You were about to win, and when people with fragile egos feel that crown slipping from their grip, they don't try to elevate, they try to assassinate. Spiritually, emotionally, socially. They hope if they hit you hard enough, right before you rise, they can shake your faith, break your rhythm, or better yet, make you self-destruct. But here's what they didn't expect. You were built for this. They trained you by accident. Every petty jab, every whispered betrayal, every fake smile was a weight, and you lifted them all until your soul had muscle memory. They thought their last shot would knock you out, but it woke something ancient inside you. That finish line rage, that final form clarity, that supernatural knowing that the universe had you on schedule, and no weapon formed against you could glitch the timing. It's the most ironic thing. They launched their deadliest strike at your strongest hour. That's how scared they were. They knew it was now or never. You weren't just close, you were chosen. You weren't just succeeding, you were fulfilling. And fulfillment? That's something haters can't screenshot or copy. So they panicked, played dirty, prayed for your breakdown while watching your breakthrough. And now, look at them, out of plays, exposed, exhausted. Meanwhile, you, still standing, still shining, and most dangerous of all, still moving. Because the crown, it's not coming, it's already sitting. Their best shot didn't stop you, it confirmed you. So keep walking, chosen one. Don't turn around. That was their final move. Yours is next, and it's about to be checkmate. Hey, welcome, chosen one. And oh, Look at them now, scrambling to pick up the same pieces they shattered when they laughed at you. Isn't it poetic? They thought you were crazy for seeing the storm coming. Now they're the ones screaming for shelter while you're standing in the eye of it, calm, collected, untouchable. That's the funny thing about ignorance. It always thinks it's invincible until it gets punched in the face by reality. And, oh, reality's swinging hard tonight. They called you dramatic, said you were too intense, said you overthink everything. Now they're knee-deep in the mess you predicted word for word, choking on their own arrogance. You didn't need tarot cards to see it coming. You didn't need divine visions. You just needed eyes, sharp ones, the kind that read people like open books while they thought they were writing their own stories. You tried to warn them, but fools don't listen when geniuses speak. They laugh instead, because laughter is cheaper than accountability. Now imagine this for a second, chosen one, a snake mocking the fire before it slithers into it. That's them. You handed them the truth on a silver platter. Don't touch that, it burns. And they licked the flame just to prove you wrong. You can almost hear the sizzle of their pride melting. The best part? You didn't even have to say, "I told you so." Life said it for you, loudly, violently, publicly. Psychologists call it the Dunning-Kruger effect. The dumber someone is, the more confident they are that they're right. You were dealing with that on steroids. You gave them facts. They gave you mockery. You gave them warnings. They gave you attitude. And now the same universe they mocked just cashed every check their mouth wrote. Boom. Payment received. In full. No refunds. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button. Help spread this message to more souls, because this isn't just talk, it's therapy for the awakened. You're part of a force now, one that doesn't chase validation. It exposes truth. You're not here by coincidence. You're part of the mission. Now let's get back to the delicious part. Because the irony here is art. They spent months, maybe years, trying to prove you wrong, and in the process, proved you right. Every rumor they spread, every lie they told, every little jab they threw, all of it led them straight into the trap they built for you. That's the beauty of poetic justice. It doesn't knock politely. It shows up like a wrecking ball at 3 a.m., crashes through their comfort zone, and whispers, "Remember when you thought you were smarter?" You see, chosen one, there's a special kind of karma reserved for people who try to make a fool out of someone who warned them. It's not instant. No, it cooks slow, like a meal meant to be savored. And when it's ready, oh, it's gourmet revenge without you lifting a single finger. Their power crumbles quietly. Their connections turn cold. Their confidence evaporates, and you're just watching, sipping peace like fine wine, smiling because you knew. You always knew. They used to smirk, didn't they? That little grin that said, "You can't touch me." Now that grin's gone, replaced by the hollow stare of someone who finally understands that consequences don't care about confidence. Every time they scroll past your name, every time they hear your voice echo in their memory, it's a reminder. They had a chance to listen. They had a way out. But they chose to play God while standing in quicksand. And here's the punchline. You never needed revenge. You were the lesson. You were the wake-up call they refused to answer. The very existence they tried to humiliate became the proof that the universe doesn't side with mockery. It sides with truth. And you? You've been the truth since day one. They just didn't have the intelligence to recognize it. So let them squirm, let them panic, let them feel the silence they once laughed through. Every sleepless night, every fake smile, every "I'm fine" they choke out now. That's not sadness, that's karma humming your song. They can't unsee what they've done. They can't undo the warning they mocked. You tried to warn them, and now the devastation has arrived, wrapped in a bow of poetic irony. So stand there, chosen one. Don't gloat, just grin. You're not their villain. You're their mirror, and the reflection is what's killing them. And listen close, chosen one. Don't blink now, because what you just heard, that was only the opening slap. The real chaos, the juicy unraveling, the delicious downfall that's about to unfold frame by frame. So, if you're still standing tall after witnessing the first wave of karma crashing through their little fantasy, then you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Stay right here, because we're not just telling a story, we're dissecting a demolition. And trust me, the next chapters, they sting harder. They're going to feel every second of it, and you're going to understand exactly why you were never the villain in this tale. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you feel the justice in your bones. And if you're someone who believes in fueling this mission, blessing the force behind these words with a super thanks, just know this. Your energy feeds the message, and your support echoes farther than you realize. And now, let's break it down step by step, because if you really carry that chosen one blood in you, if your intuition's been screaming louder since this video started, then something inside you already knows. You can't walk away. Not from this one. Let's get into it. Number 1. The sentence has been served. You were the evidence. They thought the courtroom was empty. They didn't realize you were the judge, the witness, and the evidence, all in one. Oh, how loud they used to bark when the lights were off and the truth hadn't hit yet. All that confidence, fake, manufactured in the same factory where they built their lies. You tried to warn them. You gave them a fair shot. But they mistook your silence for softness, your warnings for weakness, your presence for permission. And now, boom, the gavel's down, the verdict's out. Their mask has slipped so far off it cracked on the floor, and the crowd is watching them sweat under the spotlight they never expected to stand under. See, chosen one, they thought they could outrun consequences forever. They thought your words were just noise, that your instincts were paranoia. But here's what they never understood. You weren't just predicting what was coming. You were the very proof it was real. Every time they gaslit you, every time they mocked you, every time they twisted the truth, it wasn't weakening you. It was stacking their sentence, brick by brick. You were collecting receipts in silence, and now karma's at the door, and it's delivering with interest. They say, innocent until proven guilty. But here's the twist. They proved themselves guilty, trying to silence you. The way they reacted when you spoke truth, that was the confession. No need for a trial. Their behavior was the evidence. Your rise was the verdict. And their fall, that was the punishment, broadcasted in 4K with the entire arena watching. Now let me really hurt their ego. You never needed revenge. You were the lesson. They didn't get betrayed by the universe. They got exposed by their own reflection, and you just happened to be holding the mirror. Imagine this, chosen one, someone walking around swinging knives at people's backs, laughing like they're untouchable, only to realize the one person they stabbed was made of steel. And worse? That steel was recording everything, every slash, every lie, every fake apology, and now it's being played back, not just for the world, but for them to sit through. No skip button, no fast forward, just pure, unfiltered consequences. You weren't born to prove your worth. You were born to embody it, and they hated that, because deep down, they knew you were right. That's why they tried so hard to convince everyone else you weren't. And now that your glow is no longer theoretical, now that the success is material, the peace is visible, the strength is undeniable, they're breaking down quietly behind the curtains they used to perform in front of. Let's get psychological for a second, because I know your mind's asking the right questions. Why didn't they just admit they were wrong? Why go this far? Simple. Ego doesn't admit, it escapes. And when it can't escape, it self-destructs. That's what you're watching now, a demolition from within. No fire alarms, no sympathy, just rubble where the lies used to live. They told the world you were difficult, toxic, overreacting, but here's what they never expected: for you to survive the smear campaign and outshine the attackers. That's what happens when the truth is your foundation. And no, this isn't just talk. We've seen it in real time. Think of Johnny Depp. They tried to crucify him with lies, turned his truth into a circus. But truth doesn't stay buried, it erupts. And when it does, the silence is louder than any headline. That's what's happening for you now. You weren't just right, you were unshakably right. You were so correct, the universe decided to turn your life into a living exhibit. And now they're forced to walk through it, room by room, memory by memory, regret by regret. This is your museum now, chosen one, and they don't get a backstage pass. Do you get it now? You were the prophecy they ignored, the consequence they couldn't dodge. You didn't need to argue, didn't need to clap back, didn't need to stoop down to their level. You became the level, and the more you elevated, the more their world crumbled. Why? Because they built it out of fake stories and borrowed confidence, and now it's all due for repossession. That's why the sentence hits so hard, because they truly believed they got away with it. They thought ghosting you, smearing you, replacing you, mocking you, that all of that was enough to erase what they did. But the universe doesn't forget energy. It doesn't forget intent. It doesn't forget the moment you held your tongue when you could have exposed them but chose to grow instead. And let's make this even more clear. You didn't manifest their downfall. They chose it. Every lie was a rope. Every betrayal was a knot. You just stood still while they tied it tighter. And now they're hanging from the very noose they knotted, trying to act surprised. Funny how that works. So what now? Do you gloat? Do you mock them back? Nah, that's not what chosen ones do. You smirk, you walk, you continue building, because the loudest revenge is a life so full, so clean, so elevated, it makes their punishment feel like exile. And that's exactly what it is. They're exiled from your energy, from your peace, from your table. That's the real sentence, and it's lifetime. So stand tall, chosen one. You were the evidence all along. You were the "I told you so" wrapped in silence. You were the red flag they ignored, and the final chapter they didn't see coming. They played themselves, trying to play you. And now? They finally understand what it means when the warning was the weapon. Game over, verdict delivered, gavel slammed. Next case. Number 2. Behind closed doors, it's worse than you know. Behind closed doors, it's worse than you know. Oh, look at them now. Big smiles, loud laughs, curated posts, fake wins. They're trying so hard to keep up the illusion, aren't they? But you can see it, you can feel it, that twitch in their eye, that heaviness in their tone, that split-second delay before the smile lands. It's not joy. It's collapse in disguise, because behind closed doors, the real punishment is already underway, and it's way worse than they'll ever let on. You don't need front row seats to this downfall. You've got backstage access through intuition alone. You feel their energy shift the moment they walk in the room, don't you? You pick up the weight they're dragging under all that fake confidence. That's not your imagination. That's the truth poking through the seams of a life stitched together with lies. And now, the thread's snapping. See, the universe doesn't always make karma public. Sometimes it prefers a private screening. No applause, no audience, just pure soul-rattling correction. That's exactly what's happening. The same people who said, "You're overreacting," the ones who mocked your instincts, questioned your sanity, tried to paint you as unstable, they're now fighting demons you warned them about. But they're fighting them in silence because pride won't let them scream. Imagine this, chosen one, someone lighting their own house on fire, then pretending it's a spa day while the flames creep closer. That's what they're doing now, posting selfies with captions like healing and vibes, while they haven't slept in 3 nights and the guilt is clawing at their spine. You warned them the stove was hot. They touched it anyway. Now the burn is blistering, and they're trying to smile through the pain like it's part of the plan. What you see on the surface, that's the costume. What's happening underneath, that's the meltdown. Financially, they're spiraling. That job they bragged about, hanging by a thread, that new opportunity, already rotting from the inside. The blessings they faked to make you jealous. Yeah, they came with strings, ugly ones, debt, debt, and more debt. Emotional IOUs stacking up in their chest like unpaid rent. They thought losing you would be the worst part. Turns out, losing their mask is worse. Mentally, it's an implosion. Anxiety attacks in bathrooms, regret looping like a broken record. Every room they walk into, they wonder, do they know? Every conversation feels like a trial. Every compliment feels hollow. Why? Because guilt is a ghost, and it haunts hardest when the lights go out. You're not crazy. You never were. They were just louder, and the world listens to volume before it listens to truth. But truth doesn't age. It waits. And now that the noise has died down, guess who they're starting to believe? You. Let's talk facts. Science says the human brain can only maintain a lie for so long before it fractures under stress. That's what's happening behind those closed doors. Psychological breakdowns, identity crises, spiritual rock bottoms, all because they bet against a chosen one and thought there'd be no price. But the universe? Oh, it charges premium for disrespect, especially when it's aimed at someone who only wanted peace. You were never their enemy. You were their mirror, and they smashed it because they couldn't face the cracks. But broken mirrors don't erase reflections. They just distort them. And now, they can't even look at themselves without seeing you. How's that for justice? And here's the kicker, they still can't admit it. That's the real punishment, not the sleepless nights or the crumbling life. It's the fact that even now, with everything falling apart, they still have to pretend they're okay. They still have to act like you meant nothing. Meanwhile, every win you collect, every step forward you take, slices a little deeper into their facade. It's slow torture, served with a smile. And let's get this straight. You're not waiting on their karma. You're witnessing it. You're not hoping they suffer. You're observing the collapse. And whether it's quiet or public, messy or contained, the universe doesn't miss. What they sowed in shadows, they're reaping in silence. And it is devastating. But here's the beautiful part. Chosen one. You didn't need to prove anything. Life is doing it for you. Every lie they told about you, backfiring. Every setup they tried, exposed. Every time they said, "You'll regret this." Turns out, the mirror flipped. They're the ones drowning in regret now. But they can't say it, can't show it, can't even look in your direction without choking on their pride. This is the era of silent justice. You don't need to clap back. You don't need revenge. You've got evidence in their body language, in their energy, in the silence between their sentences. You've got everything you need. And they've got nothing but ghosts in their closet, screaming to be acknowledged. Let them keep pretending. Let them keep posting. Let them smile through the breakdown. Because the truth is, chosen one, their punishment isn't just what they're going through. It's watching you thrive through it. It's you not breaking. It's you showing up stronger, sharper, calmer, colder. You've become everything they tried to convince the world you weren't. And now they're choking on that contradiction. You don't need to scream. You don't need to explain. Just keep glowing, because every time you rise, they sink deeper into the pit they dug with their lies. The door may be closed, but karma has a key. And behind it, oh, it's uglier than they ever imagined. But hey, they wanted the spotlight, right? Well, now they're standing in it and burning. Number 3. Some took the warning. They're winning. Oh, isn't that just beautiful? While the clowns were busy performing, someone in the crowd actually listened. While the rest were mocking you, rolling their eyes, treating your warning like background noise, 1 or 2 sharp souls leaned in. They heard you, they felt you, and now they're not just surviving, they're thriving, quietly, powerfully. And guess who they're silently thanking in the back of their mind every single time life opens a new door? Yeah, you. See, not every fool stays foolish. Some people are wise enough to recognize power when they see it. And when you told them, don't go down that path, they paused, thought, and pivoted. And now they're reaping blessings while the others are out here tripping over their own arrogance. The split has already happened. The room's already divided. You've got the ones who heard the warning and elevated, and the ones who thought they were too clever to listen, now chewing on the concrete. That's the part people forget. Warnings aren't just weapons, they're invitations. The smart ones accepted it, the others rejected it, and now they're choking on the results. Let me give you some villainous wisdom, straight from the shadows. Not everyone deserves your guidance, but those who receive it, they walk away with armor the rest don't even know exists. Imagine a battlefield. The fog is thick. The enemy is closing in. You shout, "Duck!" Half the squad scoffs. The other half obeys. The bullet flies. Half get hit. The rest survive. That's what you did. But in real life, you didn't just warn people. You saved them. And some of them are self-aware enough to admit it, even if they never said it out loud. You can see it in how they move now. Calmer, wiser, elevated, like they've been marked by something sacred. Because they have your insight. And don't underestimate how far silent gratitude travels. See, fake people post fake apologies and empty praise in public, but real ones, they evolve, they shift, they build differently because you drop the seed. They don't have to shout your name. The results prove they listened. And that respect, that real respect, it goes further than 1,000 fake apologies ever could. Some of them owe their current peace to the fact that you stepped in when you didn't have to. You warned them. You risked looking like the bad guy just to give them a shot at freedom. And the reward isn't applause. It's alignment. Watching them grow is the confirmation. The ripple you started, it's spreading, and they know it. Let me remind you of someone, Keanu Reeves. That man went through hell, betrayal, loss, slander, and never raised his voice. But the people closest to him, the ones who knew what he endured, they paid attention. They changed how they treated others. Why? Because pain endured in silence is one thing, but pain transformed into wisdom. That's contagious. And that's you, chosen one. You turned betrayal into blueprints. Now others are building with it. Quietly, effectively, gratefully. Somewhere, someone is living a better life because they watched how you handled hell. That's not a fantasy. That's a fact. You've been the template, the manual, the walking masterclass in survival, integrity, and psychic clarity. They took notes. You might not know who they are yet, but they do. And they remember exactly who said, "Watch out." And when the split came, they moved with you. That's legacy. That's power. And let me address what's been crawling in your mind. But why didn't more people listen? Why did most of them still betray me? Simple. Most people can't hear a message that requires them to kill their ego. The ones who did listen, they had enough strength to choose evolution over pride. And now they're part of your silent army. Maybe they're not beside you yet. Maybe they're not in your circle, but they're walking in your direction. And that matters more than any spotlight. You don't need their applause. You already shifted their timeline. You don't need them to shout your name. They already feel your echo in their peace. Some of them are winning because they lost you. That distance, that silence, that was the wake-up call. You removed yourself and gave them a front-row seat to what your presence actually meant. That's why they started changing. Not out of guilt, out of realization, out of respect. They saw who you were after you stopped trying to convince them. And don't worry, that respect, it'll find its way back to you. Energy never dies. It just returns in upgraded form. So while the clowns who ignored you are still playing tag with consequences, the few who listened are ascending. And they're doing it with quiet eyes, firm steps, and a sense of direction they didn't have before you came into the picture. You were never just a person in their life. You were the pivot point. So don't downplay what you did. Don't minimize the impact. You weren't just venting when you warned them. You were channeling truth. You were giving out GPS coordinates to people driving blindfolded. And a few of them woke up in time. That matters. Let the rest fall. Let the arrogant ones drown in their own pride. But for the few that chose to listen, just know they're winning now, not by luck, but because they were smart enough to follow a chosen one when it counted most. That's your impact. That's your legacy. And that's why you're unstoppable. Number 4, you told them, "Don't touch that." They set themselves on fire. You didn't yell, you didn't throw a tantrum, you didn't chase them down screaming about consequences. Nah, you simply said, "Don't touch that. It's dangerous." Calm, collected, cold. And what did they do? Oh, they ran toward it like children chasing a shiny red button marked self-destruction. Now look at them, standing in the ashes, covered in the very flames you tried to keep them from. Skin peeling, ego torched, dignity burned to a crisp. And guess what? They still won't say your name. That's the part that gets me, chosen one. You didn't try to control them. You didn't threaten them. You just offered clarity, wisdom, a chance to avoid the mess. But when you're dealing with arrogant minds, truth sounds like an insult. Boundaries feel like betrayal. And warnings, they get treated like noise until the fire eats through the floor and they start screaming for someone to save them. Too late. That's what they don't get. Being the bigger person isn't silence. It's strategy. You didn't waste time debating. You didn't beg them to understand. You dropped the seed, then let nature handle the rest. Because the truth? It doesn't need to be forced down their throat. It just needs to exist. And when the time comes, when the smoke fills the room and the air turns toxic, they remember. They remember what you said. You ever seen someone touch a hot stove after being warned? The moment their skin meets that heat, there's no debate, no denial, just pain. That's what happened here. You didn't curse them. You didn't wish them harm. You warned them. They cursed themselves by thinking they were smarter than the heat. Let's break it down psychologically. It's called reactance theory. When insecure people feel like their freedom is threatened, even slightly, they rebel, even if it means hurting themselves. That's what they did. They weren't trying to prove you wrong. They were trying to prove they were in control. They needed to believe they could touch chaos and walk away unscathed. But now, they're limping, bleeding, lying through their teeth while trying to convince the world they're fine. Spoiler, they're not fine. You were never being dramatic. You were being precise. They just didn't respect the voice that delivered the truth. That's the real kicker, isn't it? You weren't ignored because you were wrong. You were ignored because you made them uncomfortable. And that discomfort, that was the mirror showing them everything they didn't want to face. Weakness, denial, fear. So what did they do? They laughed, mocked, pushed back, and walked straight into the pit. Let me tell you something cruelly poetic, chosen one. The punishment for touching what you told them not to isn't just the burn. It's living with the fact that you were right. That's the scar that never fades. Every time they see you, every time they hear your name, every time your energy enters the room, they flinch. Not because you hurt them, but because you tried to save them and they spat in your face. There's a word for that, regret. But regret doesn't rewind time. It doesn't unburn bridges. It doesn't remove scorch marks. It just lingers, quiet, heavy, permanent. And now, they're left trying to act like their life didn't just implode, putting filters on disaster, trying to look unbothered while they bleed out behind closed doors. But energy doesn't lie. Their posture is lower. Their light is dimmer. Their confidence cracked. You don't need to confront them. You just need to keep walking. Your existence is their consequence. Your glow is their ghost. You were the warning. You were the don't do it. And now you're the proof. They set themselves on fire trying to prove they didn't need your advice. And now they're begging the world to pretend they're not melting. But you know the truth, and so do they. Number 5. The dream coming true? That's the real punishment. You want to know what's worse than karma slapping someone in the face? It's watching the person you mocked become everything you said they couldn't and doing it without you. No clapbacks, no drama, no shade, just silence and success. That's your revenge, chosen one. That's the slow, burning, ego-shattering punishment they never saw coming. They didn't just doubt your dream. They mocked it, laughed behind your back, whispered to their little group chats. Who do they think they are? They thought your vision was a phase, a cute little fantasy, something you'd outgrow like an old hoodie. And now, they're choking on every sarcastic word they ever spit, because the fantasy turned into reality. And the worst part, they're not even invited. That's what's so cold about this phase, chosen one. You're not even looking back. You're not arguing. You're not trying to prove anything. You're not seeking closure. You're just building, thriving, becoming. And they're watching from the sidelines, pretending not to care while secretly checking every update, every post, every win, just to confirm what they already fear. You made it without them. Let's get psychological. Humans hate being proven wrong. But what they hate more is watching someone they discredited become undeniable. It's one thing to be ignored. It's another thing to be erased from the story. That's what you did. You outgrew their relevance. You became the plot twist that exposed how little they actually mattered. And here's the wicked truth. Your dream coming true isn't just a success story. It's a mirror. It shows them what they could have been part of, what they chose to sabotage, what they tried to block, only to end up blocked from access to you forever. That's not just regret. That's spiritual exile. Imagine that, watching the same door you slammed shut for someone else open to a new world. But this time, you're on the wrong side of it, begging but unheard, screaming but unseen. That's their reality now. You were the gate. They chose to spit on it, and now it's locked. Let's name names for a moment. Think about Oprah, rejected by multiple networks, laughed out of rooms, told she was too emotional for television. Now she owns the room. And where are those execs now? Still watching, still silent, still irrelevant. That's the energy you carry now. You were the underdog they mocked, and now you're the blueprint they study in silence. This is the part that breaks them. It's not that you won, it's that you won gracefully. You didn't clap back, you didn't air out receipts, you didn't go petty, you elevated so far that the air got too thin for them to breathe. Now they're watching your success like a movie they can't pause. No ticket, no role, no way in. They tried to be the villain in your story, not realizing the main character always survives. And now they're background noise, old characters written out of the plot. And you know what stings the most for them? The fact that you never needed them. All that energy they wasted trying to block your blessings, all that time spent trying to sabotage your name, it amounted to nothing. You weren't dependent on their support. You weren't waiting for their permission. You just kept building, and now your glow is blinding them. Let's flip this too, because I know what you're thinking. Should I feel bad? Nah. You gave them a chance. You warned them. You invited them in. But they laughed, didn't they? They tried to make you feel small. They tried to shrink your vision to fit their insecurity. And now the tables haven't just turned, they've flipped completely. You're not in the same room anymore. You're in a different building, different timeline, different frequency. You didn't level up for revenge. You did it for survival. And now the universe is using your dream as a weapon of remembrance. Every win, a gut punch. Every smile, a reminder. Every goal you crush, another nail in the coffin of their ego. The punishment isn't loud, it's slow, silent, and inescapable. So keep going, keep rising, keep being the dream they swore would never happen, because you were never delusional. You were just ahead of your time. They weren't ready, and now they're realizing they never will be. Your dream coming true was never just a success story. It was their judgment day. Number 6. You were the test they couldn't cheat. Isn't it funny? They thought you were the problem, but you were actually the exam. And not the multiple choice kind either. No shortcuts, no crib notes, no copy-paste from someone else's personality. You were the kind of test that revealed everything fake about them, their values, their patience, their character. And guess what? They failed. Not with a B-, not with a needs improvement. No, they flunked with flying colors. Because they tried to cheat a test that was written in your energy. You weren't sent to destroy them. That was never the assignment. You weren't their punishment. You were their chance. You were the rare opportunity life gave them to grow up, show up, and step up. And instead, they panicked. They lied. They chose ego over evolution. And now they've been expelled from your universe. Permanent. No makeup test. No retake. No do-over. Class dismissed. They thought they could manipulate their way through you, that they could game the system, say the right things, pretend to care, fake the emotions, mirror your light. But what they didn't realize is, you weren't listening to their words. You were reading their soul. You were paying attention to their patterns, their timing, the way they acted when no one was watching. You caught every inconsistency, every contradiction, every red flag. And still, you gave them the chance to do better. You waited, you warned, you stayed longer than you should have. But they failed, not because they didn't know better, but because they refused to be better. That's the kind of test you are, chosen one. See, life uses people like you to expose what's hidden. You're the mirror they couldn't shatter, the lesson they didn't want to learn, the reflection they tried to dim because standing next to you made their darkness impossible to ignore. You didn't attack them, your existence triggered them. That was the real test. Could they handle truth? Could they handle accountability? Could they stand beside someone who wasn't fake, who wasn't playing, who wasn't built on lies? And the answer, no, they couldn't. Let me break it down in villain-level wisdom. They weren't ready to meet someone like you. They wanted the benefits of proximity without the responsibility of presence. They wanted to be close to your light, but refused to stop living in their shadow. And when you didn't fold, when you didn't let them rewrite your values to make them feel more comfortable, they turned on you. That's when the game started. Gaslighting, smear campaigns, acting confused, playing the victim, all because they knew deep down you saw through them. They failed because they couldn't manipulate you like they do everyone else. They couldn't sweet-talk their way out of consequences, couldn't guilt-trip their way into more chances. They couldn't find the cheat code, because there isn't one when you're dealing with someone real. And that made you dangerous. Not because you were cruel, not because you were cold, but because you were undeniable. You ever watch someone lie to your face and try to smile through it? That's what they did, hoping you'd look the other way, hoping you'd doubt yourself, hoping you'd lower your standards just a little, just enough for them to slither by. But you didn't, because real ones don't bend for nonsense. You stood your ground, and that's what pushed them over the edge. You became the test that exposed their immaturity, their cowardice, their lack of growth, and now they're bitter, not because you hurt them, but because you exposed them. You showed up like a final exam they weren't ready for. And now they're stuck repeating the same cycle, in the same grade, wondering why nothing in their life is moving forward. That's the part they'll never admit. You were their opportunity to level up, to heal, to grow, to confront their own BS. But instead of rising, they ran. And now they're out here trying to rewrite the narrative, acting like you were the storm, when really you were the forecast. You told them it was coming. They just didn't want to believe the clouds were real. And the worst part for them, they're now watching others pass the very test they failed. Other people are stepping into your life, treating you right, aligning with your energy, matching your depth, and they're stuck in the hallways of their own delay, mad at you for being uncheatable. Let's get even deeper. People like them don't hate you for what you did. They hate you for what you didn't allow. You didn't allow mediocrity. You didn't allow games. You didn't allow their pain to poison your peace. You didn't allow them to use you as their emotional punching bag. And that is why they cracked. Because you drew a line in the sand and they realized they couldn't cross it unless they actually changed. And here's something else to chew on. They'll never find another you. They'll find placeholders, replacements, distractions, people who let them slide, people who let them stay small, but never another you, because you require growth. You require honesty. You demand realness, and that's not something they can fake forever. So don't mourn their exit. Don't chase after what chose to fail. You weren't rejected. You were revealed. The minute they chose ego over elevation, they disqualified themselves from your reality. And now, their life's stuck on repeat, because the test is gone, and they don't even know what they were supposed to learn. You, chosen one, are the kind of test that makes or breaks people. You were the moment in their life that could have turned everything around if they were strong enough to pass it, but they weren't. And that's not your guilt to carry. That's their assignment, the one they'll have to keep repeating until they finally get it right. But you won't be there next time, because your class has moved on and they've been permanently left behind. Number 7. They laughed before the miracle. Now they're silent. Oh, how loud they were when you were down. That fake confidence, that smug little laugh, the whispering, the eye rolls, the behind-your-back smirks. They thought you were the joke, that your vision, your silence, your so-called faith was delusion. They thought you'd crumble, that you'd stay there, that your fall was permanent. But what they didn't realize is that the fall was the setup, the silence was the reload. And that smirk they wore? It's gone now. Now they're mute, dead quiet, unusually silent for people who used to talk so much because the miracle they swore would never come. The breakthrough they laughed off? It's here. It showed up, dressed in glory, dripping in success, and it has your name written all over it, not theirs. That silence, it's not peace. It's shock, it's disbelief, it's the stunned silence of someone who just realized they bet against the wrong one and lost everything. Let's be real, chosen one. Life didn't forget what they did. Life watched. The universe saw them clapping when you were hurting, saw them celebrate your rock bottom, saw them mock your process, downplay your pain, and gossip about your name like it was a game. But life plays chess, not checkers. That silence, that's not just guilt, that's exposure, because the same people who said they'll never come back from this are now watching you walk through the fire untouched, unburned, rebuilt. You came back like vengeance wrapped in light, and now they don't know what to say. You didn't need to clap back. You didn't need to defend yourself. You let your breakthrough speak. And it screamed. Your glow is louder than their gossip ever was. Your success turned their mockery into background noise. And the best part? You didn't need them to fall for you to rise. You just kept walking, one step at a time, even when it hurt, even when no one believed, even when they laughed. Because real ones don't break. They build quietly. They saw you struggle and assumed it was weakness. They mistook your isolation for irrelevance. But what they didn't know is you were just being hidden, not rejected. Protected, being prepared in silence for a public display of divine reversal. And now that you've arrived, that smirk they wore has turned into tight-lipped panic. Oh, they're watching. Don't get it twisted. Every win you post, every level you rise, every time your name comes up in a room they didn't invite you to, they feel it. It stings, because they remember every word they said. Every jab, every doubt, every sarcastic, good luck with that. You were the one they counted out, and now you're the one everyone's counting on. And let's be surgical here. It wasn't just strangers. It was people close to you. People who smiled to your face and laughed at your vision in private. Some of them were family, friends, lovers, mentors, people who should have known better. People who did know better, but chose ego anyway. And now, they sit in the audience while your life plays on the main stage. That's silence. That's not no hard feelings. That's humiliation. They laughed at a seed. But now that it's a forest, they pretend they don't remember. But they do, every moment. They remember when you were broke. They remember when you were struggling. They remember when you said, "Just give me time." And they rolled their eyes like you were hallucinating. But you weren't hallucinating. You were prophetic. And don't think they'll admit it. Oh no, their pride won't allow it. They'll act like they've been rooting for you. They'll send you that "so proud of you" DM like they weren't the ones who said you were wasting your time. But you'll know. Because energy doesn't lie, and silence screams louder than applause when it comes from the same mouths that used to whisper your name with doubt. They didn't just underestimate you, they needed you to lose, because your win. It confirms everything they feared about you, that you were never one of them, that you were always built for more, that you were never the crazy one, never the weak one, never the broken one. You were the silent threat they couldn't see coming. So now they're quiet, and not the peaceful kind, the sick to their stomach kind, the "I can't believe they actually did it" kind, the "how did we miss it" kind. That's silence. It's not respect. It's the sound of regret choking every word they were about to say. Let them sit in it. Let them marinate in the void they created when they walked away from you. Let them drown in the quiet, because they had plenty to say when you were down. Now, they can whisper their apologies into the void. You've moved on. You're not the same person they laughed at. You're the one they now study in silence. And that is the sweetest part of the miracle. Number 8, you're the lesson they'll never forget. You weren't a detour in their story. You were the wake-up call that smashed through the fog of their delusions. You weren't just some person they crossed paths with. You were the moment, the one that split their life into 2 timelines, before you and after the damage was done. And oh, they'll never forget what came after. Some thought you were just a phase, a name they'd one day forget. But life had other plans, because the warning you gave, the one they mocked, ignored, rolled their eyes at, it aged like a prophecy. The signs showed up, the karma arrived, and your voice, calm and clear, started echoing through their chaos like thunder they can't escape. They thought they could get away with it, pretend, delay, cheat the truth, but you were the truth. And now every choice they made around you is tattooed in consequence. Some are humbled, some are haunted, but all of them are learning the hard way. You weren't here to be recycled. You were the one they were supposed to grow from. And now, this isn't your season to explain, repeat, or prove anything. It's your season to receive, in silence, in power, in full. They thought they were destroying you, but they were just following someone else's script. That's the kind of pain that hits like a mirror, shattering in slow motion. Your ex thought they were the director of your downfall, the one in charge of every scene, every rumor, every silent treatment. But here's the twist. They were only an actor in a film they didn't even write. Someone higher up in the chain, maybe jealous friends, toxic influences, or unseen manipulators, convinced them that turning against you would make them powerful. Instead, it made them a pawn. The universe has a funny way of flipping the board when arrogance takes the throne. It's said that when people think they're in control, that's usually the moment the real power is testing them. A research study from Stanford once found that manipulation feeds on ego. The more someone believes they're the smartest in the room, the easier they are to control. That's exactly what happened here. Your ex wasn't the villain. They were the volunteer. They got used as a distraction, a tool, a messenger in a plot that was never meant to end in their favor. And when the truth finally surfaced, it hit them like a psychological earthquake. Everything they believed, every smug move they made, now exposed as part of someone else's dirty plan. And thank you, chosen one. You're not just watching this, you're decoding it. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe so we can spread this light to more souls who are waking up to the truth. You're not alone in this. You're part of a global force, a movement that the universe itself is backing. So thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission, because your awareness is your weapon, and your calm is your victory. Now back to our story, and it's a heavy one. Your ex just had their movie moment, the kind where the camera zooms in and realization strikes like thunder. They're sitting there, probably scrolling through old messages or replaying your final conversation. And it finally clicks. The dots connect. They remember that one friend who always whispered in their ear, that one moment they felt guilt but ignored it, that one time they thought you were overreacting but now see you were warning them. That's the exact second their stomach dropped. Because the truth didn't whisper, it screamed. Imagine that kind of realization, the emotional equivalent of walking into a room filled with mirrors and realizing every reflection is a lie. That's what they're facing right now. They were tricked into thinking they were teaching you a lesson, but instead they became the lesson. They thought they were proving your weakness. Now they're living proof of manipulation itself. The universe loves poetic symmetry, and it just handed them a masterclass in it. They're furious, but not at you. They're furious because they can't undo what they did. They're furious because the same people who hyped them up are now silent. They're furious because you're no longer where they left you. You've grown, glowed, and outsmarted the entire operation. That rage they're feeling? It's what psychologists call cognitive dissonance, when the mind refuses to accept that it was wrong. That's why they're restless, angry, replaying your calmness in their head. Because your silence isn't weakness, it's evidence. And now the twisted plot that was meant to ruin you is falling apart piece by piece. The people who once whispered against you are whispering about each other. The ones who said you'll regret losing them are realizing it's the other way around. What was once gossip is now guilt. What was once laughter is now paranoia. The same social circles that mocked you are now questioning your ex, asking why things played out the way they did. Because truth has a scent. And no lie can cover it forever. Here's what's really wild. Even the universe seems to be pulling strings to expose every hidden detail. Random encounters, unplanned confessions, screenshots appearing out of nowhere. It's like a movie where every secret finds its way to the surface. And through all of this, you stayed silent. You didn't chase, you didn't argue, you didn't try to convince anyone of your worth. You just let time do what truth always does. That's the kind of power that doesn't need a stage. It commands the audience from silence alone. Your ex once thought their silence was punishment. Now they're learning that yours is prophecy. They realize you never needed revenge. The truth is doing it for you. And it's a special kind of torment, because now they can't unsee what they've seen. They can't unhear the lies they repeated. They can't escape the weight of realizing they helped build their own downfall. Every memory of you is a reminder of the trap they fell into and the person who walked away without bitterness, just clarity. The universe doesn't let manipulation win forever. It tests the pure, exposes the deceitful, and rewrites every script that was written in secret. And in this story, you, the chosen one, were never the victim. You were the test. You were the one that revealed everyone's true face without even trying. That's why this moment feels so heavy. Because now your ex sees it all. How they were set up. How they let pride blind them, and how they lost something real, trying to impress people who never cared. So if you've been sensing strange energy lately, flashes of guilt, sudden attempts to reconnect, or odd messages through mutual friends, trust it. That's not coincidence, that's consequence. The plot that started against you has boomeranged with perfect accuracy. Your ex isn't angry at what you did. They're angry at what they allowed. And that kind of realization burns more than heartbreak ever could. Because in the end, this story isn't just about betrayal. It's about awakening. Your ex woke up too late, but you woke up right on time. And now, every move you make is proof that no weapon formed through lies can last forever. The universe has already balanced the scales, and whether they admit it or not, they finally see who the real player always was. And chosen one, thank you for being here. You have no idea how important this moment is. What you're about to hear will confirm everything your intuition has been whispering. So before we dive deeper, take a second to drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever felt like people turned against you for no reason, only for the truth to reveal itself later. Your support, your energy, and even your words keep this mission alive. If you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because exposing the truth and protecting souls like you takes time, courage, and heart. It doesn't matter if it's a cent or 1,000. What matters is your vibration behind it. You are the reason this message reaches others who are still in the dark, still blaming themselves for what was never their fault. And now, let's break this story down step by step, because if you are a true chosen one, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay till the very end. Trust me, you don't want to miss what's about to unfold. Every piece connects. And by the end, you'll see exactly why your ex's fury is proof of your power. Let's get into it. Number 1, they thought they were the mastermind, but they were just the puppet on a string. The cruelest twist of fate is thinking you're in control, while someone else is pulling your strings. That's exactly what just happened, chosen one. Your ex thought they were running the show, calling the shots, breaking your heart, proving some imaginary point. But they were never the director. They were the actor, the decoy, the bait. Every move they made was guided by someone whispering in the shadows, someone who saw their weakness long before you ever did. Pride, ego, insecurity. Those were the handles the manipulators grabbed and twisted until your ex danced like a marionette, believing they were the one with power. They laughed, thinking they'd won. They bragged about how you'd crumble without them, how you'd regret losing what they offered. But what they didn't see was the trap closing around them. See, the universe has a strange sense of justice. It lets people hang themselves with the very rope they thought they'd use to tie you down. That's exactly what happened. They thought they were punishing you, but they were performing for an audience they didn't even know existed. Someone behind the scenes, maybe jealous friends, a controlling influence, or a toxic voice in their ear, played them like a pawn in a bigger game. And the question you might be asking right now is, why would someone do that? Why would anyone want to turn your ex against you? Because, chosen one, people fear what they can't manipulate. They saw your peace as a threat. They saw your strength as defiance. They couldn't break you directly, so they went after the one closest to you, using emotion as a weapon. They didn't need to fight you head-on when they could use someone you loved to do it for them. That's not romance, that's psychological warfare. Let's be real, your ex wasn't evil. They were naive. They wanted validation, and someone offered it at the perfect time. That's how control works. It disguises itself as comfort. They were fed lines like, "You deserve better." They're toxic, or "You need to teach them a lesson." And in their eagerness to feel powerful, they obeyed. They became the sword that someone else sharpened. Now the blade has turned on them. It's brutal but fair because the universe doesn't protect arrogance. And now they're sitting with that heavy realization that every cruel thing they said, every cold silence they gave, every little betrayal wasn't even their idea. It was influence, manipulation, programming. They were so busy trying to look strong that they never noticed how weak they'd become under someone else's control. The same people who hyped them up are now laughing behind closed doors. The same hands that clapped for their cruelty are now pointing fingers, saying, "We didn't tell you to go that far." And that's when it hits hardest, when they realize they destroyed something real to protect something fake. So let them rage, let them spiral, because every ounce of their fury now is proof of what they lost, their autonomy, their dignity, and most of all, their place in your story. They weren't your enemy, chosen one. They were a lesson. And while they were busy trying to wound you, the universe was busy promoting you. They thought they were breaking your peace, but they were just breaking their own mirror. And now, all they see staring back is the truth they ran from. Number 2. They built the trap, but forgot who was watching. The universe doesn't punish, it mirrors. Whatever energy you throw out returns to show you who you really are. That's exactly what your ex is learning right now, chosen one. They thought they were part of a power move, a clever alliance, a secret plan to humble you. In their mind, they were finally taking control. But in reality, they were just tightening the noose around their own peace. The universe was watching the whole time, and every action they took, every lie they co-signed, was another step toward the hole they're sitting in today. They thought they were building your downfall. What they built was a mirror that reflected theirs. It's ironic, isn't it? They wanted to prove you wrong, but all they proved was that you were right about them all along. They joined forces with jealous people, those bitter souls who couldn't stand the fact that your light still glowed even after heartbreak. Those same people whispered lies, played puppet master, and convinced your ex that joining their side was the smart move. But you can't build power out of poison, and your ex learned that the hard way. Betrayal is like fire. It always burns its maker first. They didn't realize it back then, but every rumor they spread, every dig they threw, was just fuel waiting to ignite under their own feet. The universe doesn't need to interfere when someone is busy setting up their own destruction. Imagine this: they were standing shoulder to shoulder with the very people who plotted your humiliation. They laughed, they exchanged secrets, they crafted little games meant to get a reaction from you. It was entertainment, until the same crowd turned around and started whispering about them. Suddenly, the spotlight they aimed at you swung right back in their face. They forgot that snakes don't have loyalty, only hunger. The same venom they used on you was sitting in the mouths of those they trusted. And when the time came, they got bitten too. Another quote fits perfectly here: "The trap you set for others always remembers your scent." That's the law of energy. It never forgets where it started. You can run, you can pretend, you can deny. But when you sow chaos, it knows your signature. And right now, every ounce of that energy they released is finding its way home. They're realizing the irony that the same darkness they used to block your path is now blocking theirs. The same lies they told are now circulating in their direction. The same names they dragged yours through are now doing the same to them. You might wonder, why didn't they see it coming? Because arrogance blinds. They thought aligning with your enemies made them powerful, but power built on deceit is like a house built on sand. It looks strong for a moment, but the first wave of truth wipes it out. and that wave just hit. Now they're watching the walls of their false alliances crumble, and the people they trusted scatter like shadows in daylight. Every fake alliance eventually self-destructs because truth doesn't need loyalty. It demands exposure. Imagine this. They wake up now and check their phone, only to find screenshots circulating, ones they never expected to be seen. The same group chats where they mocked you are now mocking them. The people who said, "We've got your back," have disappeared. The same energy they poured into tearing you down is now tearing their peace apart. It's poetic justice in motion, not revenge, but revelation. Because truth always cleans up, quietly, but completely. They helped build the trap, thinking it made them clever. They forgot that the universe doesn't let false foundations stand. Everything they did out of spite is now circling back like a boomerang with perfect aim. You didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't argue. You didn't fight back. You didn't expose them, because real protection doesn't make noise. While they were obsessed with your downfall, you were busy rebuilding in silence. That silence became their loudest nightmare. Silence is not weakness. It's the sound of karma loading. And that's what they're facing now, the consequences of their own handwork. They thought you'd be destroyed, but you became more composed, more powerful, and more respected. Meanwhile, they're left untangling the same web they helped weave. The lies they told turned into lessons, and every smear they tried to paint on you is now staining them instead. It's like they've been living in an echo chamber, only now the echoes are screaming their name. You might be asking, but why does the universe let me watch it happen instead of stopping it? Because witnessing balance is part of your closure. You needed to see that you were never crazy, never paranoid, never overreacting. You were simply surrounded by people playing small games, thinking they could outsmart energy itself. And the universe is showing you that it always finishes what it starts, just not on their schedule. Imagine this. They're sitting somewhere now, trying to piece together where it all went wrong. Maybe they're remembering that one moment when they laughed at you for staying silent. Maybe they're realizing that their support system was just using them as a delivery boy for gossip. Maybe they're scrolling through your profile, seeing that glow that never faded, and it's killing them, not because they lost you, but because they finally see how badly they lost themselves. They're furious now, not at you, but at the fact that the story flipped without warning. They can't control the narrative anymore. They can't play victim when the receipts are in their own handwriting. Every lie they spread has a timestamp. Every betrayal has a witness. And suddenly, the person they were trying to destroy looks like the hero, while they look like the cautionary tale. When you dig graves for others, you forget to measure your own. That's where they're at, knee-deep in the same chaos they engineered. It's not just embarrassment they're facing now, it's exposure. Their reputation, their peace, their connections, all slipping through their fingers. And the worst part? They can't blame anyone else, because every single move that got them here was a choice. But here's the beauty of it, chosen one. You didn't need revenge. You didn't even need closure. The truth is doing the work for you. You simply outgrew their level of chaos. You rose higher while they kept digging deeper. And when the light rises, darkness doesn't disappear. It just hides from view. So now, the people who once laughed at your pain are watching you heal, watching you thrive, and wondering how the story flipped so hard. But you already know, it's not luck, it's alignment. It's the universe keeping score in silence. They helped build the trap, but it was never yours to fall into. It's theirs, always was, always will be, and now they're the ones screaming for mercy in the very cage they built, while you, chosen one, walk free, glowing and unbothered. Number 3. Their rage isn't guilt, it's the shock of seeing the mirror crack. Nothing hurts the ego more than realizing the fool was never you. It was them all along. That's the storm brewing inside your ex right now, chosen one. They're not angry because they lost you. They're angry because they lost control of the story. They spent months painting you as the emotional one, the weak one, the naive one. Yet now, every truth that surfaces points right back to them. What they called your breakdown was really their manipulation failing to work. And that's the kind of truth that makes even the most arrogant person choke on their pride. Psychologists say that when someone's identity gets threatened by truth, their brain releases the same stress hormones triggered by physical pain. That's what's happening here. It's not heartbreak, it's humiliation. Imagine this. They're sitting in silence, scrolling through old messages, suddenly realizing that every move they made was predictable, every mind game transparent. The mask is slipping, and now they're seeing what you saw long ago. How they were being controlled by ego and outside influence. They rewrite the story in their head to protect themselves. They tell people, I left because I was tired, or they were too sensitive. But deep down, they know none of that is true. What they're really tired of is the reflection that won't lie back to them anymore. The one that says, you were used and you helped, and that realization burns hotter than any breakup ever could. Anger is just regret wearing armor. They're furious because they traded something genuine for something temporary. You offered them peace, they chose applause. You gave loyalty, they chased validation. Now the crowd is gone, and all they have left is silence, a silence that screams. You healed, evolved, and reclaimed your focus, while they're stuck replaying the same scene over and over, hoping the ending changes. But it won't, because the universe already closed that chapter. They didn't lose you to someone else. They lost you to the truth. And that's the kind of loss no one recovers from. Number 4. The energy supply is cut off, and now they're starving for what they mocked. They didn't love you. They loved how they felt in your light. And now that it's gone, their world feels like permanent night. That's the reality they're drowning in right now, chosen one. The connection you had wasn't just emotional, it was energetic. You were their calm in chaos, their balance when their own thoughts were burning them alive. They used to feed off your stability like oxygen, taking in your peace to soothe their storms. But the thing about energetic bonds is simple. When the giver detaches, the taker collapses. For the longest time, they mistook your energy for free therapy. You became their peace project, the anchor they'd call when their own demons got too loud. They mocked your stillness, made fun of your patience, called your kindness boring. Yet that calm was the only thing keeping them from self-destruction. They didn't realize that being around someone balanced can create an illusion of being healed. Once you walked away, that illusion shattered. You don't realize how much peace someone gave you until the noise in your mind becomes deafening. That's exactly what they're facing now. Imagine them trying to fill the silence with distractions, parties, rebound connections, endless scrolling, yet nothing feels right. Every room feels colder. Every laugh feels forced. Sleep doesn't come easy anymore because their mind keeps chasing the frequency that used to soothe it. Yours. And maybe you've wondered, why can't they just move on? Because it wasn't love they were addicted to. It was regulation. Your energy stabilized them. You carried them without realizing it. They thought they were dominant in the connection, but you were the battery keeping everything alive. When you unplugged, their system crashed. Now they're in withdrawal, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. That's what happens when someone takes your peace for granted. They forget it was borrowed, not owned. The light left when you detached, and now they're learning the hardest truth of all. You weren't their weakness, you were their equilibrium, and without your energy, they're finally seeing just how unstable their world really is. Number 5, they laughed at your intuition until it became their sentence. Mocking someone's intuition is easy until the truth starts repeating their words back to you. That's the quiet nightmare haunting your ex right now, chosen one. They laughed at your instincts. They rolled their eyes when you spoke your truth. They called you too emotional, too intense, or too sensitive. Anything to dismiss what they secretly feared, that you could see them. You felt things before they happened, noticed patterns before they collapsed, and warned them about the snakes hiding in their circle. But instead of listening, they mocked the very radar that was protecting them from disaster. It's ironic, isn't it? Every warning you gave, every "I don't trust that person" or "something feels off" has now proven itself right in full color. The people they defended turned out to be the ones betraying them. The situations you cautioned against became the traps they fell into. And now, the same intuition they laughed at has become their greatest fear. Because it's too late to unsee what they once ignored. When you're guided by truth, people lost in illusion will always call you dramatic. That's the price of discernment. You weren't paranoid, you were protected. You weren't emotional, you were alert. What they labeled as drama was your spirit warning you that something wasn't right. But they were too blind, too arrogant, too wrapped in ego to recognize wisdom when it was standing right in front of them. Imagine them now, replaying every conversation, every time they mocked your gut feeling, every moment they rolled their eyes while you spoke. Each memory now stings like a slap, because they finally see how every word you said came true. The crazy one was never crazy. They were just early. And now, while you're at peace, they're surrounded by the very darkness you tried to warn them about. Discernment isn't judgment, it's self-defense. You saw what was coming because the universe gave you sight beyond the surface. They didn't believe you. Now they're living in the proof. Their laughter has turned into silence because you, chosen one, were right all along. Number 6, they didn't just lose you, they lost the force that kept them safe. You don't realize who was protecting you until life starts hitting where they used to shield. That's the harsh truth they're facing now, chosen one. They thought walking away from you meant freedom, but it meant exposure. Because you weren't just love, you were balance. You were their grounding wire in a world full of emotional short circuits. Your presence had a way of calming storms before they even started. You made chaos make sense, and while they were busy mocking your peace, they had no idea that peace was what kept their world together. The universe works in silence, but it keeps receipts. The moment they betrayed you, that silent protection lifted, and everything started to unravel. Suddenly, their luck ran out. The same doors that used to open easily started closing. Relationships that once felt secure began crumbling. Even simple things began to feel off. Miscommunications, drained energy, endless restlessness. It's not bad luck, it's balance correcting itself. They lost access to the frequency of calm you carried, and without it, life feels like a constant storm. When you mistreat someone who protected your name in rooms you'll never enter, you curse your own reputation. That's what they're learning now. You were that quiet shield, the one who spoke kindly about them when they weren't around, who calmed their outbursts, who softened their image when others saw through them. You unknowingly absorbed the tension that was meant for them. And when you detached, that spiritual insurance expired. The universe doesn't allow people to feed off pure energy while giving back poison. Once you left, cause and effect came to collect. Imagine this, they're trying to fix things, but every attempt backfires. They're asking, why is everything falling apart? The answer is simple. You were the stabilizer, and they dismantled it. You were the bridge between them and balance. And in mocking that bridge, they jumped straight into the chaos they thought they'd escaped. Now they're not just missing you, they're missing the protection that only existed when you were near. And no apology, no rebound, no distraction can rebuild what they burned. Number 7. The puppeteers are panicking. Their creation just turned on them. The moment a pawn realizes it was never a player, the whole board starts to tremble. That's exactly what's happening now, Chosen One. The same people who once whispered in your ex's ear, the manipulators, the rumor builders, the ones who used flattery to control, are suddenly terrified. Why? Because your ex knows too much. They were in the room when your name was dragged. They saw the screenshots, the fake stories, the setups. They helped plant the seeds, but now they're watching the garden rot, and they know the roots trace straight back to them. When loyalty breaks in a toxic circle, panic becomes contagious. Those same voices that once said, "We've got your back," are now saying, "Don't tell anyone what we did." They're pretending everything's normal, acting friendly, cracking jokes, but underneath they're trembling, because they know one outburst, one moment of guilt or rage from your ex could expose every hidden message, every lie, every betrayal that once felt untouchable. Fear always finds the loudest mouths first. These manipulators built their power on deception, but now that control is slipping. Your ex's anger, the same anger that once aimed at you, is shifting direction. They're realizing who really used them, and that makes them unpredictable. That's what scares the puppeteers most, because there's nothing more dangerous than someone who's been betrayed by their own team. Imagine this, the people who once mocked you behind closed doors are now watching every word your ex says like it's a ticking bomb. Group chats are getting deleted, stories are being rewritten, everyone's pretending to move on. But it's not peace, it's fear disguised as calm. The web they spun around you is collapsing inward, and they're choking on their own lies. Karma doesn't knock. It walks in like it owns the place. That's what poetic justice looks like. The puppeteers have lost their strings, and now their puppet has become their biggest threat. And while they scramble to cover their tracks, the truth is standing right behind them, silent, patient, and unstoppable. Number 8. They finally see it. You were the test they couldn't pass. The universe doesn't punish you for failing love. It just sends you the same lesson in a harsher tone. That's what your ex is living through right now, Chosen One. You weren't a mistake in their story. You were the exam they weren't prepared to take. Your presence was designed to expose what was unhealed in them. Their pride, their ego, their fear of being truly seen. You showed them patience when they offered chaos. You gave them depth when they lived on surfaces. You came into their life as the mirror meant to reflect their better self. But instead of facing it, they smashed the glass. They didn't understand that love is never control, it's awareness, and awareness demands honesty, vulnerability, and growth. You offered all three, but they weren't ready. They mistook your clarity for criticism, your calmness for weakness, and your compassion for control. They thought they were protecting their independence by rejecting your guidance, not realizing they were rejecting their own evolution. People don't fail relationships, they fail their own reflection within them. Now, the same pain they gave you has circled back as their teacher. Every person they meet now echoes your lessons. Every disappointment repeats the same truth you tried to show them gently. Love isn't about power, it's about partnership. What they tried to manipulate, they now crave. What they dismissed, they now chase. And every failed connection feels eerily familiar because the universe keeps rerunning the same exam until the student passes. Imagine this. They sit across from someone new, hoping it'll be different. But the same patterns unfold, the same distance, the same frustration, the same emptiness. That's not coincidence, it's curriculum. They failed to learn what your love was trying to teach. Humility, accountability, and emotional intelligence. You were the syllabus they ignored, and now life is grading them on every page they refuse to read. When you mishandle a lesson disguised as love, you don't lose a person. You lose the shortcut to your growth. That's the truth burning through them now. You weren't the problem. You were the portal. They thought they could cheat the test, but all they did was reset it. And now every loss, every sleepless night, every realization is a question they already had the answer to. You. Number 9. Their karma isn't physical, it's the war inside their mind. The cruelest punishment is remembering the moment you lost everything real and knowing it was your fault. That's the sentence your ex is serving now, chosen one. Their karma isn't loud. It doesn't show up in public scandals or dramatic downfalls. It's quiet, psychological. It lives in the corners of their thoughts. Every time they try to relax, a memory of you drifts in like smoke, and they can't put it out. Their punishment isn't loss of money or status. It's loss of peace. Because now, their own mind won't let them forget what they did when you still believed in them. The mind is the most merciless judge because it never adjourns the trial. That's what they face daily. They replay every lie, every betrayal, every moment they thought they were clever. At the time, it felt like power. Now, it feels like poison. The universe didn't need to expose them publicly. It let their conscience do the work. When they close their eyes, they see your face in the moment they broke your trust. When they try to move on, they hear echoes of the things they said that can't be unsaid. That's not nostalgia, that's torment disguised as reflection. Imagine this, they're lying awake at night, scrolling aimlessly through their phone, trying to drown the noise in distractions. But no matter what they watch, listen to, or text, the guilt keeps bleeding through. They're haunted by the calmness you showed at the end, by the way you didn't seek revenge, by the quiet strength you carried when they expected chaos. That's the part they can't escape, because silence has a way of echoing louder than screams. Karma doesn't break you from the outside. It traps you inside your own awareness. And that's what they're living now, the realization that they can't escape themselves. Every attempt to forget you is another reminder of how deeply they wronged you. You don't have to wish them harm, chosen one. They're already living in it. Their mind is the prison, their guilt the guard, and the memories of you, the life sentence they'll never outrun. Number 10. They can't stand it. You became everything they tried to break. The sweetest revenge is silence that screams, "You can't touch me anymore." That's exactly what's eating them alive, chosen one. They're furious, not because you attacked back, but because you didn't have to. You survived what was meant to destroy you, and worse for them, you did it beautifully. Every insult, every setup, every smear campaign they fueled, you turned it all into armor. They tried to humiliate you, but the universe flipped it and handed you wisdom instead. Now they can't touch you. Not emotionally, not mentally, not spiritually. You're untouchable, and it burns them to know that their power over you expired the moment you stopped reacting. You don't lose power when you stop responding, you reclaim it. That's what they never understood. They fed on your reactions because your energy made them feel significant. Every time you defended yourself, it fed their ego. But when you went quiet, their control collapsed. Silence is unpredictable. It doesn't give closure, it gives consequences. And now they're choking on the emptiness where your attention used to be. Imagine this. They're watching you thrive from afar, waiting for proof that you still care, but all they see is growth. You look unbothered, you sound grounded, you glow differently now, not because you're showing off, but because you're no longer in survival mode. They can't compete with that kind of peace. They can't replicate it either, because it wasn't built on revenge, it was built on resilience. They tried to bury you, but you were the seed. Everything they did to weaken you only taught you emotional intelligence, boundaries, and detachment. They wanted you dependent, but now you're self-sufficient. They wanted to see you cry, but now you're glowing in silence. And that's what drives them mad, because there's no move left to play against someone who no longer reacts. Their fury isn't about you, it's about their failure. They realize they can't shake you anymore. You became the calm they can't disrupt, the strength they can't compete with, and the closure they'll never get. Your silence isn't absence. It's proof that you won. Because in the end, your peace became their punishment. Number 11. They tried to destroy you, but the universe chose you instead. When your intentions are pure, even your silence becomes a weapon the universe will use for you. That's the part that shook them to their core, chosen one. They saw it with their own eyes. Every scheme, every plan, every whispered setup they tried against you somehow flipped right back in their face. The timing was too perfect to be luck. They'd planned something malicious, and within days, the same energy would return, doubled and magnified. Suddenly, things started breaking down for them. Opportunities slipped, secrets leaked, and alliances fell apart. It wasn't random. It was the universe defending you in ways logic can't explain. They can't admit it out loud, but they're terrified. Deep down, they know you never retaliated. You didn't gossip, you didn't seek revenge, you didn't even speak their name. And yet, everything they sent your way came back to collect from them. That's when fear replaced arrogance. Because when someone realizes the person they tried to destroy is protected by something invisible, it shatters their illusion of control. The universe doesn't shout when it protects you. It rearranges reality quietly until the truth stands alone. They thought you were weak for walking away, but walking away was your act of power. You didn't play their game. You rose above it. And that's exactly when the game started playing them. Every trap they built around your name turned into evidence against their own character. Every rumor they spread exposed who they really were. Imagine this, they're sitting there now, watching patterns they can't explain. The same people who once laughed with them are now distant. The same platforms they used to attack you are now collapsing under their own weight. Even random strangers seem to sense their guilt, that uneasy energy that follows people who know they've crossed the line. They're paranoid, jumpy, scanning for the next disaster, because somewhere inside they realize what's happening isn't coincidence, it's consequence. The universe may move slow, but it never misses a target. You didn't need to fight back, because energy did the fighting for you. Every time you stayed calm, it was noted. Every time you chose silence over revenge, it was counted. And now, what they're witnessing is balance, pure, poetic balance. They saw the universe defend you, and that's what truly terrifies them. Because how do you fight something you can't see, but can't escape? Number 12. Their apology is loading, but it's already expired. They'll come back to say sorry, not because they care, but because the silence started telling the truth too loudly. That's what's happening now, chosen one. They've typed the message 100 times, stared at it, rewritten it, deleted it, over and over. They rehearse what they'd say if they ever saw you again, trying to craft the perfect line that'll undo the damage. But no matter how hard they try, every word feels hollow, because what they want isn't forgiveness, it's relief from guilt. They don't miss you, they miss the version of themselves that existed when you loved them. Apologies don't fix what awareness already exposed. They're not haunted by your absence, they're haunted by your calm. You didn't chase closure, and that unsettles them more than anger ever could. They expected tears, confrontation, drama, something that would make them feel relevant again. Instead, you gave them nothing, and that nothing became everything. Your silence speaks in frequencies their ego can't handle. Imagine them lying awake at night, phone in hand, typing, "Hey, I just wanted to say I'm sorry." But before hitting send, they stop, because even they know it's too late. Too much has shifted. You're not the same version they hurt. The peace you carry now doesn't have space for explanations or recycled apologies. Forgiveness isn't about letting them back in, it's about letting yourself move forward. You've already made peace. You learned that closure doesn't come from conversations, it comes from acceptance. You healed in silence, and that healing became their punishment. Every time they think of reaching out, they remember the distance between who you were and who you've become, and that distance is irreversible. Now, their apology is just a whisper against the wind, too late, too small, too irrelevant. They finally found their words, but the universe already wrote the ending, and the version of you that would have answered no longer exists. Number 13. Their regret is on display. Yours became your power. The universe hides the wounded to heal them, and spotlights the arrogant to humble them. That's the difference between you and them, chosen one. You bled in silence, rebuilt in the shadows, and turned your pain into power without announcing it. While they flaunted, you focused. While they mocked, you mastered your peace. You did the hard work privately, crying when no one saw, forgiving when no one apologized, and healing when you had every reason to harden. That's why your rise looks effortless now, because no one saw the rebuilding. They, on the other hand, did everything for the crowd. Their ego demanded witnesses, validation, attention. They wanted to be seen winning, even if it meant faking it. But the universe doesn't bless illusions. The same audience they entertained with your pain is now watching their performance collapse. Every rumor, every lie, every act of superiority is being replayed. But this time, they're the ones under scrutiny. Revenge makes noise, balance makes headlines. They thought they could escape accountability by controlling the narrative, but truth doesn't care about image. It exposes when the timing is perfect, not for you to gloat, but for them to learn. The same people who once laughed at your silence are whispering now, wondering how everything flipped so fast. Imagine it. The same crowd that once sided with them is slowly stepping back. The whispers are changing direction. The sympathy they expected has vanished. Every public stumble, every rumor about their downfall feels like a mirror reflecting what they did to you. And they can't stop it because the universe doesn't allow falsehood to stay center stage forever. You were hidden so you could heal. They're exposed so they can finally feel. That's not revenge. That's alignment. You rose quietly, built privately, and healed deeply. They're falling loudly, learning the cost of playing with truth. Your peace became sacred. Their regret became spectacle. And in that perfect contrast, you were vindicated without ever having to say a word. Number 14. They finally see it. You were the truth they spent their life avoiding. Some people don't hate your truth. They hate that it exposes what they've spent years pretending not to be. That's the painful awakening your ex is living through now, chosen one. You were never just a lover or a companion. You were a mirror. Your presence reflected who they truly were, not who they pretended to be. Your love was too honest, too pure, too transparent for someone addicted to illusion. Every time you showed compassion, it reminded them how cold they'd become. Every time you spoke truth, it echoed through their lies. You didn't have to expose them. Your energy did it naturally. They thought silencing you would silence accountability, that by discarding you, they could erase the reflection they couldn't handle. But that's not how mirrors work. Breaking them doesn't change the face. They left you behind, thinking they'd find peace, yet all they found was an echo of everything they refused to face within themselves. Now, every quiet moment, every failed connection, every mirror they pass becomes a confrontation. You were the lesson dressed as love, and they were too blinded by ego to study it. You tried to guide, to communicate, to help them grow, but they mistook guidance for control and truth for attack. They wanted comfort, not correction. They wanted to be admired, not awakened. And now, the same honesty they mocked is the silence haunting them at night. Imagine this. They look back at old photos or messages, and it finally clicks. Every warning you gave, every truth you spoke, every boundary you held, it was all a reflection of the person they could have become if they'd chosen growth over pride. That realization hits differently when there's no going back. Losing you wasn't punishment. It was the removal of their final chance to evolve. They finally understand it now. You weren't there to wound them. You were there to wake them. You were the mirror that showed them what healing looked like. And they smashed it out of fear. But mirrors don't disappear. Chosen one. They follow you in silence, reflecting what they lost and who they could have been. And that's the full truth, chosen one. Everything they tried to do against you only revealed your strength and their weakness. You didn't just survive what they planned, you transformed through it. The universe exposed every hidden hand, and you walked out untouchable. If this message resonated with you, press that like button right now. It helps this truth reach more souls who need it. And if you're not yet part of this growing family, make sure to hit the subscribe button so you never miss another message made for you. Chosen one. Your evolution has just begun.